Chapter 1862. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation rumbled, a large amount of white lychee immortal essence poured in, forming a blazing flame. In the blazing flame, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His body, on the other hand, began to melt, as if steel was about to melt into molten iron. This was a very painful matter, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left in advance. It was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya now. Fang Yuan's main body controlled this refinement path formation, while Land Spirit of Langya, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Fang Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path Gu immortals. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the Dragon Man clone's skin and flesh started to swell and blister. It soon became unrecognizable. It was like a gel or a round droplet of oil that had not completely flowed out. Be careful, hold on. I will leave this to you, Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan's main body was controlling the situation as he instructed. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. Fang Yuan did not need to melt the Dragon Man clone completely. If he did that, it would be the same as killing the Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan needed this state. The Dragon Man clone was at his limit, but it was only at the brink of collapse. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal needed to control the flames at all times while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Fang Yuan handed this task to Land Spirit of Langya. The latter had already turned into the white hair Land Spirit. He was mature and experienced. His refinement path attainment was extremely deep. Even Fang Yuan could not compare to him. He could not be careless in this aspect. Fang Yuan was very assured in handing it to Land Spirit of Langya. Next, Fang Yuan activated the refinement path formation, creating traces of lightning. These lightning were pitch black in color. They were as thick as chopsticks. They sizzled loudly. The lightning penetrated into the raging flames as if it was in an uninhabited area, completely unaffected by the raging flames. Under Fang Yuan's control, the bolt gently pierced into the Dragonoid clone's fat body, penetrating its flesh that was already a mess and resting on its soft bones. The pitch-black lightning locked onto the skeleton, then slowly pulled it out, taking out a section of the Dragonoid avatar's arm bone. The arm bone could not withstand the intense flames. It immediately showed signs of melting. But at this moment, Sixth Hair was already waiting at the side, activating the refinement path grand formation and releasing bursts of bubbles. Fang Yuan quickly threw the arm bone into the bubble. The bubble wrapped around the arm bone and rose rapidly. Soon it flew away from the top of the flames. There were hairy man Gu immortals waiting there for a long time. They had prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was thrown into the thunder plasma to be continuously refined. This was the first step. Next, another hairy man Gu immortal took over, preventing the arm bone from being eroded by the jade green chi currents. Someone else was responsible for the third step. After the arm bone was roasted, cleansed, and eroded, its volume shrunk greatly. It was directly buried into a pile of pale white bone paste. Next, the refinement path grand formation activated the power of time path to speed up the bone paste. The bone paste was continuously absorbed by the arm bone, becoming smaller and smaller. After absorbing more than half of the bone paste, the arm bone stopped and was taken out. There were still 3 more steps waiting for it. This was just an arm bone. The Dragonoid clone had more than 3,000 bones. They had to be refined one by one. Like this, after refining the bones, the Dragonoid clone's flesh and blood, brain, facial features, nails, and hair needed to be refined one by one. The workload was very heavy. Just relying on Fang Yuan alone was too inefficient. Thus, he mobilized all the refinement path members he had. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the Dragonoid clone was heavy and complicated, the difficulty was not high. The most difficult part was to maintain the Dragonoid clone's condition at all times. This was already taken care of by the Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan was not worried. The refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture before the long hair refinement path formation finally calmed down. The bones were stuffed back. The skin, flesh, nails, facial features, brain, and so on were all refined once again. They were completely immune to Dragonoid extermination. When Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, it was the essence of transformation path, chi path, and human path. Fang Yuan was not lacking in these 3 aspects now. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path foundation. Duke Long could not compare to him in this aspect. Adding on his wisdom path strength, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to unravel the killer move Dragonoid extermination. There was no killer move that could not be unraveled. However, this required a process, a relatively long period of time, and it required continuous attempts. After Fang Yuan obtained Dragon Palace, he obtained a large number of records on Dragon Man experiments. This helped Fang Yuan greatly. In fact, back then Wu Shuai was very close to success. Even though he did not truly unravel Dragonoid extermination, he had thought of many methods, he just lacked the time to test them. During the final moments of the Dragon Man race's extinction, the Dragon Man Gu immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures all over Central Continent as experimental sites. They tried these methods and spread the seeds of hope. The Dragon Man blessed land that Fang Jing encountered earlier was one of them. Of course, more accurately speaking, it was not the first batch of blessed lands. Instead, it was the immortal apertures of the Dragon Man Gu immortals that were born in the blessed land. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had passed, he was not interested either. But from this precious information, he deduced which of the methods that Wu Shuai had thought of back then had succeeded. The information regarding Fang Jing was given to Fang Yuan by Shen Tsongxing after soul-searching him. Shen Tsongxing naturally did not know how precious this information was. It was equivalent to pointing out a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the ability and the crucial clues. He finally modified the Dragon Man. From now on, the Dragon Man clone was completely immune to Dragon Man extermination. Of course, this was only Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragon Man clone would still be punished. After all, the new Dragon Man clone was personally created by Fang Yuan. He knew everything about it and its foundation. At this point, it was not the end. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone soul was adapted to the original Dragon Man body. Thus, it was affected by Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. Thus, he needed to modify the Dragon Man clone's soul. There was no need to use the refinement path formation on the soul. Fang Yuan had a vast array of soul path methods. It was much easier to resolve the problem of the soul than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragon Man clone's soul foundation needed to be raised further. Thus, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone cultivated in the enchanting myriad daring formation. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace enslaving the 4 dragon generals was already the limit. If they wanted to enslave anything else, they would have to use the Dragon Palace Lord's soul to bear the burden. From this, Fang Yuan understood why the dragon spirit recognized by Ning Bing as its master in the previous life. The situation was probably urgent back then. By Ning Bing's soul was needed to bear the burden. Thus Dragon Palace was able to enslave the evil dragon Di Zongxin. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace. It is similar to a land spirit or heavenly spirit. It is more inclined to recognize its master and survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to have a Dragon Man identity and vow to revitalize the Dragon Man race. Only then would I be recognized by the dragon spirit. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled. It was not impossible to revitalize the Dragon Man race. In any case, Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale, firstly to comprehend human path, secondly to manage the immortal aperture, and thirdly to obtain variant human inheritances. What was the difference between having one more Dragon Man and one less Dragon Man? There was no difference. Of course, what Fang Yuan wanted to nurture was the new Dragon Man race that he created himself. It was not the previous Dragon Man race. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was definitely the ancestor of the new Dragon Man race. The Celestial Court had always been concerned about the differences between races. It had always been the foundation. But to Fang Yuan it was not worth mentioning. Even if the Dragon Men truly ruled the world, so what? Fang Yuan did not care about this at all. His only wish in this life was eternal life. If revitalizing the Dragon Man race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do so. If there were obstacles in the future, he would just get rid of them. It was so simple. If turning into a Dragon Man could grant him eternal life, Fang Yuan would definitely immediately change and abandon his human identity. Even if countless humans were proud of him. Didn't the Dragon Man clone have no name? He could just call him Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan did not care. The Dragon Man clone started to cultivate his soul and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to deduce all sorts of things. The Dream Path clone was still at the bottom of the box. Fang Yuan originally wanted to use Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone undergo tribulation, but after researching it, he found that Dragon Palace did not have any Dream Path defensive killer moves. This caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. If a Dream Path calamity or tribulation appeared, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? By then, Reverse Flow Protection Seal would not work. There was another way, that was to use Dream Token Immortal Gu as the core to deduce the corresponding Dream Path killer move. But this killer move was at least rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Attainment, But his dream path attainment level had not reached master yet. This was difficult. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to hold back. Chapter 1863. Eastern Sea. Shen family's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shen family's first supreme elder, Shen Songxing, said passionately, "Senior Qi Si, this is my Shen family's 6-sound tea, please have a taste." Fang Yuan nodded and looked at the cups on the table. 6-sound tea was Shen family's signature tea. It was very amazing and famous in the 5 regions. It was even better than Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Borders Qiao family's Bewitching tea, and Fang family's 7-Mile Fragrant tea. 6-sound tea was not a cup of tea, it was a set of tea with 6 small cups. The brewing process of these 6 small cups of tea, the temperature of the tea, the type of teacups, the sequence of drinking and the specific way of drinking were all detailed. Fang Yuan picked up the first cup of tea. This tea was clear and bright like the clear autumn sky, it was spotless. Autumn Tunyan. Fang Yuan chanted in his heart as he took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, he felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without the slightest bit of contamination. It was as if he had transformed into a bird or a gentle breeze, flying in the autumn sky without any worries or words. After a while, Fang Yuan drank the second cup of cloud-flowing tea. This tea had a special taste, it was so soft that it felt like cotton instead of tea. However, it melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of slightly cold water that flowed down his throat and into his stomach without any obstruction. After the tea flowed down his stomach, the tongue, throat, and intestines that had flowed through earlier started to emit tea mist. This thick tea mist filled his chest and seeped into his organs. Good tea. Fang Yuan enjoyed the aftertaste for a long time before drinking the third mouthful. This tea was called River's Cry. The tea was contained in a long cup. The surface of the tea was not calm, there were small ripples as if it was a condensed river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth, an extremely mystical feeling rose in him, making him forget about it. It was as if he had turned into a river. After going through many twists and turns, after going through many obstacles, it finally flowed smoothly into Eastern Sea. Autumn Tunyan. Cloud-flowing tea. River's Cry. Jade Harp. Phoenix's Cry. Hibiscus smiled. Just one of these 6 cups of tea was already top-grade tea. What was even more amazing was that they were layered on top of each other and reflected off each other. Fang Yuan drank 6 cups in a row and was in a trance. An indescribably wonderful feeling enveloped his 5 senses and affected his 8 views. By the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan savored it for a long time and praised, "Even though I live in seclusion, I've heard of 6 tones tea. Today's rank, one really lives up to his reputation." Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shen clan's first supreme elder Shen Songxing was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. To be praised by Senior Qi Si, our Gu immortals did not refine this tea for 3 days and 3 nights in vain. 6-sound tea was an immortal material, it could only be produced using immortal materials, and it also needed a Gu immortal with superb Gu refinement techniques. In order to make a complete set of 6-sounds tea, Shen Songxing had to do it himself. This tea naturally had different standards of materials. Since Shen Songxing personally refined it, he used the highest standards and expended a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive, they were used to refine Gu, but now they were used to make tea. After Fang Yuan drank it once, there was no more left. It could be said to be extravagant, but it also showed how passionately Shen Songxing treated Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Songxing invited Fang Yuan to tour this Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. This island itself was a super resource point. The island was not made of rocks or soil, but an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. The red sandalwood was rooted in the bottom of the sea, it grew continuously, its treetop was high above the sea, its branches were intertwined and formed the surface of the island. There were countless living beings living on the island, birds were the majority of them. Whenever these birds chirped, the branches near the red sandalwood would shake, creating a beautiful sound. These sounds spread in all directions, calming the surrounding sea area. The sea here was calm like a mirror, there was not even a trace of wind in the sky. This was the origin of the name, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen Songxing treated Fang Yuan passionately for 2 days, he accompanied him the entire time, he would also invite some female immortals of Shen tribe to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a pleasant conversation with him. Before parting, Shen Songxing gave him a gift with both hands. These gifts were very heavy, Not only did they contain a large number of immortal materials, there were also 2 ancient desolate plant-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shin tribe's sea-suppressing red sandalwood was an immemorial desolate plant. It needed 800 years to produce a living branch. Transplanting this branch could grow an ancient desolate level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Even though the sea-suppressing red sandalwood had a lot of branches, other than that, transplanting any other branches would not yield any harvest. These 2 sea-suppressing red sandalwood did not represent 2 ancient desolate plants, they represented 2 large resource points. In order to establish a good relationship with Qixi ancestor, Shin Tsongxing spent a lot more than Song Qiyuan. Before Fang Yuan went to Shin clan, he had already gone to Song clan. He was also received by Song Qiyuan for the entire journey. After bidding farewell to Shin Tsongxing, I believe my name has already spread to Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread to the 5 regions. No, it should have spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's identity as Qixi ancestor was destined to shake the world. He had already made up his mind on this point when he and Bus Dragon were equally matched. Next, I need to wait for Eastern Sea's other super forces to react. They will definitely invite me to their banquets. Fang Yuan calculated. It seemed that his main body would be attending banquets everywhere in the near future. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even though Eastern Sea was rich, it lacked a unified voice, a leader with great foresight. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Eastern Sea was always suppressed by the other regions. In Fang Yuan's previous life, even when Eastern Sea's rank 8s worked together, they only took Dragon Palace. They did not have any thoughts of attacking Celestial Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan and the ambitious Wu Yong. It was also not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. It could not even compare to Central Continent, which had Celestial Court. Eastern Sea and Western Desert were similar, but Western Desert's Gu Immortals were more skilled at cooperation, and Western Desert was much poorer than Eastern Sea in terms of resources. In Fang Yuan's impression, Eastern Sea did not seem to have any outstanding performance. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, Eastern Sea's lone immortals were much wealthier than the other 4 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals were too scattered. But what if they had a strong leader? What if they had a unified voice? For example, someone like Qixi ancestor, he cultivated Qi path, he did not have any conflicts of resources with Eastern Sea super forces and Gu Immortals. Moreover, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. This was the greatest foundation to intimidate others. Could Qixi ancestor become Eastern Sea's leader? Of course, Fang Yuan did not expect all of Eastern Sea's super forces to listen to him. That was unrealistic. But becoming the alliance leader in name was very possible. Wasn't this what Shin Tsongxing and Song Qiyuan were thinking of? They wanted to tie Qixi ancestor to the war chariot that was Eastern Sea. When there was a war in the future, they would have someone to take responsibility for them. Little did they know this was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even if he was the alliance leader in name and could not interfere with any super force's internal affairs, as long as he could influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 lone immortals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the others, were already dragon generals of Dragon Palace. With their secret support, together with Fang Yuan's identity as the alliance leader, his influence would be very deep. At least during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when the Celestial Court was repairing fake Gu, Fang Yuan could guide Eastern Sea and use its strength in a more appropriate way. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. Not only did they receive him warmly, they even gave him generous gifts. Even during peaceful times with Qixi ancestor's strength and stance, they had to rope him in. Not to mention now, with the Earth Trench eruption and the 5 regions merging into one, they were about to do so. Dragon Palace went deep into the sea, sinking all the way to the bottom. This part of the sea seemed ordinary, but after Dragon Palace floated for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice could be heard. Dragon Palace is here, where is Gu tribe? His voice echoed in the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After a while, the scenery at the bottom of the sea changed. A door opened, revealing an underwater blessed land. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the door, looking at Dragon Palace with vigilance and a trace of anticipation. He cupped his fists. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. May I ask who is the owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone walked out. It is Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader's expression shook. He asked, you have a relationship with Fang Yuan? The Dragon Man clone laughed. We are making use of each other. If not for Fang Yuan, How could I rebirth? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Qi Si ancestors' ambush of Duke Long had already spread. The Dragon Man clone asked with a solemn expression. Now that the world is changing, the crucial moment has arrived. Gu tribe leader, is your tribe going to fulfill the agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled but did not reply. We need to discuss this in detail. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Chapter 1864. The Dragon Man clone entered Dragon Palace first before controlling this immortal Gu house to enter the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was Gu tribe's headquarters. It was the territory of outsiders. Gu tribe's leader had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not to be underestimated. It was better to be cautious. Once they entered the Blessed Land, they saw a vast land. This Blessed Land was even larger than ordinary grotto heavens. In the Blessed Land, all sorts of immortal materials could be seen. Many of them were already extinct. Fang Yuan's clones' horizons were broadened. Even though this Blessed Land's foundation cannot compare to Langya Blessed Land, it is not far off. The Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai thought. Among the Blessed Lands that Fang Yuan had seen, Langya Blessed Land had the greatest foundation, second was Imperial Court Blessed Land, and third was probably this Blessed Land. Gu Tribe Blessed Land has been around for at least 1,000,000 years. Gu Tribe's past leaders had at least rank 7 cultivation level, many were rank 8. With such experts guarding it, the Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations are not a threat. Furthermore, Gu Tribe is not human, they have always been taken care of by Providence. Even if there are calamities and tribulations, they will not be very strong. Wu Shuai thought to himself. The Tao of Heaven took away surpluses and replenished deficiencies. It was about balance. Currently, humans were the overlords of the world. They forced the variant human races into a corner, struggling at death's door. Thus, all variant human races were taken care of by Providence. Senior Wu Shuai, this way please. Gu Tribe's leader was very polite as he led the way. The Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai followed closely behind. After flying for a while, the two landed deep in a forest. In this primitive forest, there was a huge tribe of over 10,000 people. The people of this tribe were all beastmen. Indeed, the so-called Gu tribe was the beast race. According to human historical records, the beast race was already extinct, but Heaven's secrets left a way out. There was still a beastman bloodline that managed to survive. They lived quietly. Wu Shuai was warmly welcomed by the entire tribe. Soon, a banquet was prepared. Gu tribe's leader invited Wu Shuai to take a seat. Wu Shuai walked out of Dragon Palace. 2 dragon generals followed behind him, acting as his left and right guards. Gu tribe's leader's pupils shrunk as he laughed heartily, his smile becoming even more passionate. Wu Shuai only exposed half of the dragon generals, but each dragon general had rank 8 cultivation level, on par with Gu tribe's leader. And in this beastman blessed land, other than Gu tribe's leader, there were no other rank 8s. Because he had explored the dream realm, Fang Yuan clone had a deep understanding of this beastman tribe. After talking for a while, Wu Shuai had a clear understanding of Gu tribe. From this conversation, the Gu clan leader had completely dispelled the last shred of doubt in his heart. Most of these beastmen had fish heads and human bodies. They had gills on their cheeks, shark fins on their ears, and fins on their backs. In addition, some people had frog legs, some had seabird wings, some carried turtle shells, and some had a circle of green seaweed on their heads. These beastmen lived in the sea. Back then, when the beastman race reached its peak, they were cleansed. All the tribes on land were exterminated. Only this tribe in the sea managed to survive. The beastman race declined after reaching its peak. Under the dominance of humans, this sea beastman tribe could only live quietly. They did not dare to have any thoughts of counterattacking. But they did not forget their hatred towards humans. Almost every Gu tribe leader had such thoughts. They tried to incite internal strife in the human race, to create a chance for their tribe to rise up. In history, the Gu tribe leader that the real Wu Shuai met had such a faction. He helped Wu Shuai advance to Gu Immortal. He even schemed to seize fake Gu. He was also a formidable character. To deal with Dragon Man extermination, Wu Shuai discussed with Gu tribe's leader and set up an alliance agreement between the two races. Earlier, in front of the Blessed Land's entrance, Fang Yuan clone and this generation's Gu tribe leader were talking about this alliance agreement. This was an arrangement left behind by the real Wu Shuai. He was prepared to revive the Dragon Man race in the future. Now that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace and learned of this, he wanted to follow it. Gu tribe had been operating in Eastern Sea for so many years. Gu tribe's leader was a rank 8 expert. Gu tribe's foundation was so deep, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to borrow their strength. Gathering more forces to deal with the celestial court was something that Fang Yuan was happy to see. While Fang Yuan clone Wuxia and Gu tribe's leader were talking happily, Western Desert's Yang Zihe and Zhang Yin had already succeeded. Rumble. With a loud sound, Yang Zihe completed the final attack. As far as the eye could see, the once beautiful and flourishing oasis had been completely transformed into nothingness and reduced to ruins. This was a large resource point of Fang clan. Now that it was destroyed, there was no possibility of it being repaired. We need to go. This is the third place we destroyed. According to Master's instructions, we can report after this. Let's inspect it first and see if we exposed ourselves. The two dragon generals inspected it carefully, ensuring there were no mistakes before leaving. Fang clan was shaken. In one day they lost 3 large resource points. Fang clan's losses were not small. Dong clan was also shaken. Because in the ruins there were several lines of words. Dong Luqian was here. Dong Luqian was Dong clan's first supreme elder. Earlier Fang clan had used the theft path Immortal Gu house to take revenge on him, directly destroying one of Dong clan's oasis resource points. When Dong Luqian heard this, his face turned ashen. He scolded, "These shameless clans, they are not righteous path members. They actually dared to frame me and their methods were so clumsy. If I find the culprit in the future, I will not let them off." Dong Luqian did not suspect Fang Yuan. His first suspects were the super forces other than Fang clan and Dong clan. This was clearly a plan to sow discord. If Fang clan fell for it and started fighting with Dong clan, the first to benefit would be these Western Desert super clans. Dong Luqian could not sit still. He immediately sent a letter to Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong. Fang clan had wisdom path Gu immortal Fang Dichang. They would not fall for it so easily. After thinking for a while, Fang Dichang suggested Fang Gong to invite Dong Luqian to investigate the culprit together. This was a great move. After Dong Luqian received the letter, he felt troubled. He understood that Fang clan wanted to use this chance to rope in Dong clan, to pull Dong clan to their side. But Dong Luqian was not stupid. Dong clan and Fang clan shared a border. In the future, when Fang clan rises up, they would first devour Dong clan's territory and benefits. However, if he did not investigate the culprit, would it show that he had a guilty conscience? Dong Luqian thought about it. He could only pinch his nose and go to the crime scene to investigate the culprit together with Fang clan's Gu immortals. The truth would not be found out. Since Fang Yuan sent the 2 dragon generals to handle this matter, he naturally had a way to mislead them. Thus, the answer Fang clan and Dong clan obtained pointed to the forces near Fang clan. But Fang clan and Dong clan did not find trouble with them, they only took note of it. Both sides were very restrained. Dong Luqian took note of these clans. He did not want to expose them. He still needed these people to help him deal with Fang clan. And in order to maintain stability, Fang clan did not want to confront these super forces publicly. After all, they were alone. Divine Bean Palace was still far from becoming theirs. Second Supreme Elder, the situation is getting more dangerous now. Won't it be too tiring for you to unravel Divine Bean Palace alone? That Swan Bujin is also a wisdom path Gu immortal. He might be able to help you and share some of the burden. Fang Gong suggested to Fang Dichang. In his opinion, Swan Bujin had participated in the contest for Divine Bean Palace. He had entered and exited Divine Bean Palace. He was now Fang clan's external supreme elder. He was one of them and could be trusted. Fang Dichang thought about it. He was hesitant. He sighed, "Let me think about it." Southern border. In Xia clan's headquarters, Xia Cha was also sighing. She had already been released by Fang Yuan. Even though her body and soul were intact, Fang Yuan had taken away her immortal aperture and fused it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Cha was no longer a rank 8 Gu immortal. She had become immortal. Right now, she still had the title of Xia clan's first supreme elder, but Xia Cha felt that this title was a joke. "I am already a cripple. So what if I was rank 8 in the past?" "Fang Yuan, you have great methods. If I can take revenge for this, I will pull out your tendons, skin you alive and grind your bones to ashes." Thinking of this, Xia Cha sighed again. She knew how slim the hope of revenge was. Joyous news, Lady Xia Cha. Right at this time, Xia clan's third supreme elder ran over excitedly. "What joyous news?" Xia Cha frowned as she looked at him. Xia clan's third supreme elder handed Xia Cha an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "This is the letter that demon Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to send." Xia Cha sneered, "This demon is treacherous and greedy to the extreme. Not only did he take us captive, he even dismembered our bodies, souls and so on. He extorted our race time and time again. He truly deserves to die." Right now, Fang Yuan does not have many bargaining chips left. I don't need to read this letter. This demon must have thought of a new method to continue extorting our southern border righteous path. Xia Cha shook her head. Xia Clan's third supreme elder nodded. Lady Xia Cha is right, Fang Yuan's intentions are clear. Recently, he has been purchasing Luck Path Immortal materials on a large scale. He seems to be refining Luck Path Immortal goo. But the bargaining chip he offered this time is truly... What do you mean? He offered Immortal goo as a bargaining chip? And he wants to exchange goo for goo? Xia Cha raised her eyebrows, waving her hand. I don't need to agree to this, just let Second Supreme Elder handle it. As long as it is an immortal goo that is beneficial to our clan, we can exchange for it. This time, Fang Yuan's bargaining chip is only immortal goo. He wants to exchange immortal goo for immortal goo and immortal materials? Wishful thinking. Xia Clan's third Supreme Elder smiled. Lady Xia Cha, take a look at the details first. Xia Cha took the information path goo worm and looked through it, laughing coldly. Has this Fang Yuan gone mad? He wants to exchange for so many immortal materials with just one mortal goo. I want to see what goo this is. Xia Cha saw the crucial point in the letter, her expression changed. Chapter 1865. Southern Border. Ba Clan Mansion Mountain. Ba Shi Ba carefully held a rank 1 mortal goo. His eyes did not blink, he had an extremely focused expression. This is second aperture goo? He looked at it carefully. This goo worm was like a beetle. It had 2 sharp heads and a fat middle. It seemed to be made of green jade. It was only the size of a finger. When he touched it, he felt that it was warm and cool. On its chubby back there was a golden eyeball. The golden pupil moved like lightning. It was filled with spirituality. To exchange for this goo worm, Ba Clan had used up all the remaining Luck Path Immortal materials in their treasury. Fang Yuan was asking for an exorbitant price, but Ba Shi Ba could only accept it. Because this tiny rank 1 goo represented all of his courage and hope to continue living. Second aperture goo was very easy to use. It did not need primeval essence or immortal essence. As long as blood was dripped into the goo worm's body, it would self-detonate after the goo worm was full of blood. After second aperture goo self-detonated, a small aperture formed in the middle of Ba Shi Ba's chest. This was a rank 1 aperture, the lowest cultivation level. But Ba Shi Ba's eyes turned red when he saw this. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Even if that demon Fang Yuan is asking for a high price, I will accept it. With this aperture I can cultivate again. From rank 1 to rank 5 I have relic goo to help me. After reaching rank 6, the clan's goo immortals will help me with tribulation. But it will be hard to reach the foundation of my first immortal aperture. Thinking of this, Ba Shi Ba gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan captured him and soul-searched him. He even took away his first immortal aperture. Even if he gave him second aperture goo, it was just another form of extortion. To the rank 8 Ba Shi Ba, this was a huge humiliation. Fang Yuan, just you wait, one day I will avenge my past humiliation. All the pain you inflicted on me, I will return it to you 100-fold, I will let you have a good taste of it. Ba Shi Ba's expression was ferocious. He hadn't been having a good time recently. He was the Ba clan's first supreme elder, but after he was captured by Fang Yuan, not only did his reputation plummet, but he was also crippled after being ransomed. Compared to Xia Cha, Ba Shi Ba's situation was even worse. Because Ba clan gained another rank 8 goo immortal during the time he was captured. That was Bard. After Bada became an 8 desolate goo immortal, he became the second supreme elder of Ba clan. He was in charge of Ba clan's affairs. Ba Shi Ba had been stripped of his power. Fortunately, I have this second aperture goo. I have a lot of cultivation experience. I've gone through dozens of tribulations, big and small. It'll be very easy for me to ascend to immortality again. I need to make use of my time and cultivate to goo immortal again. After all, my influence will diminish with time. This kind of influence needs to be used in time. It will definitely be of great help to my cultivation. Ba Shi Ba had a plan. He had already prepared relic goo. He used them one by one. Ba Shi Ba quickly became a rank 1 peak stage goo master. However, no matter how Ba Shi Ba attacked the aperture walls, they didn't budge at all. How could this be? My cultivation level is stuck. There is a problem with this second aperture. After Ba Shi Ba investigated the situation, he was furious and shocked. He felt like he was deceived. He spent a huge price on a fake product. He quickly called the goo immortals who were close to him, asking them to contact Fang Yuan and ask him what was going on. Fang Yuan was researching Primordial Origin's true inheritance, his expression changed as he smiled, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have discovered something amiss. But he was prepared for this, he immediately replied. Ba Ba got this reply and smashed his favorite cup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that in Fang Yuan's letter, he only said that second aperture Gu could open a second aperture, but he did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation level. To mislead the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan even described his experience of using second aperture Gu. Ba Ba thought that he could ascend to an immortal with second aperture Gu and cultivate again. But Xiacha had a wisdom path Gu immortal, she saw through this. Fang Yuan told Xiacha that second aperture Gu was an immortal Gu. After his modifications, it became a complete series from rank 1 to rank 6. After using rank 1 second aperture Gu, one's cultivation level would be limited to rank 1, 2, 3 or even rank 6. Xiacha wanted to buy rank 6 second aperture Gu directly, but Fang Yuan's reply made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture Gu now. It seems that Ba Ba's situation is worse than Xiacha. Fang Yuan smiled, he could tell from the small details that Ba was feeling anxious. It seems that Bada has probably become rank 8, even though Ba clan has been keeping it a secret. This is a good thing. Even though the southern border immortals had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Yuan, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had already understood the stance of southern border's righteous path from his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though his immortal aperture was annexed, he gave them second aperture Gu. The goal was to let the southern border immortals maintain a certain amount of battle strength, enough to find trouble with Central Continent's Celestial Court. After going through so much and facing so many difficulties, Fang Yuan finally got through the heavy pressure of Celestial Court. He had a deep foundation now, he had many subordinates, he interfered in the politics of the 5 regions, using all sorts of methods openly and covertly. He finally formed a situation where he surrounded Celestial Court. Unknowingly, he had already grown from a chess piece to a chess player. Fang Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba Ba looked at the new reply as his body trembled in anger. He finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan refined a complete set of second aperture Gu. If Ba Ba wanted to cultivate it back, he would have to use rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on until he used the rank 6 second aperture Gu. Only then would he have a healthy immortal aperture and regain his rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba wanted to regain his former glory, he would have to be extorted by Fang Yuan 6 times. Ba cursed loudly, he smashed many things on the ground before he finally calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he was silent for a while before laughing loudly. Ba oh Ba, why did you leave? You were inferior in this matter and ended up as a captive. It was already a miracle that you survived. Why do you need to worry so much now? Even if I can't cultivate again, so what? As long as I fight with all my might, I will die without regrets. He muttered to himself as if he was trying to convince himself. After saying this, his body relaxed, he felt his heart brightening up. It was as if he was looking into the distance, seeing a scenery that he had never seen when he was a rank 8. This was the scenery of life. He calmed down completely, a smile even appeared on his face. Fang Yuan, you demon, you are truly amazing, I fell for your tricks again. The hatred in his heart did not weaken, but Ba started to smile, he no longer worried about his gains and losses. At this moment, even though he had no cultivation level, he was even more relaxed than when he was a rank 8. I have no choice now, I can only accept the extortion. After all, becoming an immortal again is the most important thing. Ba was clear in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only temporarily. The influence and affection they had in the past would quickly fade over time. Especially now that the clan had a new rank 8 Gu immortal. He had to hurry. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron. Jade bones as petals, ice muscles as stems, golden relic at the heart of the flower. Starfire shines brightly, gathering into a plain of ice and snow. Below it, yang clouds raise fire like a pill, above it, dark clouds scatter sand like gold, beast shadows appear in the middle, until lightning flashes and beast strength placenta is born, it can gather apertures. This was the Gu recipe of second aperture Gu. Fang Yuan obtained it from 3 Kings' blessed land. The first part was similar to the original version, Fang Yuan made few changes, but the latter part was completely different, it was almost unrecognizable. Fang Yuan modified this Gu recipe, turning the original rank 6 immortal Gu recipe into a series. Fang Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. He was also a Human Path Grandmaster. With the help of the Light of Wisdom, it was not hard to modify it. With this set of goo worms I can extort them all the way. If there are no opportunities to extort, I will create opportunities to do so. In fact, this process can also be used on Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains goo immortals. As for Central Continent's goo immortals, forget about them, I will kill them. Fang Yuan had a thick face and a black heart. He was an unscrupulous merchant. Mortal goo level 2nd aperture goo had an extremely low cost. It did not need lifespan goo or immortal materials. It only needed a few human apertures. Human apertures were the apertures of goo masters. It was very easy for Fang Yuan to use human goo masters as goo materials. It was simply cheap and good. But if he sold them to the southern border immortals, the price would be extremely high, the profits would be hundreds or even thousands of times higher. But these southern border immortals treated the 2nd aperture goo as a life-saving straw, their only hope in life. No matter what price Fang Yuan quoted, they would grit their teeth and bear it bitterly. Of course, Fang Yuan would also calculate their endurance and the overall situation of encircling Central Continent. Success, Lord Fang Yuan, we refined another Luck Path Immortal goo. The Hairy Man goo immortals sent good news. Good, keep up the good work. Fang Yuan praised casually. This time, because of 2nd aperture goo, the extortion of the southern border immortals was much more effective than before. Many clans' trump cards and Luck Path Immortal materials were given to Fang Yuan. With such a batch of immortal materials, Fang Yuan ordered the Hairy Man goo immortals to refine Luck Path Immortal goo without restraint. The price of refining immortal goo was high, the inventory of Luck Path Immortal materials was decreasing, but there were also many gains. Over these days, several Luck Path Immortal goo were refined and landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Celestial Court. Damn it, I failed again. Yuan Qiongdu's expression was ashen. Looking at the pile of dregs in front of him, he felt terrible. Recently he was almost doubting his life. Earlier he tried to refine fixed space goo, he failed. Recently he tried to refine Luck Path goo worms, he failed again and again. There is nothing wrong with my method, there was no mistake in the whole process, but immortal goo are unique. Many immortal goo already exist, I cannot refine them. Sigh, if only I knew that those immortal goo already existed, that would be great. Fang Yuan's tactic of refining Luck Path Immortal goo caused Celestial Court to suffer greatly. This was an invisible confrontation. Whoever could gain the upper hand would gain the greatest benefits. Even though Celestial Court had deep foundations and unfathomable inventories, Fang Yuan used Southern Border's righteous path to firmly suppress Celestial Court. Chapter 1866. Gurgle gurgle. The strange bird's cries resounded in the sky. The flock of birds was huge, like a dark cloud covering the sky, pressing down on Mountain Cliff City. In the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Mountain Cliff City was one of the 10 unique cities. The city was built on the top of a cliff and was the tallest. The culture and style had a unique charm. The fat but birds are here. Quick, 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 prepare for defense. Everyone, don't panic, our combat beast messengers are all here. At this moment, Mountain Cliff City was bustling with noise, and security was tight. The flock of birds called fat but birds let out strange cries, and flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City. They had coxcombs on their heads, their bodies were fat and their buttocks were especially huge. Among the flock of birds there was a bird king, its body was huge, twice the size of a normal fat but bird. It flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City and looked down. Its buttocks moved and with a forceful squeeze, a ball of bird poop fell. This ball of bird poop was black and smelly, and was extremely huge like a small house falling from the sky. Shio. Boom. The bird poop fell faster and faster, letting out a sharp whistle, and then smashed heavily, directly destroying a section of the city wall. Fortunately, there were not many casualties in the surrounding crowd. Shio shio shio. Boom boom boom. The Bird King's attack was the prelude to the flock's attack. Balls of bird poop fell from the sky, smashing into Mountain Cliff City. For a moment, the sky seemed to be raining. However, the raindrops were really strange. They were huge balls of bird droppings. Many houses collapsed, and roads, gardens, springs, and even the statue of the city lord at the center of the city were mercilessly baptized by the bird poop. After the first wave of attack, the Bird King flapped its wings and flew up, pulling the flock of birds behind it up. The huge flock of birds circled outside, and then returned, once again approaching Mountain Cliff City. Combat Beast Messengers attack. At this moment, the leader of Mountain Cliff City's defense shouted, and took the lead to fly into the sky facing the flock of fat but birds. A large number of combat beast messengers followed closely behind, and for a moment humans and birds started fighting in the sky. "Little Eagle, let's go, do you dare?" Young Jean Boudou had already sneaked out of the city lord manor, he said to the arrow-tail eagle on his shoulder. The little arrow-tail eagle screeched, its young face filled with pride. It flapped its wings and lightly pecked Jean Boudou's face. It was angry at its master for looking down on it. "Since you're not afraid, then come with me." Jean Boudou smiled. He seemed to be a simple youth, but he was actually Fang Yuan's clone. During this period of time he'd been taken as a disciple by the city lord of Cliff City, and he'd been together with the little arrow-tail eagle day and night, so he'd long since grasped its bestial nature thoroughly. Now, with just a little provocation, the little arrow-tail eagle's fighting spirit was ignited. "Come on, little arrow-tail eagle!" Jean Boudou suddenly shouted. The arrow-tailed eagle screeched and flapped its wings, shooting into the sky like an arrow. It hovered for a moment before diving down to Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou shouted again, "Beast Envoy, transform!" He activated his goo, and his whole body shone with a dazzling green light. The little arrow-tail eagle crashed into his body, fusing into the human-shaped light body. At the next moment, the human-shaped light body collided and changed shape. As the green light faded, Jean Boudou had turned into a 10 feet tall monster with an eagle's head and human body. He had green wings on his back, and his hands and legs had turned into yellow bird claws. Jean Boudou flapped his wings, causing intense winds to blow as he flew into the sky, joining the battle. "Look, it's little Do, he sneaked away after all, joining the battle behind our backs." "This child." A middle-aged woman worriedly looked at Jean Boudou's tiny figure. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had a son, but he died in his childhood. After Mountain Cliff City Lord took Jean Boudou as his disciple, Jean Boudou quickly assimilated into this family. This caused the middle-aged woman to treat him as her godson, and most of the love she had for her deceased son was given to Jean Boudou. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left, his lower body was cut off at the waist, but he had a healthy expression and was full of vigor. He looked at Jean Boudou's figure for a while before praising, "Haha, this lad's battle standard is getting higher and higher. As expected of someone who was trained by me. Father, you have taken in a good disciple. That's still your good godson." The Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his white beard, his heart filled with comfort. He had originally taken in Jean Boudou, but because of a coincidence the little arrow-tail eagle recognized Jean Boudou as its kin. It could not be separated. But after teaching him, Mountain Cliff City Lord was pleasantly surprised to find that Jean Boudou was like an unpolished jade. The more he polished it, the brighter it would shine. The comprehension that Jean Boudou displayed, as well as his hard-working spirit, made Mountain Cliff City Lord very satisfied. And what made him even more satisfied was Jean Boudou's temperament. He was willing to help others, brave and warm-hearted, just like sunlight, it could directly shine into people's hearts. "Be careful." In the sky, Jean Boudou shouted, and his speed increased rapidly. He waved his right claw and instantly shot out a wind blade. The light green wind blade was like a curved blade, and directly killed the fat but bird that was chasing after it. "Thank you, Little Do." The battle beast envoy that was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City, and his mood was slightly complicated. Because normally, he looked down on Little Do, and teased him for his low strength, that he was only recognized by the little arrow-tail eagle because of his good luck. But now it seemed that Jean Boudou's battle technique was clearly above him, and he even disregarded the past and saved him. "No need to be so polite, we are all from Mountain Cliff City." Jean Boudou opened its beak and spoke in a human voice. Hearing this, the saved battle beast envoy's mood became even more complicated. "Quickly regroup, fight the fat but birds and protect the city," Jean Boudou urged. "Yes." The battle beast envoy nodded heavily, and continued to participate in the fierce battle. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the others saw this scene, and their evaluation of Jean Boudou increased by another level. "This child." The middle-aged woman's tightly knitted brows relaxed. "When we get home, I will teach him a lesson." "Ah." The middle-aged man on the wheelchair laughed loudly. Mountain Cliff City Lord nodded lightly and did not comment. "After this performance, other people's impression of me will increase by a lot." Jean Boudou was very calm as he calculated. The battle beast envoy that was saved by him was very grateful to him. Unbeknownst to him, Jean Boudou was also grateful to him. "Without such an opponent, how can I show off my noble character?" After obtaining the little arrow-tail eagle's recognition, His status skyrocketed, and he became the Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple. This made many people envious. Fang Yuan made use of everyone's mentality, and carefully selected an opponent that looked fierce, but was actually harmless. And after he deliberately sought a chance encounter, this opponent had a verbal conflict with him. After that, Fang Yuan deepened this conflict, and purposely allowed the opponent to bully him in public. Then, with the bruises on his face, he took the initiative to find Mountain Cliff City Lord, and asked him to increase the intensity of his training, but did not explain any details. With that, even the Mountain Cliff City Lord knew what was going on. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this opponent to raise his prestige. He didn't expect that the Fat But Bird disaster would give him a better opportunity. Once the opportunity appeared, Fang Yuan's clone immediately grasped it, and under the gaze of many people, he saved this opponent. Ever since I transmigrated, my luck has not been bad. Even when the bird egg fell from the sky, I used up a lot of luck. It seems that the main body's attainment and luck path is getting deeper. It has given me a lot of help. After an intense battle, the Fat But Bird was defeated. Jianghu's performance was extremely outstanding. He almost killed the Bird King, but was stopped by Mountain Cliff City Lord. After the battle, Jianghu purposely asked Mountain Cliff City Lord, expressing his confusion, "Grandpa, why didn't you let me kill that hateful Bird King? Without it, our Mountain Cliff City will never have to face such a disaster again." Little Do, Mountain Cliff City Lord rubbed the head of Fang Yuan's clone, and said amiably, "Even if you kill that Bird King, the birds will choose a new one. Then why didn't you do it, Grandpa? With your strength, you can completely exterminate the entire bird group." Fang Yuan asked naively. Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. "That is because the bird poop is also good stuff. It can increase the fertility of the soil, and help crops grow faster and healthier. There are even many merchant groups that come to exchange for the bird poop with us." "Is that so? So the smelly bird poop is actually a treasure?" Fang Yuan's clone was shocked. Seeing this, Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. "Little Do, Grandpa taught you not to judge a book by its cover. Similarly, you cannot judge everything in the world by its cover." "I understand. I will remember Grandpa's words." Fang Yuan's clone nodded heavily. Good child." The Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again and thought to himself, "Other than this reason, there are other reasons. But I'll let you keep that pure heart of yours, my disciple. You are still too young to come into contact with those things." After bidding farewell to Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fang Yuan walked out of the City Lord estate. The City Lord estate had a tall foundation. It was a city within a city. Fang Yuan used the terrain to observe the entire city. In the city they had already begun to recuperate and rebuild. Large numbers of mortals stopped hiding. They came out of the tunnels and cellars. This Fat But Bird calamity not only raised Fang Yuan's reputation, it also deepened his understanding of this world. The Fat But Bird King is a mutated beast king. It has rank 5 Gu Master battle strength. I am only a rank 1 Gu Master, but after fusing with the Arrow-tail Eagle, I almost killed it. In this grotto heaven, it is too easy to obtain such battle strength. No wonder the Gu Master tradition cannot develop. If the Gu Master tradition existed, this city would not be a simple pile of rocks. It would have dozens of Gu houses defending it. The Fat But Bird calamity would not cause such huge losses. However, there are many benefits to keeping the Fat But Bird calamity. Mountain Cliff City is at the peak of a mountain. It is surrounded by hard and thick mountain soil. It needs bird poop to produce enough food. Moreover, bird poop can be used as a specialty. It can attract caravans to come here and exchange goods. Cliff City can make use of this test to select even more geniuses. It can give the people of the city external pressure. It will help in unity and make the citizens support the ruler more. The killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation covers the entire grotto heaven. Gu Masters can easily use the killer move's power to transform here. The process needs to expend positive emotions. Thus, combat beast envoys are usually people with rich positive emotions. But this does not mean the people here are naive. Those with high status have their own schemes and methods. Fang Yuan thought as he arrived at the outer city. "Ah, it is Lord Jianghu. It is young Master Jianghu. Greetings, young master." Our entire family witnessed young master's heroic battle. Along the way, Fang Yuan was welcomed by many people. He opened his mouth and rubbed his head, smiling embarrassedly, showing his white teeth. Hello everyone, don't call me young master or lord, just call me Little Do. Come, Grandpa, let me help you." Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly walked towards the old grandpa and snatched his shovel. "Grandpa, take a rest first. I will help you clean your poop," Fang Yuan said. "Oh little Do, you are here to help me again. You are such a good child, such a good child." The old grandpa's eyes turned red. Even though combat beast envoys were full of positive emotions, strength could change one's mentality, many of them had to maintain their status, who would be like Fang Yuan, even though he was Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple. He often came to the commoners. He was not afraid of hardship, he was not afraid of getting dirty, he truly helped the commoners. Fang Yuan worked as he thought, looking at the days, my main body should be making a move soon. With my own progress I cannot reach my goal in a short period of time. I will need my main body to release beast calamities. I will coordinate with him here. The beast calamities released by my main body will not be as small as those fat but birds. Chapter 1867. The river of time flowed slowly, emitting a colorful radiance. Compared to the river of time, this river was not wide, it was only a tributary. This was Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's tributary of the river of time. Because of this tributary, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the flow of time, it was not a static world. A figure quietly appeared. He had a fair and peerless face, he had a high-nosed bridge and deep black eyes, his long hair hung down to his waist like a black waterfall. It was Fang Yuan's main body. "Let's do it here." Fang Yuan looked at this tributary of the river of time and waved his hand. In an instant 12 balls of light shot out. The lumps of light landed in the tributary of the river of time and turned into 12 immemorial year beasts. These 12 immemorial year beasts were of different species. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog and pig. Among them, the primordial year rat, primordial year ox and primordial year dog were the most powerful. Back then, when Fang Yuan fought with celestial quartz goo immortals in the river of time, Fang Yuan used myriad year flying warship and won against celestial court. But at the final stage, these 3 immemorial year beasts came to find trouble with Fang Yuan. The immemorial year ox broke myriad year flying warship's hull, the immemorial year dog tore the side of the ship, while the immemorial year beast directly entered and took away year's flow like water immortal goo. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had prepared for this, he had already designed a fake year's flow like water immortal goo as bait. The immemorial year rat was deceived and took away the bait. It instead attracted most of the firepower and helped Fang Yuan's myriad year flying warship to escape easily. After that, Fang Yuan rested and reorganized himself. He rode myriad year flying warship back to the river of time to find trouble with these immemorial year beasts. After some effort he subdued them one by one. This way Fang Yuan finally collected 12 different immemorial year beasts. During his cultivation, Fang Yuan successfully created the 12 zodiac battle formation on this foundation. Right now, I'm still not familiar with the 12 zodiac battle formation, so I can't fight against the celestial court. However, it is more than enough for the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. 12 zodiac battle formation was an ancient battle formation. It was different from the current goo formations. Moreover, because Fang Yuan's main body was not personally participating in it, it was rather difficult to control this ancient battle formation. It was fine against an enemy like the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, but if it was used against the experts of the Celestial Court, it would be extremely difficult. The immemorial year beast roared and the 12 zodiac battle formation was activated. The 12 balls of light released a dazzling radiance and formed 12 golden pillars of light that reached the bottom of the river and into the sky. The giant pillars were closely connected. Soon after, the golden light scattered, and the 12 golden pillars disappeared, leaving behind a thick golden fog that shrouded the surface of the tributary of the river of time. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Wah wah wah. The golden fog affected the tributary of the river of time, causing the river water in this tributary to flow faster and faster. The 12 zodiac battle formation was specialized in fighting and killing, but Fang Yuan was a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. When he activated it now, it surpassed the original limitations of the battle formation and caused a mystical change, affecting the flow of time in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Such an effect was naturally very intense. At this moment, the Qilin heavenly spirit must have sensed it. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and letting out a large number of year beasts. These year beasts included desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts roared and charged out of the golden fog, charging into Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As a time path goo immortal, when attacking blessed lands and grotto heavens, they would have a way that other paths could not control, that was the tributary of the river of time. As a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, Fang Yuan naturally had such an offensive method. Fang Yuan was a giant demon of the current generation. Once he made a move, he immediately caused a huge impact to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was shaped like a qilin. It suddenly realized, oh no! The tributary of the River of Time is changing. A time path great expert is forcefully changing the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. We must stop him. The Gu cultivators in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had gone astray. They did not know about the real outside world. They only thought that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the entire world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But the qilin Heavenly Spirit was formed from Beast Calamity Immortal's obsession. It was not part of this. The qilin Heavenly Spirit was knowledgeable. After Fang Yuan made a move, it immediately understood that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was raised by Fang Yuan by many times. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very frequently. Even though Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the repeated calamities and tribulations. The qilin Heavenly Spirit did not offer itself, but it controlled Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It naturally had many ways to warn the Gu cultivators here. Moreover, Fang Yuan wanted them to find out that the large numbers of year beasts that he sent out had already left the tributary of the River of Time. They were appearing everywhere in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. A grand calamity and tribulation instantly formed. It caught the Gu immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven off guard. Because of the year beast destruction, the various places suffered huge losses. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was in chaos. Mountain Cliff City was naturally affected. Mountain Cliff City Lord, who had Gu immortal level battle strength, was mobilized. To resolve this calamity, we need to get rid of the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City Lord instructed. The core members of the city nodded. They had heavy expressions. Without the Mountain Cliff City Lord holding the fort, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. His young face was filled with fighting spirit. Everyone could not help but chuckle when they saw this. The future belongs to you, my disciple. Mountain Cliff City Lord patted the shoulder of Fang Yuan's clone as he left. Fang Yuan looked at the old man's departing figure, thinking, my main body is setting up a formation in the tributary of the River of Time. Once Mountain Cliff City Lord leaves, he will be trapped in the formation and wait for me to save him. The stage is already set. I am the main character now. Time passed quickly. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The year beast calamity was still spreading, but because Fang Yuan's main body controlled the source, the calamity did not threaten the foundation of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As the only super force in the Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild started to mobilize young Gu masters. Jean Boudou was among them. He and a group of similar age Gu masters were brought to a valley. This was an entrance that the qilin Heavenly Spirit had secretly arranged. It could directly enter and exit the tributary of the River of Time. The guild leader, the current generation Combat Beast King, was a thin old man. He personally explained the situation to these youngsters. After our exploration, we found that the golden fog that is spreading in this river has many peculiarities that can be used. The younger and stronger the youngster, the easier it will be for them to enter and exit. Right now, most of the Combat Beast warriors are trapped in the golden fog. You need to save them and bring them out. This was naturally a standard that Fang Yuan had purposely set up. It was to make it easier for his clone to enter. Jean Boudou's clone had recently advanced to rank 2, just his cultivation level alone was outstanding. Moreover, there was the Arrowtail Eagle, the future desolate beast. Together with Jean Boudou's own strong will, he expressed that he wanted to save his master, even if he had to sacrifice his life. His lifelike acting skills made everyone believe that it was real, and he raised his reputation quite a bit. This operation will depend on you. Although you are still young, this world is at a critical juncture of life and death. It needs your strength. You will be the saviors of this world. The Combat Beast King encouraged, immediately igniting the youngster's fighting spirit and hot blood. Jean Boudou secretly rolled his eyes, but his expression was the most excited. His fighting spirit was the highest. He was the first to charge into the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was filled with golden fog. Gu masters could step into it like they were standing on flat ground. There were wild beasts here, but the strongest were mutated beasts. There was not a single desolate beast. But to these youngsters, it was a huge obstacle. The Combat Beast warriors who entered earlier were already suppressed. Their bodies were covered in the fog. they were like golden statues, it was very difficult for them to even move. The first batch of warriors who entered the fog were already stiff, they were like golden statues, unable to move. Jianghu entered and killed mutated beasts, he saved his companions, he then became the leader, he was in the limelight. Gu immortals were saved by him one after another, Jianghu became their benefactor. To think that one day I would be saved by a young combat beast envoy. Many Gu immortals expressed similar emotions. Thank you, young man, if you have any trouble in the future, come and find me in Sacred Eagle City. This eagle warrior was killed by Fang Yuan in the previous life, to think that he would be saved by Fang Yuan's clone in this life. Did you see my master, Mountain Cliff City Lord? Jianghu asked everyone he met. He naturally knew that Mountain Cliff City Lord was hidden by his main body. Little Du is such a good child, he never gave up on saving his master. He is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. I am really envious of Mountain Cliff City Lord, he took in such a good disciple. Oh little Du, you cannot go anymore, time flows very quickly in this golden fog, it will reduce your lifespan. I am not afraid. I must save my master. My achievements today are all because of my master's teachings and nurturing. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will save him. Jianghu did not let go of any chance to show his worth, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Moreover, this is a good thing. Time flows quickly, my cultivation speed is also fast, how many days has it been? I already have rank 3 Gu Master cultivation level. The stronger I am, the more people I can save my master. Jianghu shouted, trying to let more people hear him. Child, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. This is lifespan Gu, it can increase your lifespan and make up for your loss. Combat Beast King appeared in time, handing the lifespan Gu to Jianghu. Jianghu pretended to be overjoyed, he said, Grandpa, you are already so old, you should use it. It can extend your lifespan. Combat Beast King was pleased, thinking that he did not give it to the wrong person, he immediately persuaded Jianghu in a friendly manner. Good child, Grandpa has more. You need these lifespan Gu the most, you can only enter the golden fog if you are in a young state. I almost forgot. No wonder I feel that it is getting harder to enter and leave the fog. Jianghu showed a look of realization, he was also in a difficult spot, after a difficult choice, he nodded and accepted the lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan's clone was the main battle strength, most of the Combat Beast warriors were saved because of him, Combat Beast King would definitely protect his greatest hope. But he did not know that this was all Fang Yuan's scheme. Chapter 1868. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Fang Yuan's clone Jianghu entered the golden fog time and time again, rescuing the Gu immortals trapped inside. Each time he had to go through tough battles, facing countless fierce beasts, he was covered in injuries from the exhaustion. His companions of the same age gradually accepted his leadership, because their past battle achievements proved that Jianghu's decisions were wise and correct. This time there are 3 beast groups coming from the southeast, north and southwest direction, they are surrounding you. Fang Yuan's main body transmitted. Oh okay. I will lead them to break out. Alright, help me get rid of that white-robed youngster beside me. Fang Yuan's clone Jianghu replied. Understood. Fang Yuan's main body was at the densest area of the golden fog, he was lying down leisurely with a relaxed expression. With a thought, the Year Beast army moved out, attacking his clone's group. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. In the Battle of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he even deceived Duke Long into obtaining Primordial Origin's true inheritance. But this Primordial Origin true inheritance only contained a small portion of the first half. Even so, Fang Yuan sighed in admiration as he looked at it. From this small portion of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era, Chi Path was vast and powerful, it was extremely skillful. He also understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's talent, he was extraordinary as expected of a venerable, he could not be restricted by common sense. The contents of this true inheritance are still very useful even now. Of course, after so many years, Chi Path has been developing and innovating. The killer move Unlimited Chi C that I have is the best proof. This small portion of Primordial Origin's Chi Path true inheritance mainly contained the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long was unwilling to give it to him, but Fang Yuan insisted. After all, Chi Wall was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's signature method, it was famous in history, everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted to make peace with Chi Si ancestor, but seeing Fang Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Through this Qi Wall killer move, I have gained a deeper understanding of that Qi Wall in Celestial Court. I will try to break it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In his past life, the wall of air that appeared in the Celestial Court caused great trouble for Longevity Heaven. If Fang Yuan could break this move, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Court. However, it was clear that the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. After all, it was the work of an immortal venerable. The only consolation was that primordial origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Wall killer move had been passed down until now. It was filled with the style of the remote antiquity era. It was already outdated. This might be the key for Fang Yuan to break through the Qi Wall. Of course, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't decipher it. There were no invincible immortal Gu, only invincible Gu immortals. No killer move was perfect and invincible. All killer moves could be broken, but the same killer move could be used by different people, and the power and effectiveness would be vastly different. Whether Fang Yuan could break the Qi Wall killer move that primordial origin Immortal Venerable personally used, this was a huge question. Perhaps Duke Long had considered this. That was why he generously handed the contents of the Qi Wall killer move to Fang Yuan. At the same time, this small portion of the true inheritance is the best bait to lure me into joining the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. If there was really a Qi Sea ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, he would not be able to resist this temptation. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so many years, it showed that Qi Sea ancestor was not interested in authority. At the same time he cultivated Qi Path, but Qi Path had been declining for a long time. Only the Celestial Court had the most valuable Qi Path true inheritances. But the truth was, Qi Sea ancestor was just a disguise for Fang Yuan. If Duke Long knew that he was helping the enemy, who knew how he would feel? It is about time. Fang Yuan researched the Qi Path true inheritance while paying attention to the 12 zodiac formation. In this short period of time, he had already cooperated with the clone Zhan Budu and completed another performance. Some of the youngsters around Zhan Budu were sacrificed, dying in battle. Some of these people were obstacles. Fang Yuan was already clearing the obstacles for the next step of his plan. Zhan Budu saved a Gu immortal and returned triumphantly. There were only 1 or 2 combat beast warriors left in the Golden Fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Zhan Budu saved Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fang Yuan would stop and return to the 12 zodiac battle formation. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Fang Yuan had already achieved his current goal by nurturing his clone. Other than increasing his cultivation level, Zhan Budu's greatest gain was the expansion of his network. After this battle, almost all the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven received Zhan Budu's favor. This favor was not a small matter, it was the favor of saving their lives. If this was the outside world, the Gu Immortals might turn against them. But here, those who could become combat beast warriors needed to have a lot of positive intentions. Thus, all of them knew how to repay favors. There was no lack of people who would repay favors with a fountain. Zhan Budu did not lack resources, his future was bright. And he would not ask for favors, he was even more humble and polite, he did not care about anything, he displayed all sorts of virtues and moral character. Fang Yuan could have killed them all in one go, but these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner, he killed many combat beast warriors. After rebirth, he changed his plan, he used a different method to annex them, it was to preserve the value of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to the greatest extent. These Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven will all be subdued, they will be a supplement to my subordinates. In the future, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, I will send them to battle, they will have a certain effect. Of course, their methods are too superficial, they can catch the enemies off guard. Once they are exposed, these Gu Immortals will suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu Masters took a shortcut. Even though they could obtain battle strength easily, they were not abundant, they were not orthodox Gu cultivation methods. Like now, Fang Yuan had just set up a 12 zodiac formation, but he was able to fool all the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the Combat Beast King could not tell the truth, he thought it was the Golden Fog, he did not even see the true appearances of the 12 immemorial year beasts. Just with this difference, Fang Yuan could easily suppress them. Like in the previous life, when Fang Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into a bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. And these Combat Beast Warriors and Combat Beast King had always thought that Fang Yuan was a Beast Calamity, he had all sorts of powerful battle techniques. They had never thought about Gu Worms or killer moves, their horizons were too shallow. Several days later, Fang Yuan retrieved the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that enveloped the tributary of the River of Time also vanished. To avoid suspicion, before leaving, Fang Yuan purposely released a large group of year beasts. It was like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the Combat Beast Guild obtained complete victory. Everyone was overjoyed. The Gu immortals were all saved. They started to move around, killing or capturing the scattered year beasts in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's time flow was still affected by Fang Yuan's killer move. It was extremely fast. Zhan Budu became the object of everyone's praise. The Gu immortals were grateful to him. Combat Beast King even gave him an award in front of everyone, encouraging him, "Oh little Du, you are truly the little savior. You saved everyone, that is also indirectly saving the entire world." Zhan Budu quickly waved his hand and thanked him. His tone was very humble. From this moment onwards, the title of Little Savior belonged to Zhan Budu. Next, he had to wait for another fortuitous encounter, to become a Gu immortal. After that, he would openly accept the test and inherit Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used heaven form to inspect profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. Even though his progress was not as great as Zhan Budu's, his days were still very good. Ever since the last poem recitation, Li Xiaobai was paid close attention to by the private school's teacher Jianghu. He arranged many private tutoring sessions for him. Li Xiaobai gradually displayed his potential and talent. Teacher Jianghu was pleasantly surprised. He taught him even more carefully. At this rate, he is still far from reaching the highest level of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It is a pity. Profound literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven are different. The latter is sealed, but the former has a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, it is an information path Grotto Heaven that specializes in gathering information. It is not easy for me to make a move. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I use the 12 zodiac battle formation, it might be seen through. Fang Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai's development. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead the beast army to invade profound literature Grotto Heaven. But that way he would have to fight against that rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was not afraid, but it would be hard for him to win quickly. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, it was easy to be implicated. They would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not want to see this. If he could forcefully attack, he would have done so already. Profound literature Grotto Heaven itself could not be annexed, but the information path inheritances and resources inside were targets that Fang Yuan coveted. Fang Yuan had a total of 5 clones now. The Time Path clone was the earliest clone. It was currently at rank 6 in order to use the Light of Wisdom. The Dragon Man clone had the highest cultivation level at rank 7, it controlled Dragon Palace and was also the strongest. It was currently in contact with Gu tribe and had many good results. Zhan Budu made huge progress with Fang Yuan's help. Li Xiaobai had to rely on his own hard work. It was not time for him to exert his strength yet. As for Fang Yuan's fake identities, there were even more of them. On this day, Fang Clan contacted Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, it was not Guyue Fang Yuan, but his fake identity, Xuanbu Jin. Elder Xuanbu Jin, we need you to help Second Supreme Elder refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He joined Fang Clan not only to develop Green Ghost Desert, but also to obtain Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. It was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had personally experienced it. Chapter 1869. Fang Clan's Headquarters. An Immortal Gu House was built with green bricks and golden tiles. It was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. The palace door was open. A huge hall could be seen inside. There were dozens of huge pillars in the hall. They were thick and shining with bronze luster. At the top of the door there was a plaque with 3 words written on it. It was Divine Bean Palace. And around Divine Bean Palace, there was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path Gu formation that surrounded half of Divine Bean Palace. This Wisdom Path Gu formation flickered with light blue light that shone on Divine Bean Palace. The blue light was like water. It tried to permeate into Divine Bean Palace, but the effect was not good. After a while, the Wisdom Path Gu formation stopped and 2 Gu immortals walked out. One was dressed in yellow. He had an ordinary appearance and a beard. He looked like a mortal, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. it was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichang. The other was dressed in a black robe, he looked like a thin middle-aged man, his long hair was draped over his shoulders, his temples were white, he looked proud and aloof. It was Fang Yuan who was disguised as Swan Bujin. At this moment, Fang Yuan sighed. This divine bean palace is truly amazing, even without anyone guarding it, it is like a living creature. It is like a towering ancient tree, we are like two worms, even if we try our best to infiltrate it, it will only be a drop in the ocean for divine bean palace. Indeed. Fang Dichang nodded. The worst thing is even if we break some of the branches and leaves of this tree, it will regrow after a while. Fang Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable style. According to historical records, he has the most abundant immortal essence among the venerables, his recovery speed is the highest, he has the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are both Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, it will be very difficult to refine this Wood Path Immortal Gu house. We might as well go to Yanqing and get 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us, it will definitely be effective. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Western Desert has few Wood Path Gu Immortals to begin with. News of our clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace has already been exposed. The other super clans have already formed an encirclement to stop us. Of course, there are also forces that are providing Wood Path Gu Immortals. Brother, guess which one it is? Fang Dichang asked. Fang Yuan had a thought. Without thinking, he said, I think it is Celestial Court? Brother, you guessed right. The Immortal Gu Immortal Courthouse. Duke Long personally guaranteed that he would send Wood Path Gu Immortals to take back Divine Bean Palace, their past grudges would be written off, he even promised a vast amount of resources. After Duke Dragon Palace he dd Gu Immortal Gu of Gu. He had and Gu of Gu sect he. He said, Celestial Court scheme is wishful thinking, they want to use West Desert's current situation to force my Fang clan to submit. Gu Gu house, imf of IMS he can ken of Gu. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu Immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu Immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Brother Swan Bujin, you are right. This Gu Immortal was an old man, he had white hair and eyebrows, his beard was like a lion's mane, his muscles were bulging, his figure was firm, he had a grand aura, he was Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong. Fang Gong patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, Brother, it must have been hard on you on your first day here, you have not even had a sip of hot tea before entering the formation to deduce. I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you back. Fang Yuan smiled, thank you for your concern, First Supreme Elder. The matter of taking down Divine Bean Palace has stimulated my interest and fighting spirit. Moreover, I am Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder, helping Fang Clan is helping myself, isn't that so? His mind, however, was clear. This Fang Clan is under too much pressure, they finally want my help to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Fang Clan's attitude towards me is not strange at all. It seems that I can use this chance to threaten them and raise the price, I will gain some benefits first. Fang Yuan's heart was simply too black. Not only did he want Divine Bean Palace, he also wanted to extort benefits from Fang Clan. Fang Clan was truly unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Fang Yuan's interference, Fang Clan's situation would have been very good. With just Fang Clan's hard work, they resolved the crisis. Even at the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they did not manage to refine Divine Bean Palace. The banquet was grand, Fang Clan really wanted to borrow Swan Bujin's strength. Fang Clan's higher-ups were very enthusiastic, Fang Gong, who was a rank 8, was even more amiable. Fang Yuan promised on the spot that he would do his best to help. Thus both the host and guest were happy. If Fang Clan knew that this Gu Immortal they were entertaining was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes, they might tear apart Fang Yuan's tendons on the spot. In the following days, Fang Yuan followed Fang Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Bean Palace through the Wisdom Path Immortal Formation. Divine Bean Palace had an endless supply of resources, it could recover on its own and could not be penetrated. If today's progress was 10, tomorrow, it would fall to 3 or 4. Every time Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang made a move, they would deduce until their minds heated up, they could only stop helplessly when it reached the limit. Even though I did not use my full strength, I have displayed the standard of a rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even so, Fang Dichang's progress is slow with my help. Not to mention what kind of situation he was in without my help. Fang Yuan understood the situation and felt a trace of sympathy towards Fang Dichang. he also felt a trace of rejoice. Precisely because Fang Di-chang used his full strength to forcefully refine Divine Being Palace, he did not have any spare energy and time. Fang Yuan's scheme against Fang clan succeeded. In comparison, Fang Di-chang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. His attainment level was higher than Fang Yuan's. Putting in all his effort every day, even though Fang Yuan concealed a portion of his strength, he was gradually feeling exhausted. Fang Di-chang was even more so, he was truly putting in all his effort. Relying on this tenacious spirit, even though refining Divine Being Palace had always been very difficult, he had accumulated quite a bit of results. Fang clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcefully take down Divine Being Palace. This is a true refinement. There is naturally hope of success. However, the price we have to pay is huge. Let's not talk about other things, just the immortal essence alone is a huge sum. If I add Wood Path and Refinement Path, it will be much easier. Of course, if I use my full strength, not just in Wisdom Path but also in Formation Path, the situation will be completely different. Fang Yuan naturally would not do this. Feeling that the time was right, he stopped on a certain day and did not appear in time. Fang Di-chang hurriedly went to ask, "Brother, are you injured? Are you alright? I have already prepared everything, I can heal you." Fang Yuan coughed. "Thank you for your concern, second elder. I am indeed injured, but it is not a big deal, I can handle it myself. It is just that, the immortal essence loss is too severe. My mind is also tired, the workload is too heavy and heavy. How many years will it take to completely refine Divine Being Palace? I really can't hold on for much longer." Fang Di-chang's eyes widened when he heard this. Xuan Bujin was going to quit. What should he do? He finally had some results. If he did not persevere every day, these results would quickly disappear. Thinking of Fang clan's situation, Fang Di-chang was anxious. "Brother." Fang Di-chang smiled. "Our Fang clan will not mistreat you, don't worry." Fang Yuan said seriously, "Second elder, don't think that I am purposely quitting. I am not that kind of person. I trust Fang clan. Joining Fang clan is the best proof. At the same time, my cooperation with Fang clan started long ago. When we attacked Divine Being Palace, we established an alliance agreement. I have never forgotten this alliance agreement." Fang Yuan spoke with deep sincerity. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Di-chang immediately understood Fang Yuan's hidden meaning. He smiled again. "Brother, I understand. We have never forgotten the alliance agreement back then. Indeed, you helped our Fang clan seize Divine Being Palace. According to the agreement, our Fang clan has to give you the immortal goo. We are still in arrears now, it is our Fang clan's fault. I apologize to you. If you need our clan's immortal goo, I will arrange for someone to send it over." "Sigh. I can't. Second elder, I really did not mean that, you misunderstood me." Fang Yuan said. "Misunderstood? Why would I misunderstand you?" Fang Di-chang snorted internally. He had already seen through Xuan Bujin. This was a ruthless person who would not do anything without benefits. Back then, when they attacked Divine Being Palace, he had used this chance to ask for Great Thief Immortal Goo. Now he was playing this trick again. Fang Di-chang really wanted to slap Fang Yuan a few times, but he forcefully endured it. There was no helping it, he needed Xuan Bujin's help now. With Xuan Bujin helping him, the effect was indeed good. Thus, Fang Di-chang strongly wanted to give Fang Yuan the immortal goo, but Fang Yuan kept pushing it away, refusing to accept it. Fang Di-chang had a bad premonition Xuan Bujin was acting like this, he definitely had a bigger scheme. After pushing it away again and again, Fang Di-chang said directly, "Brother, if you have any thoughts, just say it." Fang Yuan said solemnly, "Second elder, don't look down on me, I am also a member of Fang clan. With Fang clan's current situation, how could I do such a despicable thing like taking advantage of the situation to threaten you? Am I, Xuan Bujin, that kind of person? On the contrary, I feel that the previous Immortal Goo reward is too high, I am willing to take a step back and not want the Immortal Goo reward." Fang Di-chang felt even worse, but then he heard Fang Yuan say, "If you really want me to say it, I can only be frank. Second elder, you are one of us, I have nothing to hide from you. To speak the truth, I am quite interested in thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Goo, I just want to take a look at the True Inheritance's contents. Of course, if Second Elder finds it difficult, then forget it." Chapter 1870. Bam. Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair, his eyes flickered with anger. "This Xuan Bujin is too greedy. He actually dares to ask for our clan's theft path true inheritance. What ability does he have? He is just a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He dares to extort our Fang clan. Damn it. He deserves death. Fang Gong was furious after hearing Fang Dichang's report. Fang Dichang, however, had already calmed down. Xuan Bujin indeed has some ability. Our Fang clan recruiting Xuan Bujin is also a decision made according to the current situation. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, Xuan Bujin is naturally very astute. Now that he is asking for the theft path true inheritance, our clan cannot reject him. What? You really want to give him the theft path true inheritance? That is Thieving Heaven Venerable's true inheritance. Fang Gong's eyes were wide open. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he will not work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is in our clan's headquarters now. We might be able to kill him if we work together. But what about after we kill him? Without his help, it will be very difficult for me to refine Divine Bean Palace. It will take too long. Fang clan, on the other hand, is facing a lot of pressure. A rank 8 Gu immortal has already made a move not long ago. This was done by Fang Yuan's 2 dragon generals, but it was done cleanly. Fang Dichang spent most of his energy on Divine Bean Palace, thus he could not find out the truth. Everyone in Fang clan thought this was either one of Western Desert's super clans, a Western Desert demonic path Gu immortal with ulterior motives, or the Celestial Court. Fang Gong was silent. He was the first supreme elder after all. He gradually calmed down. Fang clan's current situation indeed required Xuan Bujin's help. Once Divine Bean Palace was obtained, Fang clan would be able to turn the situation around. In the future, if they repaired Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and the other immortal Gu houses, Fang clan's overall strength would probably surpass most of Western Desert's Righteous Path super forces. Xuan Bujin was the key to Fang clan to turn the situation around and ascend to the peak. As expected of a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he is stuck at this juncture. This Xuan Bujin has guts and ability. Fang Gong snickered. Fang Dichang understood Fang Gong. Hearing his words, he knew that Fang Gong agreed. Of course, after the Fang clan survived this crisis, Fang Gong would definitely punish Xuan Bujin and vent his anger. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, Xuan Bujin knows his limits. He did not ask for my wisdom path inheritance, nor did he covet the secrets of my clan's immortal Gu house. If he makes these 2 requests, we'll really be in a difficult position. Fang clan's foundation was not the path of theft. It was never like that. The path of theft was only an accidental gain of Fang clan. It was obtained from an otherworldly demon. After so many years, Fang clan's use of this Tao Thieving Heaven true inheritance had reached an extreme. The theft path immortal Gu house that he used to counterattack Dong Luchin earlier was in tatters. Just this point alone was enough to explain many problems. Fang Di laughed. This Xuan Bujin's wisdom path attainment is indeed deep. Not to mention that I've made a lot of progress with his help these days. Just by looking at this request of his, it was clear that he had a very precise and experienced grasp of the heat. He did not go overboard but also obtained the greatest benefits. This is not easy to achieve. Fang Gong also laughed. You really think highly of this person? You actually praised him? Fang Dichang's eyes shined. A talent is a talent. Why would I purposely belittle him because of myself? If such a talent could really be used by our clan, that would be an extremely good thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, it's not easy to make a daring thing like Xuan Bujin truly loyal to our clan. After some discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fang Yuan browse the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan soon obtained the true inheritance's contents. It was indeed a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Its essence was the killer move Theft Path. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to create Theft Path because of this killer move. Evidently, this killer move had great significance. It was the origin of Theft Path. Fang Yuan was simply amazed when he saw it. In this true inheritance, Theft Path was grand and majestic. Because it was not just stealing people or objects, it was stealing the entire world. He could steal all the Dao marks in the world. Other than that, there was another content that made Fang Yuan look at it again and again, enjoying it so much that he forgot to stop. This was the Theft Path Immortal Gu House in the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan's Theft Path attainment level is at Great Grandmaster. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals do not have such attainment. Thus, Fang Clan's advantage is in building immortal Gu houses, but they have no way to deal with this Thieves' Den. They can only allow it to deteriorate. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and saw the efforts of Fang Clan's successive generations from the contents of Thieves' Den. They had tried to repair this immortal goo house before. Even though there are many wondrous ideas, they are not compatible with theft path, they are at most superfluous. But if I were to repair it, it would be different. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance was already his limit. Fang Yuan knew, Fang clan was about to turn hostile, but he forcibly endured it. Even if Fang clan gave the true inheritance directly, they would definitely remember this grudge. If he asked for Thieves' Den, it would be too much, it would greatly exceed Fang clan's foundation, they would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, as a wisdom path Gu immortal, I am too interested in theft path. This is a huge suspicious point. The reason why Fang Dichang did not suspect anything was because I had planned it well. Earlier, I stole Great Thief Ghost Hand and then used wisdom to kill Wan Liang Han. These left a deep impression in Fang clan's hearts, thus they acted naturally. But is this true inheritance the entire contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan could not tell, at least he did not see anything else in this content. But this was not certain because Fang clan had the wisdom path great expert Fang Dichang. What if I make a move now and snatch it? Fang Yuan thought. With just his own battle strength, it was not difficult to deal with Fang clan. Even though Fang Gong was strong and was a rare strength path rank 8 Gu immortal, he could not compare to Duke Long. There was still a gap in battle strength between him and Fang Yuan. However, the possibility of Fang Yuan making the final decision was not high. Fang Gong had once suppressed Chen Yi, his strength was at the top of rank 8. At the same time, this was Fang clan's headquarters, there were many arrangements that Fang Yuan did not know about. The biggest possibility was that a huge battle would erupt and the world would know about it. By then, not only would Fang Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert's righteous path super forces would also find the best reason to help Fang clan exterminate the demon and attack Fang clan. Moreover, the Celestial Court would not be idle. With such a good opportunity, they would definitely send Gu immortals to take action. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before deciding to help Fang Dichang maintain the current situation. This was the most beneficial solution for him. After reading Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Fang Yuan no longer complained about fatigue. He worked together with Fang Dichang to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace. At least, from the looks of it, he was doing his best. Progress was still difficult, but after accumulating time and time again, a qualitative change occurred. Divine Bean Palace's entrance opened, Gu immortals could enter and leave freely. This was huge progress. Fang clan was very excited, even Fang Dichang was smiling happily. They could see Fang clan's rise. However, the following facts were like a bucket of cold water pouring over the hearts of Fang clan's Gu immortals. No matter how hard Fang Dichang tried to refine Divine Bean Palace, there was no progress. This was a stark contrast to before. It seems that at this stage Divine Bean Palace's internal structure is not what I deduced, it has undergone a huge change. We can only make progress by changing the entire wisdom path formation. Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. But how do we change this wisdom path formation? Before that, we need to probe Divine Bean Palace and understand more. Sai, if we had a wood path great expert to help us, it would be much easier. Right now, with our wisdom path, we can only make wild guesses. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Other than making wild guesses, what else can we do? The matter of forcefully refining Divine Bean Palace fell into a bottleneck. Divine Bean Palace was indeed a personal creation of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The more Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan researched it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Fang Dichang racked his brains but could not find a good solution. Fang Yuan had many ideas but he did not mention any of them. During this period of time, he had not had the chance to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, he would definitely be able to open up a new situation. Sitting here and thinking is not in line with my cultivation path. I should go out and relax, maybe I will get some inspiration. Fang Yuan retreated in order to advance, he took the initiative to leave. Fang Dichang and Fang Gongku could not make him stay, they also needed Swan Bujin's help in the future, so they could only let Fang Yuan leave. Fang Yuan left Fang clan and entered Green Ghost Desert on the surface, but he was secretly exploring dream realms. During this period of time, his transaction with Chi Chuyu continued. He also used Second Aperture Mortal Gu to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path to collect dream realms for Wood Path. Without the help of a Wood Path Great Expert? No problem. I can become a Wood Path Great Expert myself, isn't that enough? Fang Yuan's method of breaking out of this situation was simple and violent. These wood-path dream realms could not stump him. In terms of experience in exploring dream realms, Fang Yuan was already the #1 person in the world. People like Duke Long did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Fang Yuan's wood-path attainment level had always been ordinary. He did not have any in-depth contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long after, he became a wood-path master. Several days passed in the outside world, he became a wood-path grandmaster. The dream realms in his hands were used up again. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. He would research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Bean Palace again. Immediately, countless plans appeared in his mind. Most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine suitable wood-path immortal goo. The current wood-path immortal goo are not suitable. Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he wanted to refine wood-path immortal goo, it was possible. After all, he had Langya sect. But in that case he could not refine luck-path immortal goo. The two Eastern Sea immortals soul-searched Fang Jing and told Qi Si ancestor about it. Thus, Fang Yuan knew about Celestial Court scheme. He also knew about Qin Ding Ling. From the Hairy Man Goo immortals refining luck-path immortal goo, he deduced that Celestial Court was also fighting to refine luck-path immortal goo. Even though most of them could not win against Fang Yuan, Celestial Court still managed to get a small portion. Now that they were changing their target and refining wood-path immortal goo on a large scale, it meant that Fang Yuan was giving up on refining luck-path immortal goo. But if he insisted on refining luck-path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could only rely on Karma Divine Tree to subdue Divine Bean Palace. It would be very difficult. Chapter 1871. Fang Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, he had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range, but he did not succeed. After that, he had a similar feeling. He knew that he had missed a huge opportunity. And if he missed this opportunity, he would feel great regret in the future. As expected. In the Battle of Central Continent, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Fang Yuan had this method, not only would he be able to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's continuous formation, he could even use 5 restriction Profound Light Qi to deal with heroes among people. And this time, facing Divine Bean Palace, this feeling appeared again. But different from the premonition in the previous life, this premonition came before I made my choice, while in the previous life, I only sensed it after I lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this also a form of progress? If this is a form of progress, then what is the reason for this progress? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan was very interested in the premonition itself. But he was even more interested in what caused this premonition. After deducing, Fang Yuan found the answer. Attainment levels. My wisdom path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom path masters can produce intuition, while wisdom path grandmasters can comprehend by analogy. Wisdom path Gu immortals cultivate thoughts, wills and emotions. The appearance of any emotion is a premonition. It has great significance and is different from Gu immortals of other paths. Next is luck path. Luck path is about change. My luck path attainment level is at master level. I can also produce intuition. Next is time path. In the previous life, when I sensed that I had lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance, my time path attainment level had already shown its effect. This time, my time path attainment level is quasi-supreme grandmaster, so I can sense certain situations in the future. It is precisely because of this change that I now have a premonition in advance and understand the importance of this choice. The increase in time path attainment level caused the relationship between premonition and events to change. This was a qualitative change. Finally, wood path attainment level. Because this matter concerns Divine Bean Palace, my wood path attainment level was very ordinary, so my premonition was not very sensitive. When I became a wood path grandmaster, my premonition finally filled up the last piece and condensed it into form. Wisdom path realm, luck path realm, time path realm, wood path realm. These 4 realms complemented each other and formed a miraculous premonition. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this. As of now, Fang Yuan was probably the only one who cultivated in all kinds of schools. More accurately speaking, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. It was hard to say in the future. In the future, dream realms would appear everywhere. Gu immortals could use dream realms to rapidly raise their attainment levels of all sorts of paths. When these realms were combined, they might be able to get a premonition. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation of premonition is wisdom path attainment level. The level of time path attainment determined whether it was a premonition or a premonition. Luck path realm can make me more sensitive to certain changes. As for wood path and other paths, they are within the range of premonition. My premonition this time is because my wood path attainment level has risen, that's why I have such a clear premonition. In the future, if I make up for the other paths, I will be able to premonition all sorts of things. What kind of attainment level is that? A phrase flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, omniscience and omnipotence. No, it is not omnipotence, but omniscience can be achieved. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. When the attainment level of all paths reached a certain level, they could have premonitions that encompassed all things. This level of premonition was close to omniscience. If I can develop an outstanding cultivation level of all paths on the basis of the sovereign immortal body, wouldn't I be close to omnipotence? Omniscience and omnipotence. Fang Yuan muttered, his heart shuddered as his eyes shined with bright light. If I reach this level, I will definitely be able to see the path to eternal life clearly. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. Even though he had rich experiences and had been reborn many times, his past experiences were no longer of much help to him. Most of the time he needed to explore and practice many things. For example, his rank 9 venerable cultivation level, Fang Yuan's Dao marks had already broken through the limit of rank 8. After annexing Xiang Grotto Heaven, his calamities and tribulations should have jumped out of the range of rank 8. But he did not advance to rank 9. He needed to explore how to become a rank 9. And now, from this premonition, he found out the profundities of the various attainment levels. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest of dual cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop at this level, but Fang Yuan found out the hope of eternal life from it. Venerables could not achieve eternal life. Fang Yuan only had the goal of eternal life. As for how to achieve this goal, he did not have any concept or feasible ideas. Finally, on this day he figured out a possible path to immortality from a small premonition. Even though I do not know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the cornerstones. Next, I need to destroy fake Gu and make eternal life a possibility. Next, I need to work hard to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I need to explore dream realms and raise the attainment levels of all paths. To achieve omnipotence, I need to rely on the sovereign immortal body to cultivate all paths and have a firm grasp of all methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just this alone would allow him to surpass all the predecessors in history. Even those venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths, they could not reach the realm of omniscience. Even though their abilities were extraordinary and even Fang Yuan could not understand them, without the sovereign immortal body, they could not achieve omnipotence. If Fang Yuan could achieve omniscience and omnipotence, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. By then, venerables might not be able to achieve eternal life, but he might be able to. Wait a moment. The prophecy of 3 venerables clearly stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would become the strongest venerable. Is it because she will reach the realm of omniscience? This was very likely. Great Dream Immortal Venerable was definitely a great expert in dream realm exploration. Her attainment levels of all paths were extraordinary, she had a very high standard. Thus, it was not strange for her to achieve omniscience. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had a new and deeper understanding of the prophecy of 3 venerables in the future. He had rank 8 cultivation level now, his battle strength could rival Duke Long, he was already at the peak of this world. However, towards this world, towards the future, he was still minuscule. He needed to learn and understand many things, there were still countless aspects that he needed to grow in. Omniscience and omnipotence was too high of a goal, it could scare people to death. Most people would feel suffocated from despair if they saw this. They would not even have the slightest thought of trying. But Fang Yuan's inexhaustible fighting spirit was ignited. This way all the conflicts, all the hard work, my life will be filled with color. Several days later. Langya blessed land. Quick, increase the intensity of the fire. Langya white-haired land spirit urged while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of controlling the fire immediately used all his strength to increase the intensity of the fire. But land spirit of Langya felt it was not enough, he shouted, the fire needs to be even bigger, even bigger. But Lord, this is already the biggest fire. The hairy man Gu immortal shouted. Land spirit of Langya was experienced, he thought of a method with a turn of his eyes, he ordered, 6th hair, activate the wind formation in the formation, we will use wind to push the fire. 8th hair, Use a refinement path killer move to pull out the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal goo. With wind there would be the pollution of wind path Dao marks. Thus, they needed to purify it before the immortal goo refinement could proceed smoothly. Land Spirit of Langya made precise arrangements. He was busy but not chaotic. A moment later the refinement path formation shook, a rainbow light burst out, charging into the sky before vanishing. The formation stopped working, a brand new wood path immortal goo was refined. It's a success again this time. As expected of Lord Land Spirit of Langya. The hairy man goo immortals were overjoyed, they praised endlessly. Land Spirit of Langya however sighed, it is all thanks to Master's goo recipe. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment and refinement path and wood path Grandmaster attainment. The wood path immortal goo recipe he modified had reached an extremely high level. Adding on Land Spirit of Langya's peak level refinement path attainment, he could get twice the result with half the effort. The success rate was very high. The other hairy man goo immortals felt the same way. Lord Land Spirit is right. All along the success rate of immortal goo refinement has been too low. It is limited by refinement path attainment and goo recipes. Most goo immortals do not cultivate refinement path, they do not even cultivate refinement path as a secondary path, their refinement path attainment is unimaginable. As for modifying goo recipes, not only does it require the corresponding attainment level, it also requires refinement path attainment and wisdom path deduction attainment. Refining immortal goo had always been a huge trap, but for Fang Yuan, it gradually became a common thing. This was because Fang Yuan had wisdom path methods like the Light of Wisdom. He also had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. His attainment levels in other paths were also not small. Thus, the several obstacles that had been restricting the refinement of immortal goo were now non-existent for Fang Yuan. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was very fast. After so many days, Fang Yuan obtained several wood path immortal goo. He chose wood path in the end, he refined them on his own side. Actually, there were many wood path goo immortals in southern border, they also had many wood path immortal goo, but Fang Yuan did not extort them. Southern border's righteous path was now setting up beacon towers on a large scale. They were also gradually integrating and cooperating with the celestial court. They were restraining Fang Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. It showed that Wu Yong was gradually putting in effort to unify the whole of southern border's righteous path. If Fang Yuan extorted southern border's righteous path would path immortal goo, the celestial court would definitely find out. Fairy Myrtle would have doubts. Fang Yuan is collecting wood path immortal materials, is he trying to develop in wood path? He wants to refine wood path immortal goo? What is he trying to do? The celestial court was paying close attention to Fang clan because of Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1872. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had star constellation chessboard. She was likely to deduce Fang Yuan's actions in Fang clan and interfere. There was a similar situation in the past. Fang Yuan cultivated Qi Path and wanted to collect Qi Path immortal materials. He did not extort them from southern border's righteous path. But when he arrived in Eastern Sea, Duke Long pointed out the connection between Qi Sea ancestor and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was shocked. If Fang Yuan had extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, during the contest for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fang Yuan's true colors. Being able to deceive Duke Long was a close shave, it was just a step away. Many times in life one could not be greedy for convenience, one had to look far ahead. If Fang Yuan had been greedy for convenience and directly extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, the celestial court might have recognized Qi Sea ancestors' true identity. That way Fang Yuan would not have obtained a portion of primordial origin immortal venerable's Qi Path true inheritance. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. All of his risks, unless he had no other choice, were usually planned out before taking action. He struggled for hundreds of years, he walked countless paths, he experienced life and death situations, he moved between venerables and providence's struggles, he finally reached his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were wealth in life. With such energy, Fang Yuan would not act arrogantly and lose his composure. Stability, everything depended on stability. During the contest for Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained Fang Jing's information. He knew that he had interfered with him twice, he even knew of Qin Dingling's existence. Qin Dingling was a person from Giant Sun Immortal's era, Central Continent's immortal empress. she cultivated Metal Path before focusing on Luck Path. She had been in hibernation for 300,000 years. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible. The other party had such Luck Path attainment level. Even if he only refined 2 or 3 Luck Path Immortal Goo, it would be enough to modify killer moves and form a rich and comprehensive Luck Path method. In this situation, the tactic of refining Luck Path Immortal Goo was meaningless. Previously, Fang Yuan had focused on investing in Luck Path because the Celestial Court's foundation in Luck Path was weak. Fang Yuan's investment was worth 10 times more. Now that he had invested, the returns would be very worrying. Just like before, Fang Yuan had mastered the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, but he did not choose to invest in the Soul Dao. Even Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. This Soul Path true inheritance had little value. It was extremely likely that the Celestial Court would be able to break and restrain the strength of the Soul Path. After considering these aspects, Fang Yuan chose to stop using Luck Path Goo refinement and turn to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace could greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. The Celestial Court had always been Fang Yuan's greatest obstacle. To stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fake Goo, it was not just a battle. It involved information, disguise, misdirection, Goo refinement, resources, and all other aspects of competition. Only by assessing the opponent's trump cards could he deal with them calmly. Thus, information was very important. In history there were many famous battles. Some victories seemed simple and easy, but in fact there were many secret contests, early preparations, and racking one's brains to think about it. A brainless person would only be killed by others. A foolish person would not be able to go far. Since the ratio of input and output in Luck Path had changed greatly, Fang Yuan's timely change was a way to stop losses. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He chose this path. Time passed. The outside world of the 5 regions was calm, but undercurrents were surging. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, because the time flow was much faster, it was changing rapidly. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture was developing further. After annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he obtained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. It had already deeply influenced all aspects of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Right now there were large amounts of clouds floating in the mini-9 heavens. These clouds had different colors. Mini-yellow heaven had yellow clouds, mini-white heaven had white clouds. Next, a portion of these clouds would condense into clumps and form clouds. Fang Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's natural development was already very good. Fang Yuan did not have to invest a lot of resources. Dao marks are the foundation of the Immortal Aperture's development. With these 1,000,000 Dao marks, just the Immortal Aperture's natural development can produce all sorts of beneficial changes. Of course there are risks. During this process, I need to pay attention and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the ecology. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture was too spacious. The sudden addition of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks would spread out and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could bear it on its own. In the mini-5 regions, Qi currents were also forming in many places. There were some famous mountain peaks in the little southern border that were covered in mist. Kokitahara sky was covered in a large area of frost and snow Qi. Mini-western desert was steaming hot. There were many Qi whirlpools in mini-central continent. The true growth was in the 2 most basic Qi, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that deep underground in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was already a considerable amount of Earth Qi accumulated. In the sky, the vast amount of Heaven Qi was spreading out, but it was not as obvious as the Earth Qi gathering together. If Heaven Qi continued to grow, the mini-9 heavens would become even more cloudy. At the same time, a thin Qi membrane would form in the mini-9 heavens. If this Qi membrane continued to grow, it would eventually become a heavenly wind Qi wall. An Earth Qi had 2 directions of development. One was for Fang Yuan to ignore it and let the Earth Qi condense into a lump. This lump of Earth Qi would accumulate together. After a long period of time, it would form some underground caves. And these caves would be filled with Earth Qi. Anything that entered would be infected by the Earth Qi and turned into a stone statue. If this Earth Qi was too dense, it would form Earth Qi sandstorms and make the environment more dangerous. But Earth Qi sandstorms would continue to produce large amounts of Earth Path Immortal materials. The second direction was for Fang Yuan to carefully channel this huge lump of Earth Qi. Around it, tunnels were created and dug, allowing the Earth Qi to flow and scatter in all directions. By distributing the Earth Qi to all parts of the Immortal Aperture, there would be no Earth Chi sandstorms. This would make the soil of the mini-5 regions more fertile, there would be more crops, minerals and other resources. And those thin and long tunnels that were used to clear the Earth Chi would be eroded by the Earth Chi and gradually expand, they would be filled with Earth Path Dao marks and eventually form Earth trenches. These two directions had their pros and cons. Fang Yuan did not think, he chose the second option. He did not lack Earth Path immortal materials, digging the tunnels and creating the future Earth trenches would improve the entire sovereign immortal aperture. It would greatly expand its development prospects. Fang Yuan had delegated the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals would not slack off. As for Fang Yuan's main body, he was working hard to cultivate Karma Divine Tree. Originally, Karma Divine Tree was something that Fang Yuan had barely pieced together. It used the rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core and the other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu cause, and wood path immortal Gu effect. Fang Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not put much effort into this. Because of this, the steps became more complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree took a long time to prepare, it could not be used in battle. Not just that, the rank 7 core immortal Gu Karma Divine Tree killer move's power had fallen to rank 6. After Fang Yuan's hard work, Karma Divine Tree's 2 core immortal Gu, cause and effect, were still lacking. Back then, mature bamboo immortal Gu had already been replaced with a more orthodox wood path immortal Gu. At the same time, because of Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level, Karma Divine Tree itself was greatly improved. Now that Fang Yuan used this move, not only did the preparation time decrease greatly, it could be used in battle, its power also rose to rank 7. This move is clearly not enough to deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. It can at most bully rank 7s. The most important thing is to subdue Divine Bean Palace. As for Karma relocation, I cannot restore it for now. With Karma Divine Tree, Fang Yuan was eager to try it. As long as he used this move, Divine Bean Palace would definitely have a huge breakthrough in progress. However, Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Yuan had been assisting Fang Dichang. He had been in contact with Divine Bean Palace day and night, but did not have a good opportunity. How could he fight for and create such an opportunity? Before Fang Yuan solved this problem, Fang Dichang invited him to return to Fang Clan. In fact, while Fang Yuan was cultivating wood path outside, Fang Clan had been urging him to return several times. But this time, Fang Dichang personally sent a letter. Unlike the previous times, Fang Dichang clearly told Fang Yuan that he had already found a way to refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as he followed this method, he would definitely be able to refine Divine Bean Palace and obtain this immortal Gu house. Not only did this arouse Fang Yuan's curiosity, Fang Dichang also made a breakthrough? What is going on? Fang Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin again and returned to Fang Clan. This is my plan, what do you think, brother Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang informed Fang Yuan of his plan and asked. Fang Yuan pondered. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a wisdom path great grandmaster. He really thought of a feasible method. That was to use a house to destroy a house. Fang Dichang's plan was to temporarily build an immortal Gu house in Divine Bean Palace. This immortal Gu house would first deduce and probe before self-destructing, erupting with an extremely powerful force to break through Divine Bean Palace's internal defenses. Fang Clan was not like Fang Yuan, who could break through in wood path in a short period of time and become a wood path grandmaster. But Fang Dichang made full use of Fang Clan's advantage to resist Divine Bean Palace. But if we attack it like this, Divine Bean Palace will probably be incomplete, Fang Yuan said. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. There is no other way. Fang Clan's situation is worsening day by day, but as long as we refine Divine Bean Palace and keep the secret of its incomplete state, who would know about it? Fang Yuan frowned. The first step is to build an immortal Gu house in Divine Bean Palace. Even though this is difficult, with our foundation we should be able to do it. But what next? To probe the deeper mysteries of Divine Bean Palace, we need a Gu immortal to guard the immortal Gu house in the palace and resist Divine Bean Palace at all times, activating the immortal Gu house according to Divine Bean Palace's operations. Then on this foundation, under the premise that the Gu immortal cannot stop activating the immortal Gu house for even a moment, they can self-destruct the immortal Gu house to destroy a portion of Divine Bean Palace and make it defenseless. But wouldn't the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house be in danger? Saying so, Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp as he looked at Fang Dichang. The best choice to control the immortal Gu house was undoubtedly Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. That was Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Who should he send? Fang Yuan immediately understood why Fang clan insisted on his return. He would not do such a dangerous thing. Fang Dichang naturally knew what Fang Yuan was thinking. He smiled. Don't worry, brother, we will not let you control the immortal Gu house alone. We will cooperate during the entire process. After we succeed, Fang clan will not mistreat you. Fang Yuan pondered. I can agree. But I need to participate in the entire process of constructing the immortal Gu house. Fang Dichang's eyes shined with bright light. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Come, let's start now. Constructing the immortal Gu house inside the hall was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the immortal Gu house that was constructed would collapse mysteriously. Fang clan's losses were not small, but thankfully they had deep foundations in this aspect. Adding on the fact that Fang Yuan occasionally contributed some correct ideas, the immortal Gu house was finally constructed successfully. Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan entered the round tent-like immortal Gu house and started to probe the mysteries of Divine Bean Palace's internal workings. With this immortal Gu house, there was indeed huge progress. Not long after, Fang Dichang felt that the time was ripe. He said to Fang Yuan, "We can proceed to the final step. Are you ready?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's good." Fang Dichang said as he activated the immortal Gu house. Chains shot out from the four walls and instantly bound Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was pale with fright. "Second elder, what are you doing?" Fang Dichang looked at him deeply, saying with deep meaning, "Brother Swanbu Jin, Fang clan will not forget your contribution." "So that's it. Is this immortal Gu house going to self-destruct? You want to destroy me?" Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The immortal Gu house still needs to be destroyed. Fang Dichang said, "But if we simply destroy the immortal Gu house, the power that will erupt will only be a motley crew. Only by sacrificing a wisdom path Gu immortal like you can I break through my bottleneck and reach a higher wisdom path level in a short period of time. I used the power of the self-destruction to restrain Divine Bean Palace and subdue it in one fell swoop. Brother Swanbujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fang clan's situation. For the sake of Fang clan's future, please die." Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a member of Fang clan. Your death is a worthy one. Rest in peace." Chapter 1873. Fang Gong was hiding near Divine Bean Palace with a worried expression. "What's going on? Why is there no movement in Divine Bean Palace? Did something happen?" Fang Gong calculated the time. Fang Dichang's scheme against Fang Yuan was not his own doing. He had already discussed it with Fang Gong and the rest. In order to prevent the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swanbu Jin from getting suspicious, Fang Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, don't be anxious. Second Supreme Elder acted after planning. His strength is higher than that Swanbu Jin. Together with the immortal formation outside the palace and the immortal Gu house inside the palace, there is no doubt he could defeat Swanbu Jin. Furthermore, if anything happens to Second Supreme Elder and you cannot control the situation, you will definitely send a message. Third Supreme Elder consoled from the side. He was an old man with white hair and wore a yellow robe. "You said it." Fang Gong nodded. Right at this time, with a loud sound, Divine Bean Palace exploded. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing looked at each other. The latter blurted out, "They attacked. The immortal Gu house self-destructed." Let's go take a look." Fang Gong moved quickly, rushing into Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's entrance was originally closed, but Fang Dichang had already refined it to a certain extent with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing to directly barge in. Second Supreme Elder. Fang Gong entered the palace and his gaze focused. He saw a bloodied and heavily injured Fang Dichang lying in the wreckage of an immortal Gu house. "Second Supreme Elder, are you alright? Hang in there." Fang Huaxing also rushed over and used healing methods. He was the Gu Immortal most skilled in healing among Fang clan's Gu Immortals. Sure enough, after receiving his healing, Fang Dichang recovered. His mind was roused and he could speak now. He spoke weakly. "That Swanbu Jin still had hidden strength. Even though I successfully ambushed him, I was also counterattacked. I need to rest for some time. As for Divine Bean Palace, Before Fang Dichang finished speaking, Fang Gong raised his hand to stop him. Second Supreme Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brains of our Fang clan, you are the strategist, Fang clan cannot do without you. Quickly let Third Supreme Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were very heartwarming. Fang Huaxing also chimed in, Second Elder, don't try to be brave, your injury is not light, it's better to listen to Grand Elder. Come, let me help you back to the secret room. Let me treat you with all my strength. Okay. Fang Dichang weakly closed his eyes after saying this. He was brought to the secret chamber and received emergency treatment from Fang Huaxing. The treatment process lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. With the results of the treatment, Fang Huaxing came to report to Fang Gong alone. How's the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huaxing said, there shouldn't be a problem if I report it to Grand First Elder. I've checked Second Elder's bloodline, soul and body and they're all genuine. Adding on the life tablet goo and soul lantern goo in the ancestral hall, there are no abnormalities, Second Elder should still be himself. It turned out that Fang Huaxing was not only treating Fang Dichang, he was also carrying the secret mission of investigating Fang Dichang's identity. Fang Gong nodded, of course I trust Second Elder, but the necessary checks are indispensable. Why did Southern Border's righteous Dao become the laughing stock of the 5 regions? They were the ones who let Fang Yuan sneak in. Although Xuan Bujin is not a demon on the level of Fang Yuan, he is a wisdom path gu immortal after all, we have not thoroughly investigated his methods yet, we can't be too careful. Moreover, the Second Elder requested me to set up this identity test before the operation. Fang Huaxing smiled, you two are worrying too much. In my opinion that Xuan Bujin might be a wisdom path rank 7 expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all, his foundation is limited. Our Fang clan is a super force, but we used all our strength to scheme against him and even destroyed an immortal goo house that we just created, we spared no expense. With such a difference in strength, it is not difficult to get rid of Xuan Bujin. If he's alive I want to see him, if he's dead I want to see his corpse. I did not see Xuan Bujin's corpse or soul, that's why I have some doubts. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly dark. Aha, the other party is wisdom path, not transformation path. Even if Second Elder did not tell me the details I can roughly guess it. It must be that Xuan Bujin's last-minute counterattack was extremely powerful, causing an even more intense collision and explosion, causing his corpse and soul to vanish. Fang Huaxing said. On the bed, Fang Dichang opened his eyes. It has been a day and a night since Fang Huaxing's report. It seems I deceived him. Fang Dichang thought to himself. He was no longer the real Fang Dichang, but a clone of Fang Yuan. Rewinding time to the moment when Fang Dichang schemed. Brother Xuan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way, you have seen Fang clan's situation, for the sake of Fang clan's future, please die. Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a member of Fang clan, you died a worthy death. Rest in peace. The moment he said so, he activated his final method. There was no movement. Fang Dichang was slightly stunned before activating again. There was still no movement. What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk, he quickly inspected and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You actually interfered with this immortal goo house. The panic on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, he showed a sinister smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Oh, that's right, this is terrible, you found out. How can this be? I personally controlled the entire formation, you only made a few suggestions. Fang Dichang said this with a horrified expression. Don't tell me. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan clapped. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, you reacted so quickly. That's right, even though I only made a few suggestions you accepted them all. The immortal goo house created according to these suggestions is compatible with Divine Bean Palace in many aspects. You set up the goo formation outside the palace and the goo house inside the palace to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and forcefully refine it. But from another perspective, Divine Bean Palace has also infiltrated your goo formation and goo house. And I can influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a treasure chest, it was locked. Meanwhile, Fang clan's goo formation and goo house were like iron bars that were inserted into the cracks of the treasure chest's lid. With great force, one could break the lock of the treasure chest and open the lid. But at the same time, the treasure chest that was Divine Bean Palace was like a huge mouth that bit down on the iron bars. What Fang Yuan was doing now was influencing this divine being palace to exert force and bite down on the iron bars. This created the current situation. Fang Dichang had already activated his method, but there was no reaction. Fang Dichang urged Fang Yuan firmly, "Who in the world are you? It is not easy to do this. First, you need to have extremely high formation path attainment. Secondly, you need to have a secret method to influence divine being palace." Fang Yuan smiled. Even though his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang, he was a grandmaster after all. He was also a grandmaster in formation path. This was dual grandmaster attainment level. Thus, when Fang Dichang changed the immortal formation outside the palace and set up the immortal Gu house inside the palace, he had already seen through Fang Dichang's scheme. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and beat Fang Dichang at his own game. Fang Dichang thought the situation was under his control, but Fang Yuan had already seen through him. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. Green smoke rose from Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was lush and green, there were a few fruits on the leaves. Instantly, Divine Bean Palace started to shake. Fang Dichang stared with wide eyes, he was shocked and furious, pointing at Fang Yuan. "So you sided with the Celestial Court? You despicable scoundrel." He was familiar with the killer move Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought with Chen Yi. He had personally seen this killer move. Now that he saw this move, he did not think of Fang Yuan immediately. He felt that Xuan Bujin sided with the Celestial Court and that Celestial Court gave Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fang clan snatched Divine Bean Palace and chased away Chen Yi, they had always treated the Celestial Court as their main enemy. Sweat appeared on Fang Dichang's forehead. He was scared. Because he naturally thought, if this was really the Celestial Court scheme, then Xuan Bujin definitely had reinforcements. Maybe the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court were already hiding outside their blessed land. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Fang Yuan did not explain, he activated Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was using this move openly. Fang Yuan soon realized that Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move. It gradually let down its guard and started to accept him as the killer move's owner. Soon Fang Dichang was unable to move. Immortal Gu houses had the effect of imprisoning Gu immortals. This ability was originally used by Fang Dichang to deal with Xuan Bujin, but Fang Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's. He used Divine Bean Palace's pressure to make Fang Dichang a prisoner in a cage. "Good Xuan Bujin. I admit defeat, kill me." Fang Dichang sneered, he did not fear death. At the juncture of life and death, he displayed his demeanor. Fang Yuan also sneered, "You want to use your death to trigger a mutation in Life Tablet Gu and notify Fang Gong and the rest? This spirit is admirable, but I will not fall for it. I will extract your soul and use my split soul to occupy your body will not die and your soul will not perish, so Life Tablet Gu will not mutate. From now on, this Fang Dichang clone will replace the real you and infiltrate Fang clan. I will search your soul clean, I will know all your experiences, memories and information." "Impossible. Forget about it." Fang Dichang snorted coldly, "Do you think you can't inspect a soul that has been split? The situation of my soul has already been recorded in Fang clan, any abnormalities will be your weakness. Moreover, you have too little time. Before taking action, I had already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and the rest. Once the time limit is up and they do not see me, they will immediately rush over to reinforce me. By then, even if you have reinforcements from Celestial Court, how many rounds can you last? The furious First Supreme Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into minced meat first. So, Xuan Bujin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Celestial Court is using you to execute this plan, even though it involved me, it is completely disregarding your life." Fang Dichang said. He was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were sharp and logical. He actually instigated Fang Yuan to betray him. His words were very reasonable. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything, he looked deeply at Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang had been staring at Fang Yuan all along. Seeing his expression changed again. Because he thought of an even more shocking truth. "You beat me at my own game, you are so confident, there must be a reason. To complete this plan, you need to have deep attainments in Formation Path and Wisdom Path, as well as outstanding methods in Soul Path. No, you are not sent by Celestial Court. You are Fang Yuan." Fang Dichang's expression was pale. He realized, the other party had Karma Divine Tree, it was not necessarily Celestial Court because Chen Yi was killed by Fang Yuan. This matter was exposed by Fang Yuan himself long ago, and the whole world knew about it. Clap clap clap. Fang Yuan applauded, as expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster. Fang Dichang blinked and swallowed his saliva. Fang Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to go to this extent, please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity, ugh. Fang Dichang's eyes suddenly widened, he was speechless. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face was red, it was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and nose, he could not breathe. While talking to him, Fang Yuan had been exerting his strength to influence Divine Bean Palace. Finally, this influence reached a qualitative change. Fang Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile. As a wisdom path great grandmaster, it is a pity to die. But you know too much. Chapter 1874. Fang clan's headquarters. Fang Dichang was lying on the bed, his expression was still pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside the bed, it was Fang Yun. Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, he was indeed very young with a handsome face and starry eyes. Right now, his face was filled with concern as he bowed. Father, you are heavily injured, you need to recuperate properly. What can I do for you, please give the order. Fang Yun did not know that the father in front of him was someone else, it was a clone of Fang Yuan. In a sense, Fang Yuan could be considered as Fang Yun's father's murderer. Fang Yun was acknowledging a traitor as his father. Fang Dichang coughed and waved his hand weakly. Yunair, no need to pretend. Do you think I don't know your temperament? Come, sit here, don't be reserved. Hearing this, Fang Yun's expression immediately relaxed. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his eyebrows. He smiled and sat on the bedside. Father, I was really scared by you. I didn't expect you to play so big this time. It was really too risky. It is a pity that Senior Swan Bujin actually lost his life. Saying this, Fang Yun showed a sorrowful expression. Fang Yuan had once saved Fang Yun's life by pretending to be Swan Bujin. Fang Yun had always been grateful for this and respected Swan Bujin greatly. But this time, Fang Dichang's plan did not tell Fang Yun the truth. The people who killed Swan Bujin were only Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder and third Supreme Elder. This plan did not need too many people, especially involving Fang Yun. Swan Bujin interacted with Fang Yun often. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. If Fang Yun knew the truth with his temperament and shrewdness, he would easily be exposed. Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He took care of such details very well. In all fairness, if it were any other Gu immortal, they might really die in Fang Dichang's hands. Even if it was Fang Yuan, if he did not have the premonition earlier that caused Fang Yuan to raise the killer move Karma Divine Tree, he would also feel troubled. Fang Dichang did not make any mistake, he had already overestimated Swan Bujin. But when he found out Swan Bujin's true identity, he instantly realized that he had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. Actually, not just Fang Dichang, even the wisdom path great expert of the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had underestimated Fang Yuan. Even the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. They all thought that Fang Yuan still had rank 7 cultivation level. In fact, Fang Yuan had become rank 8 long ago. He even used Qi Si ancestor's identity to cheat a portion of Primordial Origins Qi Path true inheritance from Duke Long. And Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation level. The Gu formation and Gu house he relied on were completely understood by Fang Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace became Fang Yuan's helper. Fang Dichang originally treated Swan Bujin as a crocodile. He did not expect the crocodile to be a ferocious dragon. Therefore he was defeated. If he fell too hard, once he made a mistake there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Yunair, come give me your hand. Fang Dichang said. Fang Yun was confused but he did not want to disobey his father's orders, so he obediently extended his hand. In the end, Fang Dichang gave him all 3 immortal Gu. Father, what are you doing? Fang Yun was greatly shocked. I intend to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you. Fang Dichang said. Fang Yun was dazed. But father, I cultivate cloud path not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before? Fang Dichang nodded. I allowed you to cultivate cloud path because your nature was carefree and lazy, it suited cloud path itself. But cloud path is only a small path, it cannot compare to wisdom path in the end. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Swan Bujin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a wisdom path inheritor for the clan. If anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me. Father, don't say that it's unexpected, Fang Yun said. Fate is unpredictable. What accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now. This is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fang clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fang clan. Fang Dichang said earnestly. Fang Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. Father, you are right. In that case I will change to wisdom path. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son, I know you are not suited for wisdom path, cloud path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you first. You do not need to change to wisdom path. After all, you already have a foundation in cloud path. If you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this wisdom path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, you will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this wisdom path inheritance, understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise, I understand. Fang Yun smiled, not letting him change to wisdom path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal, I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 wisdom path immortal goo first. Senior Swanbu Jin's distracting thought immortal goo is inside. Although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fang Dichang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room only Fang Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking, my body is Fang Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fang Dichang is not dead, life tablet goo will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul, together with the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture's faster time flow. The soul is extremely compatible with the body, there are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fang Dichang thought of Fang Gong. Although Fang Gong had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Fang Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fang Gong was bold and unrestrained, he was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Chen Yi. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he actually concealed his cultivation level and pretended to be an ordinary Gu Immortal during the battle. Then he suddenly erupted and ruthlessly attacked Chen Yi, causing the latter to feel disdain and suffer a huge loss because he was caught off guard. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive such a person, he could not just rely on not having any flaws to find. He also needed to take the initiative to perform. Oh? Second Supreme Elder intends to pass the wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun? Fang Gong quickly received the news. The one who reported the news was his great-grandson, an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu Immortals, the future star of Fang clan, Fang Lung. Fang Lung had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yun. Usually, Fang Yun and Fang Lung were very close, and this time he did not conceal the inheritance that Fang Dichang gave him from this respectable elder brother. Fang Lung was clearly more shrewd than Fang Yun. He reported this matter to Fang Gong that very night. Fang Gong frowned slightly and did not speak. He knew Fang Dichang's plan. Fang clan's external situation was very difficult and pressured, but internally Fang clan had always been fighting. Where there were people there would be conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they had to consider how to distribute them. The clan's resources were limited, who used them first and who used them later, who used them well and who used them poorly. This was a natural contradiction that could not be resolved. Fang clan's 2 largest factions were Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's factions. These 2 factions had always been cooperating closely, but this did not mean they did not fight openly and covertly. In fact, these 2 factions had always been competing, but because Fang Gong's faction had 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng and Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation, they had always firmly held the highest authority in Fang clan. Fang Dichang's wisdom path inheritance had always been the foundation of Fang clan's 2nd faction. The reason why Fang Gong frowned was because he was thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for this wisdom path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. If something happened to the wisdom path inheritance in your hands, it would be a huge loss to Fang clan. This was the righteousness of the clan. If they suppressed it, they could indeed force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference in the politics of clans and sections. The politics of clans were passed down through generations of bloodline and emphasized on kinship. Although Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, their relationship was extremely good. This was because Fang Yun had been personally raised by Fang Dichang since he was young. Fang Dichang truly loved this son. If not for this, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. This was out of consideration for his personal feelings and happiness. When Fang Dichang retires in the future, his position as second supreme elder would be taken over by Fang Yun according to convention. Fang clan had many Gu immortals, but this position would only belong to Fang Yun. Unless, in the future, Fang Dichang nurtured an inheritor who could cultivate Wisdom Path and was even more outstanding than Fang Yun. The Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Dichang possessed belonged to Fang clan in name, but in reality, it was in the hands of this faction, passed down from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated Cloud Path and was not qualified to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dichang's faction. Fang Gong wanted to make use of this weakness this time, but he did not expect Fang Dichang to take precautions and block this point in advance. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Gong's frown eased, a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fang Ling understood. I will take my leave. There is no chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are both Fang clansmen. Fang Gong did not feel any vexation, but he was still somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dichang's scheme succeeded this time. He sacrificed Swan Bujin to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Fang clan's second faction's strength rose greatly. Fang Gong felt great pressure. As a person of high status, he had to consider many aspects. Fang clan's first supreme elder had been in charge of Fang clan for so many years. Not only did he have to focus on his own cultivation and nurture the younger generation, he also had to lead Fang clan to resist external enemies and expand their territory. At the same time, he had to pay attention to Fang clan's internal strength. Chapter 1875. Deep in Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. Half a month had passed in the Blessed Land. The seal that had been sealed for a long time was finally undone. There were many Gu immortals present: Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, the 2 dragon generals, Gu Tribe's leader, and several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing that the seal was undone, Gu Tribe's leader nodded to himself. He was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was created by Wu Shuai himself. It was reinforced by generations of Gu Tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai knew that he had little chance. He placed a portion of his inheritance in Gu Tribe's headquarters. Gu Tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai, smiling. Please? Wu Shuai waved his hand as a gray rock floated out and entered Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. Wu Shuai used his method to dissect the rock. Because the method was correct, the rock was quickly dissected, revealing 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 immortal Gu ant nest. It was like an inverted bowl. It was yellow in color and had a rough appearance. It was not eye-catching. However, this immortal Gu was the core immortal Gu of green antiseptic's cultivation. Using this Gu, all sorts of army ants could be incubated. Army ants were created by green antiseptic. They were very suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, Wu Shuai's main method was army ants. Of course, the queen of army ants could also incubate other ants. But the queen could not incubate another queen. This was a huge flaw. Moreover, after the Dragonman race was exterminated, Duke Long personally ordered to erase all information and records related to them. Back then, green antiseptic was enslaved by Dragon Palace. Army ants became one of the symbols of the Dragonman race. They were implicated. Because of these reasons, army ants were like meteors in history. They disappeared in a flash. Other than Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7. It was called Letter. Letter Envelope Immortal Gu recorded a large amount of information. They were all related to army ants. Other than this, Letter Immortal Gu was also the price to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was rank 8. It was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because when an immortal Gu is alive, it needs to be fed in time, otherwise it will starve to death. Wu Shuai used Letter Envelope Immortal Gu to wrap a thick layer of rock around Ant Hole Immortal Gu, turning it into an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, Letter Immortal Gu had to stay in the rock. The Gu masters of the gambling den would create some fake rocks for profit, and place some Gu worms inside, then purposely let people open them to increase the reputation of the gambling den. The technique that Wu Shuai used back then was similar to it. But he was not faking it for profit, but to preserve Ant Cave immortal goo. This method was indeed effective. After so many years, the ant hole goo was still well preserved. Of course, now that Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai opened the rock, ant hole immortal goo was extremely weak and hungry. Letter immortal goo was the same. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared the ingredients in advance and handed them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the immortal goo while returning with the goo immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked him. Nobles are trustworthy. You have preserved my inheritance until now. You are truly the most reliable ally of our Dragon Man race. The current Gu tribe leader smiled. Lord Wu Shuai, to speak the truth, there were some setbacks during this period. It is not that our tribe's Gu immortals did not covet your inheritance. It is just that the previous tribe leader set a rule. Every time a new Gu tribe leader ascends to the position, he has to first add a seal to this inheritance. Adding on the revelation of Fate Gu, we have always kept it in mind. Thus this inheritance was preserved with much difficulty. Gu tribe's leader spoke honestly, causing Wu Shuai to laugh heartily again. Wu Shuai immediately guaranteed, "My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years, it will continue from now on. Right now, I have cooperated with Fang Yuan and have already broken the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. This move had once killed me and exterminated my tribe, but from now on, it will no longer be usable." Gu tribe's leader's eyes brightened. "This is great. Dragon men will reign supreme, it is heaven's will. Senior, to speak the truth, I have a request." Fang Yuan's clone had been in Gu tribe's headquarters for the past few days. Gu tribe had received great hospitality from them. They had even offered Wu Shuai's inheritance. As allies, they had to benefit each other. It was reasonable for Gu tribe's leader to make some requests at this time. Fang Yuan's clone did not hesitate. He said, "Speak, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. I want a portion of my tribe's members to become dragon men. Senior, what do you think?" Gu tribe's leader said expectantly. Fang Yuan nodded. "Back then my close friend, your tribe leader Gu Liang, also had this intention. Now that I have a new Dragon Man lifespan extension method, I can help you." Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. My tribe has already prepared Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What other immortal materials do you need, Senior?" Gu tribe was hidden in the depths of Eastern Sea. They had been searching for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire for generations. Over 1,000,000 years had passed. With Eastern Sea's abundant resources, it was the number one in the 5 regions. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in Gu tribe's treasury was indeed rare. Fang Yuan's clone gave some pointers. Gu tribe's leader followed them. A few days later, the immortal materials and candidates were selected and presented to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately took out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragon Man lifespan extension method in this immortal Gu house could obtain the help of Dragon Palace itself. There were more than 10 Gu tribe members in this batch. Most of them were rank 5 Gu masters. There were also 2 Gu immortals. Half of them were old men. Their lifespans were near the end. They did not have any other methods to extend their lifespan, so the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was their only choice. The other half were young men. They were the current elites of Gu tribe. A few days later, with the help of the Dragon Spirit and Fang Yuan's clones methods, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was used one by one. Most of the Gu tribe members turned into new Dragon Men. The others, unfortunately, lost their lives. After all, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method had the risk of being damaged. Even so, Gu tribe's leader was quite surprised at this result. "Senior, the new method you modified has a much higher success rate than the original method. After all, this is the result of our tribe's extinction." Fang Yuan's clone pretended to sigh. Gu tribe's leader quickly consoled, "Senior, please restrain your grief." Saying so, he presented another batch of immortal materials. If ant nest immortal Gu produced army ants, immortal essence was only one of the expenses. It also needed specific immortal materials. These immortal materials were what Fang Yuan's clone needed. Back then, Gu tribe's leader Gu Liang knew this secret. Gu tribe thus controlled it. This time, Gu tribe's leader was presenting gifts. It showed his sincerity. Fang Yuan's clone rejected. "I helped your tribesmen to change their identities. It is my gratitude. There is no need to talk about compensation. Senior, don't stand on ceremony. This is just a small token of our appreciation." Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Fang Yuan's clone did not accept it. "It is not easy for your tribe to survive. You are the most reliable and trustworthy ally of my Dragon Man tribe. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Even though I do not have immortal materials, I have already cooperated with Fang Yuan. He will provide the immortal materials. Gu tribe's leader said, Senior, Fang Yuan is a great demon of the current era. Even though he only has rank 7 cultivation level, Celestial Court cannot deal with him. He is sinister and crafty, ruthless and vicious. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. Senior, please take note of this. Fang Yuan's clone heard this and laughed inwardly. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fang Yuan in front of Fang Yuan. If he knew that this Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's clone, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Fang Yuan's clone nodded. You are right, but Celestial Court is too powerful. Fang Yuan is a huge help that cannot be ignored. Even if we are working with a tiger, as long as we can increase our chances of winning against Celestial Court and Duke Long, I am willing to take this risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior is right. I will not hide it from Senior. Even though my Gu tribe is hiding in this corner, we have many reliable allies in the dark. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has survived until now and has received much help from the Merman Imperial Court. Merman Imperial Court, this is indeed good news. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes brightened. The Merman Imperial Court was a super force. It was once supported by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Humans were powerful. Gu tribe was an underwater beast man. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. Gu tribe's leader continued. Other than that, my tribe has some connections in the other 4 regions. For example, Northern Plains has a stable trade relationship with Murong tribe. Several years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed, I went to Northern Plains and participated in the Northern Plains auction. I was warmly received by Murong tribe. Wu Shuai thought, so it was you. Back then, Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in the Northern Plains auction. This auction was organized by Qin Bai Sheng. Back then, Gu tribe's leader wore a tall hat and a large cloak. He had a simple appearance. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shuai was facing the true appearance of Gu tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had turned Gu tribe's clansmen into dragon men. Their relationship had clearly deepened. Gu tribe's leader took the initiative to tell him many secrets. Even though Gu tribe was a secluded cultivator, they had existed for so many years, their connection with the outside world was not weak, it was very stable and reliable. Through Gu tribe they could influence the 5 regions. Of course, the extent of this influence was limited. But this limited influence, through Fang Yuan's planning, could display a huge effect. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body soon received this information. He felt joyful. Right now he was no longer in Western Desert, he had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky. Below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular, it had a radius of 100,000 feet, it was a grand sight. Fang Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard. A large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. Chapter 1876. Fang Yuan slowly descended into Kray's demon cave while dressed in white clothes. On the ground, there were 2 Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time. One Gu immortal had a fair complexion, a black beard fluttered in the wind, he wore loose sleeves, his eyes were bright like stars, and he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was known as not immortal, he cultivated rule path. The other Gu immortal was short, only reaching Fang Yuan's knee, his small eyes were shining brightly, he was secret schemer, he cultivated wisdom path. Now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before, he had trampled on Celestial Court in the Battle of Langya and the Battle of the River of Time. During this period he had even captured a large group of southern border righteous path Gu immortals, including 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was news from Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world that Fang Yuan had borrowed Qi Si ancestors' strength to resist Duke Long and take away the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of the strongest and most famous demonic path Gu immortal of the current era, it was none other than Fang Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fang Yuan landed, he first greeted them with a smile and a very polite attitude. Secret schemer and not immortal quickly returned the greeting. Not immortal smiled. After we parted last time, I heard that Brother Lu's true identity was Gu Fang Yuan. This really surprised and delighted us 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Since you could come this time, you must have a method to break through your current bottleneck, we have been anxiously waiting for it. Back then, Fang Yuan had used Lu Guanyi's identity to enter the Crazed Demon Agreement and become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chu Du, thus not a mortal called Fang Yuan brother Lu. As for the three Crazed Demon eccentrics, Fang Yuan's appearance had not changed, because back then, Lu Guanyi's appearance was that of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Pang Shan? Fang Yuan asked. When he explored the 7th layer last time, he seemed to have gained some comprehension. He is in close cultivation now. Secret Schemer replied. Is that so? Fang Yuan smiled, understanding in his heart. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics were guarding against him. Back then, when he was disguised as Lu Guanyi, his battle strength was not strong. Right now, Fang Yuan was advancing rapidly. It was publicly acknowledged that although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, his battle strength could rival rank 8. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics naturally had to be wary of Fang Yuan, to prevent him from suddenly attacking them. After all, Fang Yuan was the greatest devil of the current generation. He had a cruel temperament. Don't be fooled by his smiling appearance. He was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eye and ate people without spitting out their bones. Although the three Crazed Demon eccentrics had been living in the Crazed Demon Cave for a long time and devoted themselves to cultivation, they were not stupid. In particular, the leader of the three monsters, Secret Schemer, had quite an impressive performance in Fang Yuan's previous life, causing the Celestial Court to suffer a great loss. The three Crazed Demon freaks were afraid of Fang Yuan, so Pang Shan did not show himself. Instead, he hid at the side. It was very likely that his close cultivation was just an excuse, in case Fang Yuan lost his mind and suddenly attacked them. As long as one of the three monsters was missing, there would be no worry of Fang Yuan capturing them in one fell swoop. Not only that, the three Crazed Demon eccentrics might have some methods that can be activated. Thus, I need to keep one person outside. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Although Fang Yuan had signed the Crazed Demon Pact, he had already removed this pact. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics were afraid of Fang Yuan. They were on guard against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not want to make a move. At least he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fang Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Gu immortals. In this battle, even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Fang Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible, but against a venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Fang Yuan had planned before. In this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Gu. And the most reliable clue was here, Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in Longevity Heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At that time, if Fang Yuan came to Northern Plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sai Chuan's Longevity Heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Fang Yuan and conversed with him. Fang Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer. It was also the scene Fang Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds, ferocious beasts were hidden, there was also fog capital, it was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight. It was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the three crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Fang Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation. It was very effective. It could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The three immortals went all the way down. They took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the third last layer. Back then, Fang Yuan's final destination was here. The three crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years. Because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through, they took in Chudu and Fang Yuan. But they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of limitless demon venerable. The three crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly. They also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer. Even though they had never entered. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors. It was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Fang Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan's reputation had shaken the world, but how much strength did he really have? The three crazed demon eccentrics were not sure. This was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps he walked with ease. 30 steps he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later Fang Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the three crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Fang Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Fang Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the three of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body and was not rejected by any Dao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Fang Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Taoist Fang Yuan. Yes, such strength makes the three of us feel ashamed. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You two don't need to be humble. I've been reborn many times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics are famous. They all have their own wonderful methods. I also admire them. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's words were very convincing. You could take it as a compliment, but you could also take it as a warning. I've been reborn and am familiar with your methods. Don't make me your enemy. The three immortals continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk, the more pressure they felt. For the rest of the journey, relying on the Dao marks of each path will save a lot of effort. Taoist Fang Yuan, let's split up for now. Not Immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left. There were more rule path Dao marks there. And he himself specialized in rule path. Not long after, Secret Schemer also took his leave. He chose a path with more wisdom path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could of course walk in a straight line, but he didn't. He chose to hide his true strength and carefully chose a path. Chapter 1877. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was very wide. It felt even more vast to Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. That was because they had to think carefully with every step they took. They had to endure the test of conflicting Tao marks at all times. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This kind of difficulty would increase the distance of the journey in their hearts. Fang Yuan persisted for a while like a normal Gu immortal. He could empathize with not immortal and secret schemer's situation to a certain extent. Without the sovereign immortal body, I still have to choose a path. But this path is getting narrower and narrower. At the beginning there are many choices, but the deeper I go, the fewer choices I have. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut off. The path ahead was filled with Tao marks of other paths. But fortunately, after getting through this part, there were still paths that Fang Yuan had chosen for them. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at not immortal and secret schemer. These two had already been left behind by him. It was very difficult for them to walk at the back. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Fang Yuan at all times. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He pretended to be having a hard time walking forward step by step. After a while, he finally overcame the difficulty and walked on the path that suited him. A relaxed expression appeared on his face again. These conflicting Tao marks have no meaning to me. Instead, it is a disguise that consumes a lot of my effort. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Not immortal and secret schemer glanced at each other from afar. Fang Yuan's strength was above their estimation. Although Fang Yuan walked that short distance with difficulty, his speed was still very fast. If not immortal was in the same situation, he might have vomited blood already. Next, these two walked slower and slower, their hearts also becoming heavier. The surrounding Tao marks pressured them at all times, making it difficult for them to move forward. Not immortal had already started to vomit blood, while secret schemer's face had a golden purple color. Not long after, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limit. Fang Yuan was still walking in front. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be much more tired than before. But he still had plenty of energy left. This Fang Yuan is really a monster. The other party is someone who has inherited the legacy of the Venerable One. To be able to defeat the Celestial Court time and time again, it is not surprising that he has such attainments. Not immortal and secret schemer conversed in secret, sighing with emotion, full of helplessness. Then we'll stay here and watch him. I want to see just how far he can go. Secret schemer snorted coldly. Not immortal hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you think he will leave the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor? How is this possible?" Secret schemer denied it immediately without even thinking about it. But soon after, he muttered to himself, "This possibility isn't high. To walk out of the 7th floor, it's at least several 100,000 steps. We're not even 10% of the way out yet." Fang Yuan was indeed powerful. He was a rare rank 7 monster that only appeared once in 100 or even 1,000 years. But he is not rank 8. I suspect that only venerables can leave the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable One. Not immortal thought for a moment. Should we tell Fang Yuan about the clues of those venerable ones coming here? Yes. Secret schemer nodded. When Fang Yuan reaches his limit and we return, we'll tell him this information. Secret schemer had seen Fang Yuan's strength and admitted that Fang Yuan was stronger than him. If he told Fang Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Fang Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave and accompany the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Fang Yuan looked around but did not see any traces. Back then, Fang Yuan remembered that the Tao marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. It was because the Tao marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force. It would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Fang Yuan continued to walk. Secret schemer and not immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Fang Yuan unknowingly surpassed Secret schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret schemer sighed deeply in his heart. I am the leader of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Fang Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's. After all, he had the worst results among the three crazed demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. Why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted, your earlier deduction was correct, the demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic, we can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He shouted at Fang Yuan in front of him, the demonic sound is coming, quickly retreat. We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the three crazed demon eccentrics, they were anxious like ants on a hot pan and were rapidly retreating. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. In order to stall for time, Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path, they could only barely find the direction and quickly retreat. The demonic sound had just started, but the Dao marks here were already restless. What was even more terrifying was that when the demonic sound truly rumbled, the 7th layer would set off a tsunami of Dao marks. Once the immortal killer moves were activated, they would immediately collapse in chaos. At that time, even Duke Long would be in grave danger, he would be as weak as a baby, his death would be unchangeable. The 7th layer had already become a dangerous area that devoured everything, only venerables might be able to contend against it. The two crazed demon eccentrics used all their methods, spitting out blood as they retreated. Quick, we are about to get out. Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. I can't take it anymore. Not Immortal fell to the ground. Secret Schemer gritted his teeth. Persevere. The two were very close to each other. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and pulled the unconscious Not Immortal up. At the moment of danger, his true feelings were revealed. Finally, Secret Schemer took several steps and rushed out. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale and his eyes were turning black. He felt as if his whole body was filled with lead and extremely heavy. But he didn't dare to stop here. Once the demonic sound started, there was no safe place in the 7th layer. Only by retreating to the 6th layer would he have any hope of survival. The demonic sound started to spread. The alarm in Secret Schemer's heart became louder and louder. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to send himself and the unconscious Not Immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Fang Yuan? Before leaving he took a risk and looked back. Huh? In an instant, his eyes bulged as if someone was punching behind his eyes. Secret Schemer was stupefied. Not only did Fang Yuan not retreat, he even went deeper than before. You. Secret Schemer was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Fang Yuan heard the voice and turned around to look at him, smiling faintly. It is already too late for me to leave at this distance. But I have a life-saving secret method, there is still a trace of a chance of survival. Exploring this place will naturally bring danger to my life. I was already mentally prepared, there is no harm in it. Friend Secret Schemer, I hope we will meet again in the future. Secret Schemer was speechless. He wanted to say, oh Fang Yuan, you are dead meat, but he didn't say it in the end. Finally, he left behind a sentence, Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again. This sentence had a deep meaning to it. On one hand he was encouraging Fang Yuan, hoping that he would persevere and not give up, there might be a chance of survival. On the other hand he was also foretelling himself that if he continued to explore like this, one day, he would also fall into the same predicament as Fang Yuan and meet again after death. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. This Secret Schemer is indeed loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He originally didn't want to leave Crazed Demon Cave, but Not Immortal and Pang Shan were dragged into the 5 regions' chaotic war. This made Secret Schemer leave Crazed Demon Cave to protect his companions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment level was high, he caused a lot of trouble and losses to Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and didn't have any bloodline connection, their friendship was very deep, even surpassing that of many righteous path Gu immortals. Humans weren't plants or trees, they couldn't be emotionless. These 3 had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of years, They had a common goal and even helped each other. They had already become each other's life fetters. Fang Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks in front of him with an extremely relaxed expression. It could even be said to be carefree. Even if these Dao marks surged violently and created a gorgeous tsunami, they had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, Dao marks didn't conflict. Fang Yuan was even more relaxed than before, because not immortal and secret schemer had already left. He smiled lightly as he walked forward calmly. Looking at the grand and resplendent waves of Dao marks in front of him, he clicked his tongue in praise. This was truly the most wondrous scene in the world. There were many wondrous scenes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were vast, and some were exquisite. In his previous life and this life, Fang Yuan had traveled almost all over the world. His horizons were broadened, his experiences were plentiful, and he had seen many wondrous scenes. But now, he felt that those wondrous scenes in his memories couldn't compare to the raging waves of Dao marks in front of him. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave 6th Layer. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, "I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again." Next he asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Fang Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time?" Secret Schemer smiled bitterly, "No. He is still in the 7th layer now." However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance. Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while, he sighed, "Such is fate, to think that the great Fang Yuan would actually die here." Even if Fang Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Fang Yuan had much hope of survival. Because Not Immortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. "Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Fang Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart." "Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal." Not Immortal was also dazed. "Even if I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, could all my feelings be correct?" Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. "Maybe this is just my feeling towards Fang Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sai, maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him because we are in the same boat." Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. "Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fang Yuan." Not Immortal nodded, even though he understood that Fang Yuan was almost dead. He barely stood up, his body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the 2 of them slowly moved forward while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Fang Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. "Are these new Dao marks?" Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several supreme experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now the demonic sound was howling and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Fang Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the Dao marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Fang Yuan, a metal path Dao mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Fang Yuan's left side, a soul path Dao mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Fang Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, like a curved stream flowing. Fang Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new Dao mark he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, this brand new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand, it actually contains all sorts of Dao marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include Sword Dao and Blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength, it also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Fang Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed and how much time will be needed. Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea. This path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground, no one will ever open it. Fang Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized, talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Fang Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy, it was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way he saw many new Dao marks. One Dao mark was condensed into a ball, it was plump and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Fang Yuan guessed, were these the legendary pill Dao marks? There was another Dao mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of Dao mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers, sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of Dao marks swept over, this Dao mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of Dao marks. It would not affect these attached Dao marks, nor would it cause the tiny Dao marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Fang Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He wanted to take these Dao marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. Fang clan has thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance and that immortal Gu house, Thieves' Denver. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Fang Yuan had a thought, he had an inspiration. There were many immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave, but none of them had any value. The root of the problem was that the Dao marks contained in these immortal materials were all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. However, the immortal materials were useless, not the Dao marks. Fang Yuan beat him at his own game and attacked Fang Di Chang. Right now, Fang Di Chang was his clone. From Fang Di Chang's soul, Fang Yuan obtained almost all of Fang clan's information. This naturally included Thieves' Denver. This was indeed thieving heaven demon venerable's immortal Gu house, but it was very damaged. Because it involved theft path, Fang clan was not proficient in it. Back then, when Fang clan obtained it, they did not obtain the complete contents of the immortal Gu house, so they could not repair it. Right now, Thieves' Den only had one method, that was to use a theft path immortal material as a primer to expend the theft path Dao marks in the immortal material, then steal the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this theft path immortal material. Eventually, this immortal material would be filled with all kinds of chaotic Dao marks, it would no longer have any value. This was similar to the situation with the immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but it had no way to use them. This was the main reason why Fang Yuan did not try to bring Thieves' Den with him. But in this situation, it is different. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create all kinds of immortal materials of the corresponding path. These immortal materials all have the same Dao marks, they should be usable. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he could not help but feel his chest heating up. If this method worked, then he would have an endless source of rank 8 or even rank 9 immortal materials. What an enormous amount of wealth this was. Even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used for trade or Gu refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the corresponding path. For example, using these new Dao marks he could create painting path, pill path and other immortal materials. These immortal materials were extremely useful for creating paths. However, the same type of Dao marks can only be condensed when the demonic sounds are rampaging. Activating immortal moves at this time is extremely risky. Immortal moves are also arranged using Dao marks. There is a high chance that the Dao marks will become chaotic and the immortal move's activation will fail, causing a backlash. Not to mention the ant nest, this immortal goo house, it cannot be taken out directly. It is not a sovereign body, it will be rejected and crushed if taken out. Fang Yuan calmed down. There was a huge technical obstacle to completing his plan. His current foundation was unparalleled in the world, but he did not have any confidence. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed. He gave up on this thought and continued to move forward. He quickened his steps. No matter what Dao mark torrent was ahead, it was like a harmless light shadow to him, like a light breeze. Not long after, he saw Dream Path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to be filled with myriad phenomena, even Dream Path Dao marks were included. Fang Yuan cautiously stopped and probed. He found that Dream Path Dao marks were also harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not dream realms. For the sovereign immortal body, they were more like a flowing immortal material. If it were dream realms, Fang Yuan would have to take a detour. Fang Yuan walked forward in a straight line without any obstruction. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Fang Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a stampede of horses, sometimes it was like a waterfall, and sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Fang Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview, it was directly shattering their worldview. Fang Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood. These 3 paths are likely the traces of venerables. They are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks. They should correspond to Giant Sun Immortal, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. These 3 venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty, the Dao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals. Not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Dao marks on these 3 paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Dao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Dao marks on these 3 paths were unshakable. Only occasionally at the edges, there would be some Dao marks peeling off like fragments. Fang Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body and his Dao marks did not conflict. Thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But venerables were different. The Dao marks on a venerable's body conflicted. They were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the 3 venerables. Characters like the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world, but they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. Fang Yuan was not surprised that a venerable had come here before. In fact, he had already made some predictions. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the Olden Antiquity era. He was the 3rd venerable in history, second only to Primordial Origin and Star Constellation. The crazed demon cave that he created had existed until now, although it was hidden. If the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could discover this secret, why couldn't others? As venerables among Gu immortals, these venerables were all world-shaking. It was normal for them to discover this place. Hoping for unparalleled inheritances and inheritances to be left for themselves without anyone discovering them, that was the naive and arrogant thinking of an inexperienced youngster. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If they had such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there only traces of these 3 venerables? The paths left behind by these three venerables, why did they only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Fang Yuan did not stop moving. He directly jumped into the entrance of the 8th layer. Darkness flashed in front of him. At the next moment, Fang Yuan landed on the ground. How can this be? Fang Yuan was stunned. Chapter 1879. This was a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. There was no sun in the sky, but it was very bright. There were many wildflowers, they were in full bloom. It was a dazzling sight. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The wind was gentle, caressing Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was stunned. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was surprised. According to the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics deductions, the last 3 layers of Crazed Demon Cave should be the same as the 7th layer. There were Dao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Dao marks were definitely larger than the 7th layers. And in the 9th layer, there was an immortal formation set up by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Fang Yuan entered the 8th layer, he found that this was a small world. Don't tell me I entered a blessed land? Fang Yuan had a thought. But right after that he rejected this conjecture. He used investigative methods. A subtle expression appeared on his face. This world seems to be different. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a bit thin. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crack. A huge crack pierced down from the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. It traversed the entire land. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This huge crack gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He was certain that if he were to be affected by it, he would most likely die and his Dao would disappear. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal in time, he would not last for more than a few breaths of time. Thankfully, even though the crack was fast, it was not aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged it smoothly, but he heard cracking sounds in his ears. This is the cry of this small world. It is collapsing, it is about to be destroyed. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he assessed everything. That huge crack continued to expand. The small world seemed to have been cut into 2. It soon separated completely. The blue sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the flowers were all devoured by the crack. However, there was nothing in the crack. It was like an extremely ferocious beast that was eternally hungry. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted. This is the power of the Void Dao, a crack in the void. Realizing this, he hurriedly used his means to conceal himself. The rift closed in on him, but Fang Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw himself into it. He successfully entered the crevice and did not suffer any destructive blows. The crack in the void at the beginning was very dangerous, but after its power spread out, it was just enough for Fang Yuan to shelter. There were fewer and fewer small worlds, and the crack in the void in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. Fang Yuan flew up through the crack and soon left the boundary of the small world, arriving in the outside world. This is. What he saw shocked him both physically and mentally. He was like a water worm that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was nothingness. The void was vast and boundless, its boundaries unknown. Fang Yuan felt extremely insignificant when he was in the middle of it all. But he was not alone. Accompanying him were thousands of worlds. These worlds were like colorful bubbles, some were forming, some were growing, and some were being destroyed. The small world that Fang Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In a short while, it was only left with 2 crescent-shaped fragments. The shock in his heart made Fang Yuan gape slightly, unable to say anything. He suddenly realized that this was the true appearance of the 8th level. The 7th level was a sea of Dao marks, while the 8th level was boundless nothingness. In this nothingness, there were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. This is. Fang Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness. It was very tough. It was a Dao mark. Even though it was just a Dao mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a Dao mark. What kind of Dao mark is this? Fang Yuan had never seen such a Dao mark before. He couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly this Dao mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Dao. If there was movement, there would be time Dao. If there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Dao. If there were grass, there would be earth Dao. If there were clouds, there would be cloud Dao. But these Dao marks no longer existed. They were all destroyed by the nothingness. leaving only this translucent white thread-like Dao mark. From this Dao mark, Fang Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Dao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance? Fang Yuan was shocked, he suddenly thought of an answer. I understand, this is Heaven Dao. Heaven Dao 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 mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange. He had seen all kinds of Dao marks, including Dream Dao and other new Dao marks. But he was missing 2 types of Dao marks. One was Human Dao, the other was Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan had seen Human Dao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Dao Dao mark. All the other Dao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Dao Dao mark. What does this mean? Fang Yuan stared at this Heaven Dao Dao mark. The thread-like Heaven Dao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not try to attack this Dao mark. He followed the Dao mark. After flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged, a whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this Heaven Dao mark. The Dao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal. But there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Fang Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. In the small world, the land was expanding, the sky was extending, everything was following some kind of strange law, undergoing a drastic change. After a few dozen breaths of time, this small world had grown to a size that Fang Yuan could enter. The small world's growth slowed down, everything inside gradually stabilized. Fang Yuan entered. This small world was no longer what he saw before. Clouds floated, islands floated in the air, around the small world were countless huge green vines, interweaving into an inner net. Although it's the same Heaven Dao mark, the small world's appearance has changed a lot. Fang Yuan's heart trembled. There was a kind of thing that was about to be comprehended, but had not yet been comprehended, like a layer of window paper. Fang Yuan had a strong hunch that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he would definitely be able to get a great improvement. This kind of improvement was a qualitative improvement. So he began to stare closely at these small worlds, watching the small worlds constantly being born and destroyed. His whole body and mind were deeply immersed, as if possessed, unable to extricate himself. The 7th level of the Crazed Demon Cave is the derivation of Dao marks, but this 8th level is the derivation of the small world. No, derivation of the small world is just the appearance, what it actually wants to do is derivation of Heaven Dao marks. Fang Yuan carefully observed that after each small world's birth and destruction, that Heaven Dao mark would usually increase by a part. The actual situation was more complicated. Sometimes, it was not just one Heaven Dao mark, the nothingness vortex swallowed the surroundings, it was likely to swallow 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks at the same time. After these Heaven Dao marks were scattered, the small world formed was often wider, more profound, and grew rapidly. But after it was destroyed, only 1 Heaven Dao mark would be left behind, at most 2. And in terms of total length, the total length of the previous 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks would undoubtedly exceed the total length of the remaining Heaven Dao marks. The Heaven Dao marks will also be damaged. Or rather, the Heaven Dao marks that I have seen do not meet Limitless Demon Venerable's standards. He wants to create Heaven Dao marks that meet his standards. Then what kind of Heaven Dao marks did he want to create? Fang Yuan's mind jolted, he suddenly thought of the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in Crazed Demon Cave in his later years to find the correct method. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, but the Heaven Dao did not allow it. The Legends of Renzu has already recorded that Fate Gu decrees that all living beings in the world must die, their souls will return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu was essentially a fragment of the heavenly path. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted eternal life, he could not avoid the Heaven Dao. He understood this, so he directly targeted the Heaven Dao and researched it. Fang Yuan guessed. Limitless Demon Venerable had once attacked the celestial court, but he was not an otherworldly demon, he could not destroy fate. But he did not give up, he worked even harder and faced the difficulty head-on. He wanted to find the reason why he could not destroy Fate Gu. He wanted to thoroughly understand the truth of the Heaven Dao. Such ambition. Such methods. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration. Then how do I collect these Heaven Path Dao marks? Fang Yuan was very troubled. He tried many methods but they were all useless. He even had a premonition. Even if he took Thieves' Den now, he could not do anything to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 Theft Path Immortal Gu house. It was extremely damaged. And this immortal formation was clearly rank 9, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma again. Because he did not know where to go to the 9th layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer Fang Yuan was in a vast void, there were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Fang Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Fang Yuan, they immediately kowtowed in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Dao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. Take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies, they looked like humans, they had noses and eyes, they shouted endlessly. Sage? Fang Yuan frowned, he immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt, he created Green Lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe, he was kind and benevolent, he protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance, he was tall and muscular, every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts, he created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Fang Yuan quickly compared these 3 sages with the 3 venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. These 3 venerables have been here before? Then in the 7th layer, I saw the Dao mark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised but also confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Were these really the only 3 venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the Olden Antiquity era. 1,000,000 years ago Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time, he had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the Recent Antiquity era. 100,000 years ago, there were 2 venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the 3 venerables, a great dream immortal venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable, she would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer, they were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the 3 venerables closest to the current era, that was why their Dao marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind Dao mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Fang Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working. Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation Gu inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the venerable one's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Fang Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Fang Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know, they had only heard of it before. "O sage, we are living in this world, we don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal, it is not a place we can enter." Fang Yuan frowned. Then how did you obtain this information? The human-shaped mist answered, "Every once in a while the disciples and disciples of the sage will travel through the void, entering and exiting worlds to trade or plunder. We got all this information from them." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. These disciples and disciples are venerables of different generations, how is their battle strength? To be able to travel through the void in different worlds they should be quite strong. But soon, Fang Yuan sensed something amiss, he asked again, "Since there are so many of these disciples and disciples, why did you call me a sage the first time you saw me?" The human-shaped mists answered, "That's because all the sages look like you, but their disciples and disciples have different forms." Fang Yuan instantly understood. It seems like there are no humans living here, the so-called disciples and disciples of the sages are probably some mutants? Like these human-shaped mists in front of me? Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing these human-shaped mists. They were not beasts, plants, or mutants, but they had blurry human forms. "Sage, please save me. Sage, please preach and save this world." The humanoid clouds kowtowed once more. Well said, well said. Fang Yuan smiled and attacked brazenly. "Sage. What are you doing?" "Ah." Cries of surprise and screams rang in Fang Yuan's ears. In just 2 breaths, Fang Yuan captured these human-shaped mists. He looked at them with a frightening cold glint in his eyes. Just by asking, how could this kind of information be reliable? If the human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Fang Yuan, it would be too easy. As Fang Yuan spoke, he had already investigated the surroundings and the other party secretly. Now that he attacked, he immediately captured them. Then he used his soul-searching method to check for himself. The result was a little awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have souls. Could they still be considered living beings without souls? Even plants had their own souls. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. It seems like there are no soul Dao marks in this small world, so the living beings here do not have souls. This was quite a novel discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, because there were soul Dao marks, all living beings had their own souls. However, these human-shaped mists did not have souls. It would be a little troublesome to search their memories. But these troubles were quickly overcome by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan obtained all the information that the other party had. From this information, it could be seen that the human-shaped mists did not deceive Fang Yuan at all. Their lives were very simple. Ever since they gained sentience, they had been staying here until this world was about to be destroyed. Even if there were sage disciples who came here to trade, they would only do so once and for a short period of time. Thus, these human-shaped mists were quite pure in nature. Fang Yuan also found that these human-shaped mists were not individuals, they were still a part of this world. They could not leave this world and go to the outside world. These human-shaped mists are actually very similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the Gu immortals' obsession and heavenly power. They did not have souls but had sentience and could be communicated with. In fact, not just land spirits and heavenly spirits, Fang Yuan also had formation spirit and dragon spirit. Formation spirit was created from formation spirit Gu, while dragon spirit was a secret method of the dragon man race. That is to say, these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundity, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he immediately saw the most valuable thing. However, half a day later, he looked at the destruction of this world with a regretful expression. He really wanted to comprehend the profundity of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. Just when he had made some progress in his research, this world was destroyed. No problem, I can continue searching. Although such worlds are rare, they still exist. If I can find the Tao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thus, Fang Yuan continued to travel in the void, searching for valuable targets. Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. His body was huge. When he took a step back, there was a loud sound when he stepped on the ground. If it were normal ground, a deep hole would have formed, but in this 7th layer, every inch of ground was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. It was very sturdy. I didn't find any traces of Fang Yuan. Pang Shan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said, "Not immortal," was silent. Secret Schemer heaved a sigh. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered at this time. Earlier they were guarding against Fang Yuan, but now that the demonic sounds had ended, they immediately came down together. Firstly, they felt that even if Fang Yuan survived, he would be struggling at death's door and would not be able to pose any threat to the 3 eccentrics. Secondly, they wanted to do their best to save Fang Yuan. When Gu immortals were injured, it was often more troublesome and not so easy to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured, only Pang Shan was unharmed, but he was also injured now. Using an investigative killer move in this 7th layer was not a good idea. Because the Dao marks here were too concentrated, it was almost like a battlefield killer move. Conflicting Dao marks made it unfriendly to all paths here. Pang Shan's investigative range was very limited because the Dao marks of his path were only a small portion compared to the entire number of Dao marks. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds are activated. In my opinion, let's just leave it like this. The hope of Fang Yuan's survival. Pang Shan shook his head. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to die like this. Not Immortal raised his head and sighed. Secret Schemer was also extremely regretful. They did not have any thoughts of getting rid of a threat for the people. Their life goal was very simple. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to find a certain possibility of eternal life. Fang Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer for a long time, while his clones were nervous. Fang Clan's headquarters. Divine Bean Palace floated in the air, emitting jade light that soared to the sky. Outside the palace, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong, 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huaxing, as well as Fang Lung and Fang Yun, were watching from afar. The jade light suddenly changed, turning into countless lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings. Rumble, a series of explosions resounded, rocks were sent flying and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Fang Dichang had basically controlled Divine Bean Palace. The palace opened and Fang Yuan's clone Fang Dichang walked out with a smile. Good. Fang Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Fang Clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Fang Clan as a whole. With this house, our Fang Clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Fang Yun cheered excitedly. Fang Dichang smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Bean Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Bean Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem, if you need any wood path immortal materials, just take them from our Fang Clan's treasury. Fang Gong laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and gray land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Fang Dichang looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Bean Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of Divine Bean Soldiers. Thus, Divine Bean Palace's signature method, Divine Bean Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Qin Yi suppressed Qing Chou and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Bean Palace and Fang Clan, he could not use this move. Chen Yi could only use Soul Beast to temporarily replace it. What Fang Dichang was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fang Dichang activated Divine Bean Palace. Strong winds blew, the formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fang Dichang waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little. It was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seeds started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fang Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light, wave after wave. It was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fang Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Bean Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Dao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals, grow divine bean soldiers, continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these divine bean soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fang Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry, Fang clan will pay for it. Fang Dichang smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fang Yuan's. Fang clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fang Yuan raise the Divine Bean soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea. In Gu tribe's headquarters. It's done. Fang Yuan's clone Wuxia slowly stopped his killer move. His forehead was already covered in sweat. In front of him, a new batch of dragon men had been born. However, the identities of these new Dragonians were not all beastmen. There was also a group of merfolk. Thank you Lord Wuxia for your help, this is my tribe's gift, please accept it. A merman Gu immortal waved his tail as he floated towards Wuxia, handing over an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a pool of clear water, it gave off a pungent smell, it was restrained by the merman Gu immortal's killer move. Even though the merman's hands moved, this pool of water did not move, it was like it was frozen. So it is immovable rotten water, I can use it to nurture my army ants, I will accept it. Thank you. Wuxia accepted it without hesitation. He needed to nurture arrow ants, he needed immovable rotten water. Speaking of which, ever since he started nurturing his army ants, they had been growing at a shocking speed. Other than Fang Yuan's own resources, Gu tribe and the mermen also helped him greatly. Of course, Fang Yuan's clone did not extort them, he obtained them through transactions. Wuxia used his killer move to turn the beastmen and mermen into new dragonmen. Every day my strength is growing rapidly. I'm simply changing with each passing day. My negotiation with Gu tribe was very effective. I even have a relationship with the merman tribe now. Together with Qi Si ancestors' influence, my control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is getting deeper. Eastern Sea's merman imperial court was a super force with immense strength. This was the only variant human super force in the world. It had obtained Paradise Earth immortal venerables help to develop and survive until now. Even so, the mermen were facing immense pressure from all directions. Earlier, they were already trembling in fear when they were surrounded by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war was about to descend, the merman race's knowledgeable people started to look for a way out. Once the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out, the fragile balance of the past would be broken. The merman race's future was bleak. As variant humans, they would definitely become the main target of the human forces. A portion of the mermen saw the dragonmen's future development. They did not hesitate to change their identity. This was because the merman imperial court's higher-ups had been secretly helping Gu tribe to conceal their traces. They also learned about the dragonmen's secrets from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had the revelation of dragonmen reigning supreme, a portion of the merman higher-ups had this idea. Thus, the mermen turned into dragon men as well. The merman imperial court has already started to diversify their investments to ensure the survival of their race. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times. They are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's celestial court. I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops. When the celestial court repairs fate goo, some merman goo immortals can participate in the battle. Wuxia had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous. There was no time to waste. Little Do, are you really going to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Fang Yuan's clone, Jean Budu, worriedly. Jean Budu raised his head, his eyes were shining brightly, his tone was firm and unwavering. Yes, master. You are already heavily injured. In this situation we cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the Arrowtail Eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Jean Budu for a long time. He knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind. There was no point in trying to persuade him. He waved his hand. Sai, you can go. Jean Budu did not hesitate. He turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Jean Budu. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Jean Budu's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven. The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Jean Budu finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Jean Budu displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Yeah. Little Do is mighty. Little Do, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Do, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Jean Budu and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Jean Budu became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight. Chapter 1882. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer was much larger than Fang Yuan had expected. Ever since he found out about the venerable Dao field here, he had explored this place for a long time, but the results were not good. Fang Yuan saw the birth and destruction of many worlds. He had also entered some large worlds, but he could not find the venerable Dao field that he wanted. However, he did not gain nothing. These days of exploration gave him a deeper understanding of the 8th layer. In this void there is no concept of up, down, left, right or any other direction, so it is both limited and limitless. Originally the 8th layer was only a cave, but after limitless demon venerables arrangements, it became a boundless place. Who knows, I might have only been moving in a small circle these days. If I do not understand the arrangements here, I might not be able to find the venerable Dao field. Fang Yuan guessed. To find his destination in the void, Fang Yuan needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a small path, it was derived from Rule Path. But this small path was quite successful. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and the real, it was untainted by all methods, it was undefeatable. Phantom Transformation was the signature method of Phantom Path. Once Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, other than Dream Path, almost no other methods could do anything to it, it was extremely safe. Phantom Path also had a supreme profundity. Like how one of the supreme profundities of Soul Path was to cultivate 100 million desolate souls, like Spectral Souls 3 Venerable 6 Direction 1000 Arms Demon Souls. Transformation Path had 2 supreme profundities, one was endless transformation, following one's will, and the other was myriad paths converging, myriad beings assimilation transformation. The members of Celestial Court would give up their immortal apertures, and whenever they left Celestial Court, they would be given a phantom aperture to store immortal essence, immortal goo and so on. This phantom aperture was the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. At this moment, in the void that Fang Yuan was in, countless worlds were born and destroyed here. Evidently, this void was also the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Phantom Path was only a branch of Rule Path, but to raise Phantom Path attainment level, one needed Rule Path true meaning in essence. But this path was deep and profound. With Fang Yuan's current Rule Path Grandmaster realm, he still had a long way to go to understand this void. Since he couldn't break through from the front for the time being, Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to find another way. With a thought, he activated the cooking luck pot. If he started from luck path and blessed himself, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Even though the cooking fortune pot was of a lower tier, and it was difficult for it to affect Zhang Xian's luck completely, it was still able to change a portion of it. At the very least, Fang Yuan could change the fate in the cooking luck pot as he wished. With the luck cooking pot, it was very convenient to change one's luck. Soon Fang Yuan was done. He then checked the luck of his clone. His time path clone's luck was still the same. A small stream of providence that looked like the river of time glowed brightly and flowed. Upon closer inspection, there were wisps of black misfortune constantly being produced on the surface of the river, slowly accumulating. Fang Yuan's dream path clone had the smallest luck. He only had rank 5 Gu Master Cultivation level and his aperture was sealed. Clone Wuxia had the best luck. Wuxia was already a peak rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had obtained Dragon Palace and was currently cultivating army ants. Thus, Wuxia's current luck was a slithering flood dragon. It had dragon scales and shining eyes, it had sharp horns and claws, it was very handsome. Around the flood dragon's luck, there were waves of light blue water halos. When the flood dragon met water, it indicated that he was receiving external help, Gu tribe and mermen. And in the mouth of the flood dragon, there was a huge dragon pearl. There was a palace inside the dragon pearl. It was a miniature version of Dragon Palace. There was another dragon pearl, it was much smaller, it was held in one of the dragon claws of the flood dragon. There were countless ants inside the dragon pearl, they represented army ants. Next to him was clone Fang Dichang with the greatest luck. His luck was rather special, it was like a tree, the trunk was not thin but it was not extremely thick either. The crown of the tree was verdant and ingeniously stacked to form the shape of Divine Bean Palace. And on the ground, the roots were intertwined. Many of them were exposed. This implied that Fang Dichang and Fang clan were inextricably linked, they were deeply connected. Other than these, there were the two clones, Zhan Budu and Li Xiaobai. Zhan Budu's clone's luck was much larger than Li Xiaobai's, it was like an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Zhan Budu had just become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while Li Xiaobai was still a Gu Master. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a blooming flower, there was a thin layer of nectar accumulated in the stamen. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard work and hard cultivation during this period of time. And outside the flower luck, there was a butterfly that was as white as frost. It flapped its wings and created icy winds as it flew towards the flower. This luck sign. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned slightly. Butterflies are usually female, they want to pick the nectar and create icy winds, they are not beneficial to the flower. In terms of scale, the butterfly's size is slightly larger than the flowers. But the icy winds it creates are grand and majestic, it represents a certain trend. The main reason is not the butterfly is only a catalyst. Clone Li Xiaobai's situation is good now, but it will not be good in the future. If an accident happens, the frost will descend and the flower will wither. But the butterfly is close to the flower, this itself represents a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai had been attacking Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, because there was a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding it. Fang Yuan could not use it as freely as he could in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan could use his schemes and make all sorts of plans as he pleased. But he was restrained in Profound Literature's abode, and he couldn't utilize most of his abilities if he wanted to preserve the greatest gains and benefits he could obtain here. Thus, the support of luck became the main help that Fang Yuan's main body could provide to Li Xiaobai. Immediately, Fang Yuan moved cooking luck pot and started modifying Li Xiaobai's luck. A moment later, Li Xiaobai's flower luck turned bright red, like peach blossoms in spring, it was love luck. Changing luck was not random, it had to follow certain rules. For example, after Li Xiaobai's luck turned into love luck, it became much more effective, it formed a special interaction with the butterfly luck. Next, it will depend on whether the clone can make use of this. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a form of change, when the real fortuitous encounter came, it would depend on the person's ability to make use of it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose, not long after he changed his luck, he had a delightful discovery. He saw a huge fish floating in the void. It was swaying its huge tail. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. This was the first time he had seen a life form that could travel in the void. It could exist outside of the world. I'm afraid it is the disciple of the sage that the human-shaped mist mentioned before. Fang Yuan chased after it. That huge gray fish resembled a goldfish. After seeing Fang Yuan, it was very surprised. It quickly kowtowed. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower greets the sage. Even though the huge gray fish was as large as a whale, its human voice sounded like that of a young girl. Very good, very good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long time. Bring me there. You will receive many benefits. Fang Yuan smiled. But the huge gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but I cannot find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. What? You were exiled? Fang Yuan frowned. The huge gray fish shook its head again. No. I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I took the initiative to bid farewell to my fellow sect members and left Yellow Earth Great World. I came to the outside world to gain some experience and strive for a breakthrough. Saying so, the huge gray fish stared at Fang Yuan with its huge fish eyes shining with anticipation. If this sage could enlighten it, its bottleneck would be nothing. But Fang Yuan was not that kind of person. He did not want to waste time talking. He immediately restrained the huge gray fish and searched its memories. So it was like this. Even though these venerable Dao fields exist for a long time, they are always moving. The huge gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Dao Field. From its memories, Fang Yuan could see the richness of this world. Yellow Earth Dao Field was vast and vast. It was not inferior to the sovereign immortal aperture. It had dense earth path Dao marks and complete other Dao marks. The immortal material storehouse was rich. There were many goo worms, including immortal goo. There were also all kinds of living beings. Even though there were no humans, it was truly a treasure land. Even with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he coveted this Yellow Earth Dao Field. If I can obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field and devour it completely, my total assets will triple. Fang Yuan was refining immortal goo intensely. He had already digested most of the gains. His immortal material storehouse had shrunk drastically. If he could obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field, it would be a huge supplement. It would be like growing from a skinny person to a fat person. However, it was very difficult to reach Yellow Earth Dao Field. There were all kinds of living beings in Yellow Earth Dao Field. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set it up in the past to educate everyone without discrimination. All living beings had souls, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a goo master cultivation method. Most living beings had apertures and could cultivate as goo masters. Among them, the best of the best had even become goo immortals, even though there were not many of them. And among these goo immortals there were elites. These elites often had the ability to leave the world. When their cultivation reached a bottleneck and could not advance any further, they would leave the Dao field and go to other places to temper themselves. When they were in the void, far away from the Dao field, they would not be able to find their way home. But it was not important. When the time came and they broke through the bottleneck, they would see the Dao field and return smoothly. This was all the information Fang Yuan had obtained from the gray fish. Don't look at how this gray fish was easily captured by Fang Yuan. It had rank 7 cultivation level and was an elite goo immortal of Yellow Earth Dao Field. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. He was able to deduce even more information. When the time comes, they can naturally return to the Dao Field. This is the saying in Yellow Earth Dao Field, and in the gray fish's memories, many seniors have also returned like this. It seems that Yellow Earth Dao Field itself has the ability to receive these living beings who have left. Every once in a while, Yellow Earth Dao Field will let out the elite goo immortals inside to temper themselves, and when the tempering results, the Dao Field will take the initiative to bring them back. Why did they do this? The gray fish's memories had the same answer. The reason being that the dojos did not coexist peacefully with one another. They were all fighting against one another, resulting in chaos. The living beings nurtured by the Dao Fields would fight and kill each other, attempting to invade each other's Dao Fields. Back then, when the Venerables set up the Dao Fields, they probably had this arrangement. But what is the benefit of letting them fight each other? What is the goal of the Venerables? Fang Yuan shook his head as he thought of this. Only by entering a Venerable Dao Field would he be able to find the answer to these questions. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to give you pointers? You are lucky to have met me. The gray fish shuddered, it stammered and could not speak. It was already frightened by Fang Yuan. Although it had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, The gray fish was deeply aware that the sage in front of it was extremely terrifying. He had a cruel and cold demonic nature. He was not a good person like Paradise Earth Sage. It was truly unfortunate for it to have met him. Alright, even if you don't say it, I know your doubts. Fang Yuan searched through all of the gray fish's memories. He knew clearly what its bottleneck was. He immediately gave it pointers. His words were concise and comprehensive. They were easy to understand. The gray fish gradually stopped trembling, attracted by Fang Yuan's words. It was immersed in it and temporarily forgot about its dangerous situation. Why haven't you broken through? Fang Yuan frowned. After talking for so long, his mouth was dry. The gray fish was still in a daze. Although it had intelligence, it could not compare to humans. Chapter 1883. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A large river flowed east. A large ship was moving down the river. Jianghu by carries the sky, reflecting the red jade of the human heart. Emperor Gu Wen's talent is unimaginable. To think that he was able to compose such a poem at the age of 7. Su Qihan sighed as she looked at the wide river. She was the daughter of a minister. She had a graceful figure, delicate and pure beauty, cultured and elegant, and had a scholarly temperament. Other than her beauty, her most praiseworthy trait was her talent. She was full of poetry and well-versed in historical records. She could make most men in the world feel inferior. Young miss, the wind is rising. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go back. The servant girl beside her advised. Su Qihan sighed, but she still stood by the side of the ship, looking at the surging river. The servant girl insisted, Young miss, are you worried about the rest of the journey? Didn't you chase away that evil thief? In my opinion, we've already chosen 8 of the 10 great scholars. As for the remaining 2, we can just pick any one of them. Su Qihan shook her head. You don't understand. The matter of picking the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict, it also concerns the future prosperity of our Su family. The servant girl pouted, Young miss, I don't understand the principles of the imperial court, but you have to let me drink the medicine. Su Qihan smiled bitterly. How can ordinary medicine have any effect on my injuries? It is just a form of consolation. It's fine if I don't drink it. The servant girl stomped her feet. Young miss, don't try to deceive me. This medicine has no effect on your injuries, but your body has been cold since young. If you don't drink this warm medicine, you will suffer from frostbite. So, you have to drink this medicine. Alright, bring it over. Su Qihan could not do anything to her personal servant girl. She could only take the bowl and drink it in one gulp. She had just finished drinking when she heard a burst of wild laughter. Then, a figure broke through the water and jumped onto the deck. Who is it? It's you again, you evil thief. The guards on the ship immediately moved out and surrounded the newcomer. However, the newcomer was very powerful. After a series of chaotic attacks, the guards were beaten into a mess. You are not his match, retreat for now. Su Qihan's expression was solemn as she stepped forward, preparing to fight. The newcomer's face was ferocious. He had a stocky build, and his skin was greenish-black, like the skin of a shark. This was the effect of the shark skin goo. Misu. He greeted her with a smile, revealing his sharp teeth, making him look even more ferocious. Su Qihan sneered, Shark bandit, you lost to me not long ago. Have you not learned your lesson? How dare you come back? Shark bandit laughed sinisterly. Miss Su, I am not your opponent, but that was before you drank that bowl of medicine. Do you feel that your hands and feet are a little numb? Su Qihan's expression changed. Is there a problem with this medicine? She immediately turned to look at her personal maid. The maidservant hurriedly shook her head, her face as pale as paper. This is impossible. I've been keeping an eye on this medicine and I've never left it. Miss, you must believe me. Of course the medicine, cough cough, there is no problem. Cough cough, but the medicine, cough, I did something to it. Right at this time, another uninvited guest climbed up the ship's railing and stepped onto the deck. Su Qihan's brows were tightly furrowed, her heart sank to rock bottom. Medicine demon, you actually did not die. Medicine demon looked like an old man, but he was actually only over 20 years old. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash. His whole body was old and decaying inside and out. Medicine demon's eyes revealed deep hatred. Thanks to your cousin, I won't be able to live for long. But to be able to have a taste of Su tribe's young miss before I die, it is worth it. Su Qihan's expression turned pale. She took a step back. What medicine did you give me? She felt her whole body turning numb. Medicine Demon laughed loudly. Of course it is, the strongest aphrodisiac. It can turn the most chaste woman in the world into the most lascivious and promiscuous slut. Before he finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Bam bam bam. Explosions resounded as Su Qihan retreated step by step. Miss, leave quickly, I will block them. At the crucial moment, the servant girl stood up and sacrificed herself to buy time for Su Qihan to escape. Su Qihan fell into deep hesitation. Miss, leave quickly. The servant girl used a forbidden technique. Her battle strength rose sharply, but the consequence was death. Su Qihan shed tears as she retreated, walking on the water. Shark Bandit, Medicine Demon, I will not spare you. The imperial court will not spare your 9 clans. In a pavilion by the river. There were only 2 people. One was Fang Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai, the other was his teacher, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang looked at the river under the night sky as he said to Li Xiaobai, Come, compose a poem for me. I will give you 10 steps. The so-called 10 steps was the time it took for a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body, but after this period of hard work he had made great progress. He immediately recited a poem. Next, after thinking for a while, he recited the next 2 lines. Teacher Jiang was silent for a while before shaking his head. Oh Xiaobai, you have indeed made great progress recently, but with your current talent, you are still not enough to compete for the position of scholar. Teacher, I know that 10 steps poem composition is Emperor Gu Wen's test. Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection. Every 20 years the imperial court would choose 10 great scholars. This 10 steps poem composition is the first round of the scholar selection. I have already passed. Why do you not recommend me to participate in this selection, teacher? Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Jiang turned around and looked at his favorite student, smiling. Xiaobai, you only know one thing but not the other. The selection of the 10 great scholars is only a kind of glory and competition on the surface, but it is actually to nurture future officials of the imperial court. Teacher, you are talking about becoming an immortal? Li Xiaobai was surprised. Li Xiaobai was only acting, he already knew everything. Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to investigate Grotto Heavens. Even if profound literature Grotto Heaven had a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it, it could not do anything to the constant investigation of heaven form from outside the Grotto Heaven. In this profound literature Grotto Heaven, information path was undoubtedly the mainstream. Every time a Gu master wrote a beautiful article, they would be rewarded by the Grotto Heaven. Originally, this Grotto Heaven had many sects and Gu immortals had their own territories. But later on, Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person had extremely high talent and outstanding talent. He became a Gu immortal at an astonishing speed. Afterwards he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing or surrendering. He created an imperial court and brought the whole Grotto Heaven under his rule. In his later years he created the selection of the 10 great scholars. He chose the most outstanding scholars in the world and bestowed them with the glorious title of the imperial court. The imperial court would choose suitable people among these scholars and recruit them, giving them resources before nurturing them into Gu immortals and appointing them as officials. Thus, the imperial court in profound literature Grotto Heaven was the strongest super force. Every rank 1 official was a Gu immortal, there was no exception. The current emperor was naturally also a Gu immortal. And now, the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place was the current supreme emperor. Because it involved the chance to become a Gu immortal, the selection of the 10 great scholars looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging and the stench of blood. All the forces were competing and competing, using all kinds of connections and relationships, scheming and overt. Great scholar Xin, who competed with teacher Jiang earlier, was one of the 10 great scholars in every generation. But his political ideology was not high, or rather he was not a proper person, thus he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is the same example. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, but was not conscripted as an official. My own talent is only just enough to meet the selection criteria. Moreover, I am teacher's disciple. Because of his influence, the imperial court does not like me. Even if I succeed, I might not become a high official. At best, I would be a minor official working for the imperial court and delaying my own cultivation. Without anyone above me, my life would be delayed like this. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Xin probably saw this future. Thus they chose not to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opens a private school, the other roams around. Li Xiaobai's mind was clear and organized. It was not that teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen had no future. If they could decipher the mystery of becoming Ngu immortal and pass the tribulation, they would naturally become Gu immortals. It was just that this profound literature grotto heaven was small compared to the 5 regions. The resources were very limited. Almost all the immortal materials were controlled by the colossus known as the Imperial Court. It was extremely difficult for teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen to become Gu immortals. There was little hope. Teacher Jiang called Li Xiaobai to the riverside and talked to him privately. He wanted to persuade the student to give up on this selection of the 10 great scholars. He had put in a lot of effort. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Even though he reached the lowest standard, there was no hope. The selection of the 10 great scholars was like a whirlpool. Many scholars lost their lives because of it. Teacher Jiang had poured his heart and soul into teaching Li Xiaobai. He did not want the student to be implicated and die a miserable death. But he did not know that Li Xiaobai already knew everything. He even knew how to become Ngu immortal. But he still had to put on a show. Li Xiaobai first investigated. Before feeling regret and unwillingness, he finally thanked teacher Jiang solemnly. He expressed that he was willing to give up on this selection and even the next few selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Jiang was greatly relieved. He left with a peace of mind. Li Xiaobai was alone, walking along the riverside on his way home. I can become Ngu immortal by myself. But if I cultivate too fast and advance to Ngu immortal, that rank 8 Gu immortal will definitely be alerted. He will definitely investigate. If he finds any clues or even just a trace of suspicion, I will be in danger of dying. This was not what Li Xiaobai or Fang Yuan's main body wanted to see. Since Fang Yuan's soul transmigrated, he secretly set up a clone like Li Xiaobai to save time and let the clone open up the situation, or even control this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Even though this was just a casual move, if it succeeded, it would definitely save Fang Yuan a lot of time and energy. Of course, there was a backup plan. For example, when Li Xiaobai matured to a certain stage, he could coordinate with the main body and scheme against a rank 8 Gu immortal. But it is still too early now. I am teacher Jiang's disciple. I can be considered to have established myself. I have studied hard during this period of time and gained some fame. But if I want to continue progressing, this environment is not enough to push me forward. If I can become one of the 10 great scholars, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or backing. I only have a teacher. If I participate, I will definitely be assassinated. I will not gain any benefits. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become Ngu immortal in the future without these cultivation resources, it will be difficult for me to advance. Li Xiaobai sighed bitterly in his heart. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He found a person lying in the weeds by the riverside. Lady, what's wrong? After checking the situation, Li Xiaobai bent down to save her. When he dragged the unconscious woman ashore, he was shocked to find that this person was Su Qihan. What happened? This Su Qihan is the beloved daughter of the current Imperial Court's first-rank official, Prime Minister Su. She is in charge of the selection and assessment of the 10 great scholars. She actually fainted from her injuries. Prime Minister Su is a rank 6 Gu immortal. Su Qihan is also a future Imperial Court official. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. She actually fell to such a state. This selection of the 10 great scholars is really too deep. In profound literature grotto heaven, there was no distinction between men and women. Anyone could become Ngu immortal. Naturally, they could all become officials. Many women were even more talented than men. There were even large numbers of private schools and schools for women scattered all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 great scholars were not just men, there were also female scholars. Just as he was thinking, Su Qihan moaned and woke up. You saved me? She looked at Li Xiaobai with a fiery gaze. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, why is there something wrong with her gaze? He nodded and was about to speak. But Su Qihan covered his mouth and flipped over, pressing Li Xiaobai onto the ground. What are you doing? Li Xiaobai's body tensed. He was a little dazed. What kind of trick was this? Su Qihan rode on him and started to take off his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai stammered helplessly, Lady Su, please conduct yourself with dignity. Su Qihan's movements paused as she narrowed her eyes. You know me? Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lady Su is selecting the 10 great scholars. Of course I know about it. Lady Su, I am teacher Jiang's student. I had just parted ways with teacher Jiang at the Riverside Pavilion. Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Qihan had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level, he was not her match. Right now there were only the two of them at the Riverside. Su Qihan was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai naturally mentioned teacher Jiang to prevent him from being harmed. Su Qihan looked at Li Xiaobai deeply, her face flushed unnaturally red as she sighed deeply. It is too late, your teacher has already left. Right now there is only you and me in the surrounding 10 li. What do you want to do? Li Xiaobai fainted from Su Qihan's poke. This was not what he wanted. According to his plan he could develop steadily. But now he was like a fish on the chopping board, anyone could do whatever they wanted to him. If his secret was discovered it would be terrible. Li Xiaobai tried his best to wake up, but Su Qihan's methods were unique, no matter how much he struggled he could not move. While in a daze, he felt like he had entered a cold cave, he felt like he had fallen into a raging wave, rising and falling continuously. Next, the cave became warm, it was as if a warm breeze was blowing, it was drizzling, it became warmer and more moist. Eventually, he seemed to have transformed into a waterfall, he fainted from happiness. After an unknown period of time he slowly woke up. He fainted, he was extremely exhausted, a sense of weakness could be felt from his bones. He quickly checked his situation, he found that his clothes were completely torn, he was lying in a cave. Su Qihan was dressing beside him. Su, Lady Su. Li Xiaobai spoke with difficulty, he did not even have the strength to speak. Su Qihan did not look at him, she was still dressing, her voice was calm. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we met. Chapter 1884. Eastern Sea Gu Tribe Headquarters. In the main hall, a grand banquet had been going on for several days. At this time, the attendants served plates of fragrant roasted chicken. These were not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens, at least desolate beast level. Gu tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai were enjoying ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had already experienced the customs of the beastmen, eating meat and drinking wine. They were bold to the point of being arrogant, they were straightforward to the point of being brainless. If you could obtain the beastman's recognition, you would be an esteemed guest and enjoy the best banquet. If you could not obtain their recognition, you would forever be despised, loathed, or even hated by them. All of the beastman Gu immortals present saw the immortal chicken and started to salivate with desire. These immortal materials could not be eaten normally, they were usually used as Gu refinement materials, they were never as extravagant as today. But according to historical records, when the beastmen were at their peak, these immortal materials were freely eaten by the wealthy beastman tribes, they were extravagant and wasteful, they were extremely extravagant. Gu tribe's leader directly held the millstone-sized roasted chicken in his hand. Lord Wu Shuai, please take a look, he said as he activated a food path killer move. The killer move took effect. Gu tribe's leader opened his mouth and sucked lightly, the huge roasted chicken was directly sucked into his mouth. With a gulp, Gu tribe's leader's throat moved as he swallowed the roasted chicken. His abdomen immediately bulged like a pregnant woman. Gu tribe's leader rubbed his belly as he smiled. This ancient desolate chicken will need half a day to be completely digested. During this time my luck will be strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner. Wu Shuai nodded, praising. Chicken dinner is a good move, the effect is outstanding, it can use food path methods to imitate luck path effects. From what I can see, your increased luck seems to be more focused on survival. Gu tribe's leader said in admiration. Senior's insight is correct, it is indeed so. According to the records, if my tribe's Gu immortals get into dangerous situations or chaotic battles, they can often use this move to survive. Wu Shuai nodded, he tore a piece of chicken meat and swallowed it. Next, let me demonstrate an enslavement path killer move. Naturally, this banquet wasn't simple at all. It was an exchange of legacies between Fang Yuan's doppelganger and the ancient race. Gu race had the transformation path and food path inheritances, they were willing to use a portion of them to exchange for the enslavement path inheritance with Fang Yuan. Gu race was already preparing to develop towards Dragon Man. Dragon Man had natural enslavement path Dao marks, thus they had a need for enslavement path inheritances. Fang Yuan had no objections. By taking out some items from the enslavement path, one could exchange for the ancient race's inheritance. Their inheritances were rather unique. The transformation path inheritance had an ancient style, while the food path inheritance made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised. Speaking of which, food path was created by beastman Gu immortals. The Gu race had been lurking at the bottom of the East Sea and had gradually developed a rather complete food Dao inheritance. What the Gu clan leader had just demonstrated was one of the killer moves, chicken dinner. The Beastman style resulted in the killer moves' names being easy to understand, simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. The cooperation between Fang Yuan and Gu tribe continued to deepen. Earlier, Fang Yuan helped them transform into dragon men, now they were exchanging inheritances. For example, the killer move chicken dinner could imitate the effect of luck path. At first glance, this inheritance gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. Fang Yuan willed and ordered his time path clone to try making deductions in this aspect. Meanwhile, his main body sat on the giant gray fish, roaming around aimlessly in the void. The giant gray fish's aura was completely different from before. After being enlightened by Fang Yuan, even though its intelligence was limited, it managed to break through. The bottleneck that had troubled it previously no longer existed. However, the thing Fang Yuan was anticipating did not happen. Fang Yuan enlightened the giant gray fish to use it to attract yellow earth Dao field. But after so many days, not even a trace of yellow earth Dao field could be found. According to the giant gray fish, this was because the fortuitous encounter had not arrived. But Fang Yuan snorted disdainfully, he inwardly guessed, fortuitous encounter and fate are all lies. It seems that this yellow earth Dao field itself has intelligence, or rather, it has its own will. It saw through my scheme and did not show up. I will continue exploring for a while and observe the situation. Several days later. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sat on the back of the giant gray fish and sneered. He activated a killer move, a strength path giant hand flew out and caught a fat rhinoceros. Spare me, sage, spare me. The rhinoceros begged for mercy and struggled, but the strength path giant hand firmly restrained it. Fang Yuan chuckled and pointed with his finger. The rhinoceros's soul was immediately drawn out. In a few breaths of time, he understood all the experiences of the rhinoceros. This rhinoceros came from Reckless Savage's Dao field, which was similar to Yellow Earth Dao field. It had also encountered a bottleneck and left the world in search of an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not say anything and attacked it, quickly capturing this rank 7 rhinoceros alive. The giant gray fish witnessed the entire process. Fang Yuan's terrifying strength made it tremble in fear. It is your fortune to have encountered me, let me enlighten you. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. The rhinoceros's soul was stuffed back in. This time, it learned its lesson and quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Several days later. Go, remember to cultivate well. Fang Yuan looked at the giant gray fish and fat rhinoceros. The giant fish and rhinoceros trembled with fear as they said in unison, "Farewell, sage. Strive to return as soon as possible, I will return." Fang Yuan smiled. The giant fish and rhinoceros immediately shuddered. Only when Fang Yuan completely disappeared from their sight did they stop kowtowing. They looked at each other, both of them rejoicing at having survived a desperate situation. Of course, the words Fang Yuan said before he left that he would return had turned into a huge shadow, shrouding their hearts. Crazed Demon Cave 7th Layer. Secret Schemer carefully took a step forward, his face pale. He was already very close to his limit at this point. Let's rest first. Secret Schemer had no choice but to do this. He sat down and turned into a stone statue to rest. Behind him, Not Immortal and Pang Shan were also resting. A moment later, Secret Schemer struggled free from his stone skin and stood up. Boss, let's go back. Yeah, the demonic sound has become irregular and unpredictable. Also, there hasn't been any demonic sound for a while now. Our current position is very risky. That's right, isn't Fang Yuan a good example for us? Not Immortal and Pang Shan reminded. Secret Schemer sighed and nodded helplessly. All right, it's time to retreat. Fang Yuan's death made the 3 crazed demon eccentrics a little dispirited. But just as Secret Schemer was about to turn around, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stopped moving. Boss, why are you? Fang Yuan? Is that you? Not Immortal and Pang Shan were shocked to see Fang Yuan slowly walking towards them. Of course it's me. Fang Yuan nodded. That's great, you didn't die. Not Immortal shouted. But why didn't we see you? Secret Schemer asked doubtfully. Fang Yuan nodded again. That's because I went to the 8th layer and got a hint from the Venerable. The 8th layer? A hint from the Venerable? The three crazed demon eccentrics were shocked again. Chapter 1885. Western Desert. Fang Yuan did not conceal his traces. He stood proudly on myriad-year flying warship with his hands behind his back. Myriad-year flying warship was like a sharp silver sword that pierced through the sky, its tip pointing straight at a pale yellow cloud high up in the sky. Fang Yuan, you actually dared to come back. A shout came from the light yellow cloud. The owner of the voice was furious and filled with hatred. The light yellow cloud looked ordinary on the surface, but it was actually an immortal formation. There was a dream realm inside the formation. Inside the dream realm were Immortal Gu Mutation and a Gu Immortal, Dancer Hong Yun. The one controlling the formation was Immortal Concubine Qing Lan. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan had rank 7 cultivation level. She was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's second wife. Back then, when Fang Yuan was roaming Western Desert, he was chased by Feng Jioga. When he met Dancer Hong Yun, he pretended to form an alliance and exchanged for Zhen Yuanzi's formation path inheritance. Fang Yuan schemed and pretended to part ways. He even used Fairy Chui Bo's body to self-detonate using the pure dream reality seeker physique body, causing a huge loss to Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations Ancestors' wills. Unfortunately, when Fang Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Jioga chased after him. Fang Yuan could only retreat temporarily. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was ambushed. He sensed something amiss and immediately sent Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to investigate. After learning that Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no way to deal with the Dream Realm. He could only ask Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to create an immortal formation to trap this place. In truth, even though Dancer Hong Yun was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's wife, he did not like her that much. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was most worried about Mutation Immortal Gu, which was trapped in the Dream Realm. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Back then, Thousand Transformations Ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance. This Mutation Immortal Gu was the core. Without it, Thousand Transformations Ancestor would have to expend a lot of effort to activate many of his methods. Their power would be greatly reduced. Mutation Immortal Gu could not be lost. Thousand Transformations Ancestor didn't have Fang Yuan's methods, so he could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path and seal the Dream Realm. Therefore, the culprit who caused all this was, of course, Fang Yuan. It was no wonder that Immortal Concubine Qing Lan was furious that Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the array. However, this famous female immortal of the Western Desert did not attack. Instead, she madly activated the formation, choosing to defend to the death. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8s. He also has the myriad-year flying warship, which once defeated the Celestial Court. I can't fight him alone. The most important thing now is to guard this place and stall for time so that my husband and the others can teleport over. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan urgently called for help while controlling the immortal array with all her might. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's offensive suddenly broke out. An endless stream of silver flying swords shot out like a waterfall. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan gritted her teeth and controlled the yellow cloud to hold on. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud formed by the immortal formation continued to disintegrate and shrink. But the speed at which it disintegrated was not satisfactory. Myriad-year flying warship had 4 killer moves. They were Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad-year Encirclement Hunt. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the immortal formation was reinforced. Otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Fang Yuan. This is myriad-year flying warship? It is truly amazing. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan's expression was pale. Facing Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly attack this place. There was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Gu immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Other than her, the other Gu immortals were also Thousand Transformations Ancestors' wives and concubines. Where is my husband? Immortal Concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet. The actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal Concubine Qing Lan shook her head. With just us, we are not Fang Yuan's match, we won't be able to last long. The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered, Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom. Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Night Temptress screamed, what are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation. The female immortals could not be bothered to argue, they used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad-year flying warship had made great contributions in the River of Time, it had killed Qing Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter, he was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad-year flying warship had the upper hand because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qing Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad-year flying warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert. Without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, Myriad-year flying warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud even with its full power. This formation is not simple, it is a transformation path Gu formation. Not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function, it is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong, this formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 immortal Gu house against a rank 8 immortal formation, both sides were evenly matched. However, between the person controlling the immortal Gu house and the Gu immortal defending the immortal formation, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly superior. Quick, someone help me, I can't hold on for much longer. Fang Yuan is too fierce, I can't take it anymore. Sisters, hold on, I'm coming, oh no, my side is also going to fall. For these wives and concubines of Thousand Transformations ancestor, the situation was deteriorating at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress' expression was ashen, she used all her strength and spat out blood, but still could not hold on. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was drenched in cold sweat, she could not understand why she could enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan when she was defending alone earlier. Now that they had received a large amount of reinforcements, they were retreating step by step. The other rank 6 female immortals were drenched in sweat, their limbs were limp. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had already defeated them to the point where their fighting spirit was at its lowest. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was not enough against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He also had the Light of Wisdom and other powerful deduction methods. The Daybreak Sword moved as he wished. Every strike was a probe filled with deep meaning. Although he was still a long way from understanding the entire formation, what Fang Yuan wanted to do now was to destroy and not to learn. This was much simpler and more straightforward. Thousand Transformations ancestor, are you still not going to make a move? Do you think your wives and concubines can stop me? You look down on me too much and you think too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered. But he still did not see Thousand Transformations ancestor. The mass of yellow clouds was reduced to a rather dangerous level. The Night Temptress had a look of terror on her face as she said resolutely, Sisters, let's use our last resort. Are you going to use it so soon? Other than that, what else do we have? If you don't use it now, it'll be too late. All of the female immortals used their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly released golden light. Even though there was only a small cloud left, it was still extremely sturdy, blocking all the silver flying swords. It did not move at all. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, this change is also within my expectations. To use it so quickly, how incompetent. If it was an ordinary opponent, he might be troubled. But I've already figured out what's going on. Doing this will only hasten your defeat. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped the Daybreak Sword killer move and ordered his subordinates in the carriage, ram them. Myriad-year flying warship charged forward and directly collided with the golden cloud. Boom. The first collision caused the golden cloud to shake. The female immortals were bleeding from their 7 orifices and felt dizzy. Boom. The second collision caused the golden cloud to scatter. The female immortals suffered such a fierce collision and fell to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces were pale as paper and their gazes were somewhat dazed. Boom. The third time, Myriad-year flying warship directly stabbed into the golden cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash, many of them fainted on the spot. The formation was on the verge of collapse, but Fang Yuan retreated back into the carriage. Master, should we capture these female immortals and use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Thousand Transformations' ancestor? A variant human Gu immortal suggested. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Myriad Year Flying Warship was about to attack these female immortals when a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance changed as she shouted, "Fang Yuan, you are going too far." Husband. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were still barely conscious. They were overjoyed. It turned out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor had already teleported here. He had only disguised his identity and deceived everyone around him. He had endured for a long time and purposely set up a trap to seize an opportunity. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance. He was cautious and did not leave Myriad Year Flying Warship from start to finish. He did not even have the thought of personally capturing these female immortals alive. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it ruthlessly slashed towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the moment of crisis, Thousand Transformations' ancestor laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. He only raised his left arm. At the next moment, his left arm expanded and turned into the giant arm of a violent ape. The giant arm was covered in purple gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations' ancestor raised his left arm and with a loud bang, Myriad Year Flying Warship crashed into it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor took a small step back while Myriad Year Flying Warship was sent flying. Fang Yuan's expression sank slightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was indeed worthy of being someone who inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended a bit earlier, but he had displayed many exquisite methods. His body did not change, only his left arm had changed. But his left arm's transformation was not simple. It was dragon scale transformation and ape arm transformation used together, their powers superimposing. Myriad Year Flying Warship could do nothing to such a defense. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not block it forcefully. He used deflection and guidance techniques to send Myriad Year Flying Warship flying. The killer move is exquisite. His personal combat skills are also very amazing. Just from one attack in defense, Fang Yuan had already grasped many details of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad Year Flying Warship around and pounced towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor again. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you are finally willing to come out, then die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to take my life with the help of an immortal Gu house? Shameless boasting. Fang Yuan scoffed. Even celestial quartz Gu immortals died under my worship, you will also follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1886. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. He hated Fang Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Fang Yuan knew this. He laughed loudly. If Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill both. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned. He thought, did Fang Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant, or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when Thousand Transformations' ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed this, but he was heavily injured. He had to send Dancer Hong Yun to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed. He gave Dancer Hong Yun rank 8 Immortal Gu mutation, to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator. He did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Fang Yuan schemed and harmed Dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Fang Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped Dancer Hong Yun and Mutation Immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to send Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to set up a rank 7 immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people. Fairy Myrtle schemed to trap Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not an ordinary person. He sharply sensed that something was amiss, but because of his injuries he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark. Even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle, she had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations Ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations Ancestor, wanting to emulate the successful example of funding Ancestor Jianghu. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was different from Ancestor Jianghu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and controlled the entire Wuxia desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old Ancestor Jianghu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations Ancestor was unwilling to act. Fang Yuan, this shit stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations Ancestor's plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations Ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no choice but to act. Once he revealed his weakness, the Celestial Court would definitely deal a heavy blow. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship and fought with Thousand Transformations Ancestor. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. The experts of the Celestial Court are probably spying on us in the surroundings. Even if they are not, this commotion might have attracted them here. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had a layer of apprehension in his heart. He protected the formation and did not chase after them, instead urging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, Fairy Chui Bo died because she was not skilled enough. She died in battle. It was a worthy death. The hatred between us is not something that cannot be put down. You need to understand, the true enemy is not me but the Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations Ancestor advised earnestly, forcefully suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart. My situation is actually the same as yours, Fang Yuan. Why do we need to fight to the death? We are both targeted by the Celestial Court. This battle is giving the Celestial Court a chance. How can you be so irrational? But Fang Yuan was irrational. He laughed wildly. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, you are a rank 8 great expert in vain. You are actually as timid as a mouse. You want to make peace with me? Hehe, the Celestial Court is not to be feared. You are not to be feared either. Thousand Transformations Ancestor heard this and was so angry that he wanted to skin Fang Yuan alive. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, activating Daybreak Sword Killer move. The sword lights were like a waterfall. They were grand and powerful, but they were also extremely agile. The Daybreak Sword group had just reached Thousand Transformations Ancestor when they split into 10. The 10 sword lights bypassed Thousand Transformations Ancestor and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Fang Yuan, this kid is truly vicious. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He could not let Fang Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would suffer heavy casualties. Thousand Transformations Ancestor took a deep breath and turned into a giant. Next, he turned his body. His back turned into a giant tortoise shell, blocking 5 to 6 sword groups. Next, his neck turned into a snake's neck, extending outwards. His head changed again, turning into a beast mouth. It opened its mouth and sucking the remaining sword groups into its mouth. Giant transformation. Whirlpool tortoise shell transformation. Green divine snake neck transformation. Taotai transformation. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a torch. He instantly saw through Thousand Transformations Ancestor's method. Thousand Transformations Ancestor used all sorts of transformations at will. His attainment was extremely high. Each transformation was perfect. It perfectly covered the formation behind him. Fang Yuan immediately knew, with just myriad-year flying warship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations Ancestor's defense. Not only this, Fang Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain Myriad-Year Flying Warship. If Myriad-Year Flying Warship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations ancestor would be most happy to see. Fang Yuan sneered, as expected of reckless savages' true inheritance. So be it, let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized Myriad-Year Flying Warship and used the killer move Torrential Charge. Water rippled around the bottom of Myriad-Year Flying Warship. It was the phantom image of the River of Time that had been summoned. Myriad-Year Flying Warship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded, "Fang Yuan, go inside." Before she finished speaking, 4 immortal Gu houses appeared from all directions. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The Celestial Court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations ancestor suddenly realized, so close. I purposely stalled for time, but the Celestial Court wanted to make use of this to numb me, then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Fang Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He immediately shouted at Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, look ahead, my words have come true." Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled Myriad-Year Flying Warship to charge left and right, but after several attempts he was blocked by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations ancestor's side. "Ancestor, the situation is like this, let's cooperate." Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. "Damn you, Fang Yuan, I have never seen such thick skin in my life." Fang Yuan sneered, "Then you want to continue fighting me?" Thousand Transformations ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. "Humph. When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much." Fang Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression was grim. He said, "Stay away from me, don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well." He was still worried about Fang Yuan. He did not trust Fang Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Fang Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations ancestor expected, the Celestial Court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Fang Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations ancestor. The troops of the Celestial Court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the Celestial Court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the Celestial Court, and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense, so he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, the troops of the Celestial Court had no choice but to move. Previously, the Celestial Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations ancestor, but Fang Yuan's threat to the Celestial Court was even greater than Thousand Transformations ancestor. Now that he finally showed up, the members of the Celestial Court did not want to let him go. Thereupon, the troops of the Celestial Court moved out, immediately causing a complete change in the situation. Thousand Transformations ancestor and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cooperate, but even they did not have the slightest expectations of how effective their cooperation would be. "Fang Yuan, I told you to escape last time. This time let me see where you can escape to." Prince's impatience approached, intending to take revenge. Xing Yi Wang and Wei Feng's expressions were like iron. They flew over silently. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was a female with a seductive appearance. She giggled, "You are Fang Yuan? You are so handsome, I like you. What a pity, you are a good person. Why did you become a thief?" Fang Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. "According to my previous life's memories, this should be Wan Zihong. In my previous life, when Northern Plains invaded the Celestial Court, she was forced to wake up. To think that in this life she actually woke up in advance." Prince's impatience shouted furiously, "Attack!" 4 immortal Gu houses guarded the 4 directions. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals activated their killer moves at the same time. At once, flames shot out, starlight scattered, intense winds raged and flower fog spread. The 4 rank 8 killer moves had grand might engulfing heaven and earth. Come. Fang Yuan manipulated myriad year flying warship and directly charged over. 1,000 transformations ancestor stared with wide eyes. At the crucial moment one's true nature can be seen. This Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being a demon that can oppose the celestial court. He is truly brave. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over, the 4 immortals of the celestial court immediately activated their killer moves, most of their power enveloped over. I'll dodge. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. He lightly turned around and actually flew behind the myriad Li adaptation formation. What the hell? 1,000 transformations ancestor was stunned, cursing in his heart. After Fang Yuan left, the attacks that were attracted by him directly pounced at him. 1,000 transformations ancestor had to protect the formation behind him. He could not dodge, he could only roar and brace himself to face them head-on. Bam bam bam. Amidst continuous explosions, Fang Yuan manipulated myriad year flying warship to fly into the sky. 1,000 transformations ancestor, thank you, I am leaving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Juge. Chapter 1887. Myriad year flying warship was like an arrow soaring into the sky. It seemed that Fang Yuan was really about to break out of the encirclement. Right at this time, Wan Zihong giggled and said coquettishly, Fang Yuan, little thief, you can't escape. At the next moment, the sky above Fang Yuan's head suddenly turned into a vast land. Myriad year flying warship, which was originally soaring into the sky, suddenly charged towards the ground. Fang Yuan quickly stopped myriad year flying warship. Myriad year flying warship's speed was astonishing, but the phantom river of time at the bottom of the warship played an ingenious obstruction. Before crashing into the ground, Fang Yuan successfully stopped the immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan carefully sized up the battlefield, only to see that the sky had suddenly turned into land, and the land had suddenly turned into the sky. Over and over again the whole world seemed to have turned into a Rubik's Cube. This piece of sky and that piece of land were casually stacked together. It was grotesque and dazzling. Wan Zihong floated in the air, while Princess Impatience, who was at the same level as her, was standing on the ground. Fang Yuan felt that he had become a small worm in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find a way out. The exit that looked like the sky would turn into the ground the next moment. If it was ordinary ground, myriad year flying warship would have charged over. But this ground was clearly extremely sturdy. It was a precipice. What method is this? Fang Yuan squinted as he looked at Wan Zihong and asked. Wan Zihong replied, this is the killer move overturning heaven and earth. To tell you the truth, this was specially designed by the celestial court for you. The reason we used it to deal with 1,000 transformations ancestor was just to test the waters. Hee, to think that you were so impatient, coming over so impatiently. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel immortal Gu, he had developed the corresponding killer move, and even had omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation. He could escape extremely quickly at the crucial moment. If the celestial court wanted to capture Fang Yuan, they had to first unravel Fang Yuan's escape method. Previously they had fixed Space Gu, but Fang Yuan had obtained it. Yuan Qiongdu was exhausted, but he did not succeed. Celestial Court had deep foundations and also created this killer move overturning heaven and earth, be it fixed immortal travel or omnidirectional travel, it could counter both of them. Fang Yuan, you won't be able to escape this time. The prince's impatience was enveloped in flames and looked menacing. Surrender without a fight and perhaps I'll spare your life. Wei Feng sneered and the wind blades swept over along with him. The other 2 rank 8 Gu immortals charged towards 1,000 transformations ancestor. Celestial Court sent out 4 immortal Gu houses to maintain overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength is 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He did not want to fight, there was no benefit in fighting these Gu immortals. With just myriad year flying warship and Fang Yuan's strength, it would be very difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. But like what had been analyzed long ago, once this cultivation level was exposed, the secret of Fang Yuan possessing the sovereign immortal body could no longer be concealed. Most importantly, did Celestial Court really only have these people? Once they got entangled, even if Celestial Court did not have other ambushes, they would urgently send other rank 8 Gu immortals to reinforce them. Who knows, at that time Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Dingling might all come to fight. Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the two rank 8 Gu Immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam, myriad-year flying warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the immortal Gu House's charge was obstructed, Wei Feng and Prince's impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These two rank 8 Gu Immortals cooperated very well. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on myriad-year flying warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Fang Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the Gu worms in the warship. Fang Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment he could see many things. This killer move overturning heaven and earth is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Fang Yuan was vigilant and crafty. He could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan could not escape in time with myriad-year flying warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Fang Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it, and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Fang Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard and allowed Fang Yuan to approach Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the two Celestial Court rank 8s attacked, he was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield, but Thousand Transformations' ancestor's piece of sky could not be divided. It became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Fang Yuan return with myriad-year flying warship, Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, "Fang Yuan, why did you come back?" Fang Yuan smiled. "Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now. Why don't we work together? You block Celestial Court's attacks and stall for time. I will deduce and modify the formation. It will not be hard to escape." Thousand Transformations' ancestor spat. "Like hell, I will believe you." Fang Yuan was surprised, looking at Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression. He was busy but not panicking. He seemed to have a trump card. If it was an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal, it would be extremely difficult for them to face such a situation. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor had a reckless savage true inheritance. Be it Fang Yuan or Celestial Court, they could not estimate what trump card he was hiding. "Neither of you will be able to escape. Kill." The four immortals of Celestial Court charged over together. Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not dodge. They could only deal with their moves. Both sides activated killer moves repeatedly, causing the air to explode, winds to howl, flames to rise, and sword lights to shine brightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt increasing pressure as he fought. He scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are still playing tricks now. If you don't repent, I will beat you up as well." As it turned out, Fang Yuan's myriad-year flying warship was extremely slippery. He often used the Myriad Li adaptation formation to block and dodge Celestial Court's fierce attacks. It was not suitable to get close to Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the Myriad Li adaptation formation was huge. Once it was set up, it could not be moved. It was an extremely good shield. Fang Yuan used this shield to block many of Celestial Court's attacks. The Gu Immortals and Myriad-year flying warship caught their breaths and repaired Myriad-year flying warship to its original state. "Ancestor, don't be angry, hold on for a while more. I have already deduced some results. We will be able to deal with this predicament soon," Fang Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not a fool. How could he be willing? He knew Fang Yuan's nature. Once Fang Yuan broke this killer move, he would definitely escape and leave him behind as a target to attract the attacks of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Thus, if Fang Yuan could really break this killer move, it would be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations' ancestor instead. Boom. Thousand Transformations Ancestor attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship in anger. Ancestor, don't be like this, you need to consider the big picture. Fang Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations Ancestor scolded. You still have the face to talk to me about the big picture? Without you causing trouble, this current predicament would not have happened. What did this old man tell you? There is an ambush from Celestial Court. Didn't you shout that? So what if it is Celestial Court? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Show me. Fang Yuan said sincerely. I was right, but Celestial Court sent 2 pairs of Gu Immortals and 4 Immortal Gu houses. I have no choice. Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you deal with me, how can you protect those women who love you? Boom. The Myriad Li adaptation formation shook fiercely. It was hit by Prince's Impatience's fire meteor. The female immortals inside the formation screamed in fear. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will definitely lose. No matter how much Thousand Transformations Ancestor transformed at will, he was only one person. He was facing 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations Ancestor roared furiously. Celestial Court, you are going too far. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. You should get through this first. Wei Feng sneered. He sent out a huge wind blade that slashed at the Myriad Li adaptation formation. You people are unworthy of the righteous path of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations Ancestor roared furiously. He had a formation to protect, he was too passive. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court specifically targeted this flaw of his. They indeed did not have any righteous path demeanor. Look at what I said. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, you really care about the big picture. At this time, Fang Yuan was still making sarcastic remarks. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was so angry he almost vomited blood again. He said hoarsely, all of you will die a horrible death. As the battle dragged on, Thousand Transformations Ancestor felt increasingly powerless. He was almost facing the 4 immortals of Celestial Court alone. He also had to be wary of the sinister and ruthless swindler Fang Yuan. The Myriad Li adaptation formation continued to suffer attacks. It could not hold on any longer. Finally, under Wan Zihang's killer move, a corner of the formation finally collapsed, revealing the space inside the formation. Chance. Wei Feng was coincidentally above this hole. He could see the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in very bad condition. They had all suffered backlash from the collapse of the formation. Most of them had already fainted. Only Night Temptress was barely conscious. She was doing her best to hold on. Capture these female immortals. Make Thousand Transformations Ancestor hesitate in taking action. Wei Feng activated his killer move, turning into a green wind that entered the formation. Husband, save me. Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Seeing Wei Feng pouncing over, her expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Stop. Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng smiled coldly. He was about to capture Night Temptress. Boom. With a loud sound, more than half of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. His head was grabbed by Night Temptress. Before his death, his expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Night Temptress's body emitted surging rank 8 aura. Her appearance slowly changed. She actually turned into Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations Ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Feng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations Ancestor waved his left hand and opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Feng's head. He exerted strength and with a loud sound, Wei Feng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is the outcome of all of you. Thousand Transformations Ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Chui Bo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending Dancer Hong Yun to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Court's Wei Feng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations Ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year Flying Warship. Thousand Transformations ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Feng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Feng, even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Feng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere, this is too strange. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations ancestor, sneered. You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here? After clearing himself, he praised. Ancestor's methods are truly extraordinary. You are truly the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You took the life of a heavenly court rank 8 right away. You were much more decisive than me. I am in awe. He stirred up hatred between the two sides, but there was no doubt in his heart. The Thousand Transformations ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane Palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal Gu house. On into Thousand Temptress into Savage into Feng on into. On he Transformation Ancestor 8. And on one hand Demon. Transformation Palace Ancestor. Different from he and was. He and he was he master one god. Mortal Ancestor MOMO different from other immortal Gu houses. Myriad Statue Palace was special. It could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of Thousand Transformations ancestor in the palace. Even if Fang Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way he would not know I know about it. In the future you might think I do not know your secret, but I do. This is an advantage. Don't think this advantage is small, but in a battle between experts, these details were crucial. How did this advantage come about? Just like that, it accumulated bit by bit. Fang Yuan resisted Celestial Court and reached this point. He was in a much better situation than during the same period of time. Wasn't it because he had won step by step after rebirth, changing his previous life's past and accumulating small advantages time and time again? You could not become fat in one go. Which one of you is the real Thousand Transformations ancestor? Xingyi Wang shouted. Let me tell you, I am the real Thousand Transformations ancestor, and he is my brother, Myriad Transformations ancestor. The real Thousand Transformations ancestor casually lied. Myriad Statue Palace's Myriad Transformations ancestor lightly nodded. Celestial Court, you did not expect this, right? You wanted to deal with my brother, but you did not expect to deal with 2 rank 8s. I advocate secluded cultivation. I had wanted to conceal my identity for the rest of my life, but regretfully, my secret has been exposed. But paying the life of a rank 8 Gu immortal is worth it. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court looked at each other in silence. Regardless of whether Thousand Transformations ancestor was speaking the truth or not, there was a huge change in the current strength of the two sides. Previously, Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations ancestor were fighting against the 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Now Wei Feng was dead, but Myriad Transformations ancestor was added to the mix. It was now 3 against 3, both sides also had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed, saying, if I were one of you, I would arrange for a comrade to guard Myriad Statue Desert. That way both sides would be able to reinforce each other. Unlike now, both of you are in a predicament. There is no one guarding Myriad Statue Desert. My Celestial Court's Gu immortals can directly invade it. Oh right, I wonder if the 2 of you from Myriad Statue Palace brought it with you? If it landed in Myriad Statue Desert, it would be terrible. Wan Zihong's words were a threat and also a probe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan knew the secret. Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Myriad Transformations Ancestor were only Thousand Transformations Ancestor controlling Myriad Statue Palace? How could the two separate? Even if Celestial Court sent other Gu Immortals to plunder their base in Myriad Statue Desert, there would definitely be nothing valuable in that base. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor's expression changed slightly. He said with anger and mockery, "Your Celestial Court claims to be the orthodox lineage of humanity, the leader of the righteous path. Is this the style of Celestial Court?" Fang Yuan could not help but praise his acting skills inwardly. Thousand Transformations Ancestor could not hide it for long. Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle might not be here personally, but she would soon deduce the truth. However, just like how Fang Yuan concealed the truth, Thousand Transformations Ancestor was also thinking of ways to fight for even the slightest advantage. Although he killed Wei Feng, he was still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Celestial Court maintained their killer move, overturning heaven and earth, firmly holding the initiative. Their remaining strength was still above Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Fang Yuan combined. Wan Zihong sneered, "Forget it, I will be the main attacker this time, the rest of you must support me with all your strength." She instructed Xingyi Wang and Prince's Impatience. The latter two nodded, having no objections. In terms of seniority, Wan Zihong was the eldest, and in terms of strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal Killer Move, Flying Flower Blood. Wan Zihong attacked fiercely, her aura surging. She did not make any obvious movements, but Thousand Transformations and Myriad Transformations Ancestors' bodies started to bleed. Blood flew out of their bodies like dancing flower petals, splashing everywhere. Although Myriad Transformations Ancestor was in Myriad Elephant Palace, he was also in human form, thus he was also injured by this move. Thousand Transformations Ancestor quickly changed his form and attacked instead of retreating, shooting out of the Myriad Li Adaptation formation. Myriad Transformations Ancestor did not follow closely behind, but continued to guard the Myriad Li Adaptation formation. Wan Zihong's expression did not change when she saw Thousand Transformations Ancestor approaching. She slowly retreated. Prince's Impatience and Xingyi Wang flew out and stalled Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wan Zihong, so he changed forms and attacked Wan Zihong from afar. Wan Zihong sneered and used another move, Helpless Flower Falling. Flower petals swirled around her, falling down. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's attacks got close to her, but were swept away by this falling flower, unable to do anything. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, after this move of mine, die obediently. Wan Zihong shouted, pointing her finger. Immortal Killer Move, Yellow Flower Thinning Life. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was trembling with Xingyi Wang and Prince's Impatience when his expression suddenly changed. His body became thinner and his lifespan decreased rapidly. This Yellow Flower Thinning Life was Wan Zihong's killer move. Although it was a wood path killer move, it could affect lifespan. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was hit by this move. He tried many transformations but could not break it, he could only retreat. Xingyi Wang and Prince's Impatience chased after him. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no choice but to use Myriad Elephant Palace to reinforce him. Myriad Transformations Ancestor came to reinforce him. Wan Zihong sneered and used Yellow Flower Thinning Life killer move on Myriad Transformations Ancestor again. Myriad Transformations Ancestor's body also became thinner, his offense, defense and speed all fell, but he was an immortal Gu House, he had no lifespan to speak of. Thus, although he looked miserable, he was actually fine. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was truly in trouble. He could not break this killer move, but after many attempts he found several transformations that could slow down the killer move's power. But this way he could not transform freely, his battle strength was greatly restricted. Wan Zihong's offensive methods were extremely powerful. It was no wonder that she was recruited by Celestial Court even though she was a demonic path Gu immortal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Wan Zihong lacked immortal Gu and could only become a healing Gu immortal. This was not her specialty, but even so, she healed many Celestial Court Gu immortals and brought great trouble to Longevity Heaven. However, after using Yellow Flower Thinning Life 2 more times, Wan Zihong's expression became extremely pale. She did not attack again and only breathed heavily. Evidently, these 2 moves were extremely risky and burdensome to her. If not for Wei Feng's death, Wan Zihong would not have used such a risky tactic. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihong. He shouted anxiously, "Fang Yuan, if you don't make a move now it will be too late." If I fall, you won't be able to escape either. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan made a move. But he did not reinforce Thousand Transformations' ancestor, instead fiercely attacking the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Without a Gu immortal controlling it, this formation became an immovable target. It was torn apart by Fang Yuan in a short period of time. Thousand Transformations' ancestor turned around and saw this scene. His face turned blood red from anger, his eyes spewing fire. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel! He snarled, bristling with anger. Earlier Fang Yuan used him as a shield, so be it. Later he did not contribute at the side and cowered, so be it. But what was the meaning of this? You did not attack Celestial Court, but attacked my formation? This was too much. You must be sick in the head. Don't you know the enemy is strong and you are weak? Why aren't you forsaking the past and joining hands to resist the enemy? You are still fighting among yourselves. What are you thinking? Saying you have a pig's brain is insulting pigs. Do you have any sense of the big picture? Not even a little bit of it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He had such a comrade. Even the three immortals of Celestial Court felt pity for him. Myriad-year flying warship shot into the formation like a sharp sword. Fang Yuan was very skilled in dismantling formations. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was on the verge of collapse, but it did not self-destruct. Fang Yuan made a few moves, grabbing the immortal Gu inside. Next he attacked the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, grabbing mutation immortal Gu in one hand and Demoness Hong Yun's corpse in the other, throwing them into Myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes turned red when he saw Fang Yuan snatching his 8 transformation variant immortal Gu. He left Myriad Statue Palace to resist the three immortals of Celestial Court, while he personally went to kill Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately activated Myriad-year flying warship to retreat. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly furious. He chased relentlessly and bombarded Myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 Gu immortal stared at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's speed was not as fast as Myriad-year flying warship. But Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Fang Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The three immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Fang Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations' ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal Gu. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling this is not Fang Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal Gu because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. Chapter 1889. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, don't chase me. I can unravel a way out. How about this? I will bring you away. You give mutation immortal Gu to me as a reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, replying, Humph, wishful thinking. Open your path and return the immortal Gu, we will spare your life. After his anger subsided, he thought of Fang Yuan's action of snatching Gu. It showed that he had nothing to fear. His earlier rage was real, but the subsequent rage was mostly an act. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to leave, using Fang Yuan's strength was the best choice. Even if he could not use it, he could not let Fang Yuan escape. If Fang Yuan really escaped, he would be left to fight with the Celestial Court until he was exhausted. Even if he escaped, the insidious demon Fang Yuan might ambush him along the way. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had great foresight. He was not just thinking about the current situation. Thus, he chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. He had to follow Fang Yuan closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if it was abandoned in the killer move overturning heaven and earth, it was only temporary. As long as he got out, he could attack the 4 immortal Gu houses outside the killer move. The 4 immortal Gu houses were maintaining overturning heaven and earth. It was the killer move's greatest weakness. Once they were attacked or disrupted, the battlefield that the Celestial Court painstakingly created would have many flaws. They could not be covered up. At once, Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, and the Celestial Court chased after each other. They used all sorts of methods. They had vast might that shook heaven and earth. Secretly they were playing a psychological game. They schemed and schemed. After a while of deadlock, the three immortals of the celestial court had a change of expression. From the periphery of the battlefield, a large group of people charged out. There were many Gu immortals, including rank 8s and 4 immortal Gu houses. The leading palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn and dignified. It had green bricks and golden tiles. It emitted a dense fragrance of plants. What else could it be but Divine Bean Palace? The one controlling Divine Bean Palace was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Di Chang. Beside him stood Fang Gong, Fang Hua Sheng, and the other Fang family generals. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Fang Di Chang did not say anything. He controlled Divine Bean Palace and bombarded it with lightning balls. The jade green lightning balls landed on the 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, causing them to shake intensely. Countless vines grew out and infiltrated the Gu houses. The Celestial Court was in chaos. Divine Bean Palace. Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's item was being used against him, he was shocked. This time, it was the Celestial Court's Gu immortals who had bloodshot eyes. These people are from the Western Desert Righteous Tao. Why are they here? The entire Western Desert Righteous Path didn't come. Only the Fang clan, Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan and Tang clan came. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw the origin of this group. Ever since Fang Di Chang refined Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan's predicament was resolved. Fang clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Bean Palace, Western Desert's Righteous Path would recognize the reality and change their stance. Fang Di Chang used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's Righteous Path. To coordinate with his main body, he had to act quickly and also keep it a secret. Thus, he only gathered Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan and Tang clan, these 4 super clans. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Bean Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the flaw. Where are you going? 1,000 Transformations Ancestor chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan turned around and sneered, "You really think I'm afraid of you?" Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly turned around. Daybreak Flying Swords swept forward like a waterfall of light. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor roared furiously, but he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal Gu house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. "I'm going." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad Year Flying Warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's Righteous Path. Someone wanted to stop Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Di Chang righteously. "Leave Fang Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future." Fang Di Chang led the Alliance army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had 1,000 Transformations Ancestor internally and Western Desert's Righteous Path externally. Xing Yi Wang shouted angrily, "Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the Righteous Path. You are actually helping a demonic path Gu immortal." Fang Di Chang sneered, "The great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon Wan Zihong, but you are slandering us." Xing Yi Wang choked for a moment. Prince's Impatience's voice was cold. "Are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today?" Fang Di Chang replied, "Not long ago my Fang clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes, adding fuel to the fire. Your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent?" Prince's Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. To think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. Wan Zihong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Bean Palace with interest and said, "Let's retreat." Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic. "No need to chase," Fang Di Chang said. This order made the other Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they were not willing to fight to the death with Celestial Court. If they suffered huge losses, the other Western Desert superforces would make things difficult for them. Only Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's Righteous Path were left. Divine Bean Palace's door opened. Fang Di Chang stood at the entrance, smiling. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long from now, the 5 regions will merge. The Gu immortal world will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join hands with you to resist the enemy. What do you think, Ancestor? This person knows the big picture. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded and remembered Fang Di Chang's words. I will go find you. Good, with Ancestor's strength, Celestial Court will definitely have an even bigger headache. Fang Di Chang clapped and laughed heartily. Let's go. He ordered. Western Desert's Righteous Path Alliance army left majestically. They came and left in a hurry. However, all the Western Desert Gu immortals had excited expressions on their faces. They had defeated Celestial Court. This was Celestial Court. Only Fang Gong's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fang Di Chang, who was beside him, who was in high spirits and leading the group, while he, as the first Supreme Elder, was reduced to a foil. He felt pressure again. But so what? My conflict with Fang Di Chang is only an internal conflict. Fang clans rise, leading Western Desert's Righteous Path and repelling Celestial Court. This is an external conflict. How can I abandon outsiders for internal reasons and become a sinner of Fang clan? Even if my authority is seized in the future, our Fang clan will always be Fang clan's Fang clan. Fang Gong knew, even though they did not gain any substantial battle spoils from this battle. But after this battle, no one could doubt Fang clan's rise. Fang Di Chang had obtained the greatest political wealth in his life. The clans who participated in this battle were originally loosely connected. They were only forced to temporarily unite. But after this battle, glory gathered into a cohesive force that caused these 5 clans to unite. And Fang clan was the natural leader of this interest group. Fang clan's Fang Di Chang is quite a character. Thousand Transformations Ancestor sighed as he looked at the majestic departure of Western Desert's Righteous Path. Myriad Statue Palace returned to his side, remaining silent. Thousand Transformations Ancestor looked at the direction in which Fang Yuan and Celestial Court retreated, gritting his teeth. Fang Yuan, Celestial Court, remember this. Chapter 1890. Fang Yuan looked at the mutation Immortal Gu in his hand. This Immortal Gu had a peculiar appearance. It had a body like a longhorn beetle, 8 spider claws, a horn on its head, cicada wings on its back, and 2 mantis blade-like arms on its front. Its tail glowed like a firefly, but it was emitting colorful light. Mutation Immortal Gu belonged to Thousand Transformations Ancestor, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Not long after Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 Immortal Gu along the way. Not to mention Thousand Transformations Ancestor's hatred towards Fang Yuan tried to activate it several times and found out the effect of Mutation Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu had great offensive power. It could make a part of the enemy's body betray them, it could suppress rank 7 existences, it could even cause huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts and other creatures. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations. For example, if Fang Yuan turned into a tiger, after using Mutation Immortal Gu, he might be able to grow a pair of wings on the tiger's body. Or he might be able to grow a 3rd eye on the tiger's head, or a scorpion stinger at the end of the tiger's tail. Of course, these were only good transformations. There was also a chance that it would create a deceptive transformation. For example, an elephant leg would grow on the tiger's stomach, the elephant leg would be longer than the tiger's limbs. Or a tiger's back would grow a horn. This was an obvious weakness, it would be a target for the enemy. Using Mutation Immortal Gu alone would have mixed effects, it was hard to say. Because this Immortal Gu was rank 8, the transformations it added would be rank 8 level, it would have a huge impact on the main body. Thus, to be safe, he had to use other Gu worms to assist Mutation Immortal Gu to form a killer move. Using this killer move to strengthen himself was the safest. Besides attacking enemies and increasing transformations, Mutation Immortal Gu could also be used to manage the Immortal Aperture. With it as the core, killer moves or immortal formations could be used to create even more transformations in the life forms in the Immortal Aperture. Ordinary wild beasts could gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts had defective products, but in the natural cycle of survival of the fittest, they would be eliminated. And those outstanding mutated beasts would survive and grow stronger, forming new tribes. Usually, after these mutated life forms grew, they would become the specialty of a certain immortal aperture. There would only be one shop, there were no other shops. If it could perform well in the market, it would be a long-term business for the Gu Immortal, it would bring them stable and considerable profits. Mutation Immortal Gu has such comprehensive effects, it should be one of the core immortal Gu of reckless savages' true inheritance. No wonder Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so nervous after losing it. Fang Yuan thought. Other than Mutation Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan also obtained several other Immortal Gu. Most of them were Transformation Path Immortal Gu, there was also a Rank 7 Rule Path Immortal Gu, Pass. This Gu looked like a beetle and was commonly referred to as a country bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, and its body was extremely flat. It emitted a steel-like luster, giving off an extremely sturdy feeling. Back then, when Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan set up the Immortal Array for the first time, it was the core. Feng Jiogo was hiding far away. Seeing this Immortal Gu, he wanted to snatch it. This Immortal Gu was very valuable to him. But in the end, this Immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Just from these Immortal Gu and Thousand Transformations ancestors' methods, we can see the power of reckless savages' true inheritance. It is a pity that it is not easy to make a move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. His Dao Mark foundation could not compare to Fang Yuan. But he had many methods, he was patient and had outstanding acting skills. Wei Feng died because of him. Unless Fang Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had myriad statue palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house had incredible power, and at the crucial moment, it could turn into Thousand Transformations' ancestor to confuse others. It was a huge obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Look at the Celestial Court, they had planned for a long time, they used the killer move overturning heaven and earth, they gathered 4 rank 8s, but they still had to return in defeat. Most importantly, Fang Yuan could not use his true strength. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Once the secret of his rank 8 attainment was exposed, the danger would be even greater. Thus, he was very careful when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Fang Yuan was after the big picture. Central Continent is not far from the Refinement Path Convention. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World has the leader of Longevity Heaven. Southern Border has the strategist Wu Yong. Eastern Sea has Qi Si ancestors' help, while Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan to make use of. The situation of the 4 regions attacking Central Continent is starting to take shape. This was something Fang Yuan had been plotting ever since he was reborn. Finally, he had some progress now. Fang Yuan was no longer a pure rank 8 Gu Immortal, he had outstanding subordinates, they were all talented. But he was not a pure super force, he plotted in the world, using all living beings as chess pieces to get rid of the obstacle that was the Celestial Court. Providence made use of him, Spectral Soul made use of him, Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him, Chudu made use of him, Land Spirit of Langya made use of him, and now he had become a chess player. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is my student's name in the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Jiang looked at the latest information and was shocked, he was stunned on the spot. Teacher, are you in the house? Student Li Xiaobai wishes to see you. At this time, Li Xiaobai's voice came from outside. Teacher Jiang quickly opened the door. Come in, tell me what is going on. Li Xiaobai had thought about it carefully, he told Teacher Jiang everything that happened that night. He was worried. Teacher, you have to seek justice for me. Teacher Jiang heard this and looked at Li Xiaobai in a daze, his expression turning strange. After a while, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh, I don't know what to say. In Teacher Jiang's opinion, Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. Who could have thought that luck would come? It could not be stopped. Even Teacher Jiang felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards this encounter. After that, Miss Su Qihan tested the students, then told me that I was one of the 10 great scholars. I received your teachings and did not dare to be arrogant, I quickly rejected her. But Lady Su Qihan was determined to make such an arrangement. I was extremely helpless, I could not win against her. Li Xiaobai complained continuously. Everyone is envious of your encounter, you actually rejected it? Teacher Jiang smiled. Teacher, don't tease this pitiful student of yours. I came here this time to beg you to save me. I am not talented now that I have become one of the 10 great scholars, this is like throwing me into a fire. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Teacher Jiang retracted his smile and nodded. You are not arrogant or rash, you recognize reality, it is not a waste of my teachings. However, don't think about it too seriously. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you had any wishful thinking and tried to compete alone, you would be surrounded by danger. But now that you are one of the 10 great scholars, the imperial court will protect you. If anyone tries to harm your life, they will be slapping the imperial court's face. Do you understand this? Li Xiaobai scratched his head, but I am still sitting on pins and needles. Compared to the other 9 people, I am not well known and will attract the most people's attention. Furthermore, after this incident, Lady Su Qihan's attitude towards me has become very harsh. Teacher Jiang nodded again. Even though I am not in the imperial court, I have heard that this junior Su Qihan is extremely talented and arrogant. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, she definitely wants to marry you. Oh, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She can be said to be one of the most talented women in the world, her husband must be of equal status. But she is not doing things blindly, she first tested your talent, seeing that you have some potential, she nominated you. In the future she will pave the way for you and raise you up step by step. Saying this, Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complicated expression. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, he was proud of his talent and had high aspirations. But reality was cruel, there was only one path to promotion, but countless people tried to squeeze their way up. He could not compete with them. After a long time, even though his reputation spread far and wide, he was essentially outside of the imperial court. To think that this student of his was not as talented as him, his background was not as good as him, but his luck was too good. He had inexplicably become Su Qihan's sweetheart. Not mentioning Su Qihan herself, she had Su clan behind her, her father was the current Prime Minister Su. Li Xiaobai had someone to rely on. I will not hide it from teacher, I was very happy at the start, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I am scared. Lady Su Qihan has so many admirers, this matter cannot be publicized. I am not sure how many young geniuses will hate me for gaining Lady Su's favor. Especially after the 10 great scholars are chosen, I still have to enter the imperial court to meet the emperor. Along the way and when I reach the capital, what should I do? I am at a loss, I can only ask teacher for advice. Li Xiaobai sighed. Teacher Jiang was slightly displeased, he snorted lightly. Xiaobai, don't belittle yourself, you are talented, how can my teachings be wasted? You are my student, if others want to deal with you, they will have to consider my reputation. How about this? I will write a few recommendation letters for you, you can visit a few families along the way, they will provide you with some convenience. Saying this, Teacher Jiang paused for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. You do not need to go back these few days, you can stay at my house, I will teach you some methods. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed, he quickly bowed deeply. Student thanks teacher. Su Qihan wanted him to keep it a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not take it to heart. When the time was ripe, he would immediately tell Teacher Jiang this secret. It looked like he was asking for help, but he was actually showing his value. Teacher Jiang was ostracized by the imperial court, he could not enter the corps. Now that he saw his student had great hope. Once his student became successful, would he forget his teacher? Impossible. Not to mention Li Xiaobai's temperament, Teacher Jiang was very familiar with him, he was not an ingrate. Even if Li Xiaobai became an ingrate in the future, under the public's opinion, he would not dare to not repay his teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's position, the more he would cherish his reputation, and the more he would repay his teacher. Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang immediately decided that he would do his best. He would use all of his resources to help his student successfully ascend. Chapter 1891. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Sacred Eagle City. In terms of scale, Sacred Eagle City was much larger than Mountain Cliff City. Mountain Cliff City was only a branch city, while Sacred Eagle City was one of the main cities. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he turned into Bull Demon and descended on this city first. Until now in this life, Holy Eagle City was in a terrible state. The entire city had turned into a swamp, yellow mud crocodiles were lurking in the swamp, killing the people in the city. The eagle warrior guarding this place was very strong, but he was heavily injured. The one who injured him was an immemorial desolate eagle, it was circling in the sky, if any warrior appeared, it would immediately pounce down to kill them. How can this be? Eagle warrior was bathed in blood, He hid in the swamp, watching the people being massacred. He was shocked and furious. No one had expected such a large group of beasts to attack Giant Eagle City. A moment ago, it was still a warm and peaceful city, but now it had become a slaughterhouse filled with blood. This won't do. I can't just stand by and watch. I have to stop everything. The Eagle Warrior struggled, wanting to stand up, but the injuries on his body were very heavy, causing him to fall down again. Just as he was about to fall, a young and strong arm caught him. "Uncle Giant Eagle, you can't fight anymore. If you continue, you will die," a young voice said. Eagle Warrior turned to the young man. He smiled bitterly. "Little Do, thank you for saving my life. But I am the sacred Eagle City Lord. I cannot watch as the beasts continue to wreak havoc. I cannot watch as the people of the city die in the mouths of the beasts. Uncle Eagle, let me do it." Little Do's eyes were bright. He said firmly. "You." Eagle Warrior looked at the wound on Little Do's chest and shook his head. "Little Do, you are not from Sacred Eagle City. I am here to repay you for saving my life. I am here to invite you to have fun. In order to save me, you are already injured. You are not a match for the beasts. Hurry up and leave." "Leave? No, I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you and chase away these despicable beasts." Little Do shook his head. Eagle Warrior was moved. He patted Little Do's shoulder and said, "Mountain Cliff City Lord really took in a good disciple. Why don't I have a disciple like you? Little Do, you are still too young. Your future is brighter than mine. You have a bright future ahead of you. You can't lose it here. I only want you to help me with something. Leave this place right now. Once the guild's reinforcements arrive, you can come and collect my corpse. Remember to bury your uncle's body in the garden." "Uncle." Little Do's eyes turned red and tears came out. He choked with sobs and couldn't speak. "Quickly leave." Eagle Warrior suddenly used all his strength. He shook off Little Do's arm and flew into the sky. He once again turned into a silver eagle riddled with scars and charged towards the immemorial desolate eagle in the sky. The Gu immortals here are really different from the outside world. He is willing to sacrifice himself for the lives of mortals. Little Do sighed in his heart. But it's useless. This immemorial desolate eagle was specially cultivated by the main body to restrain you. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was not profound literature Grotto Heaven. It had very few restrictions. After Little Do received Eagle Warrior's invitation, he informed the main body and set up this trap. This was an opportunity. Because the Beast Calamity true inheritance was split into several portions, they were distributed in the main cities of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan's clone did not have the chance to properly come into contact with these true inheritances. He had originally wanted to create an opportunity, but the Eagle Warrior had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. If Eagle Warrior, who was bathed in blood, knew the truth, that Sacred Eagle City suffered such a calamity because of him, who knew what he would think? Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial desolate eagle's match. He soon fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial desolate eagle pounced and was about to peck Eagle Warrior to death. At the moment of life and death, Little Do turned into an arrowtail eagle and saved him. "Little Do, why are you still here?" Eagle Warrior was shocked and anxious. "Uncle, how can I watch you throw your life away? How can I watch as countless mortals fall into danger? Even if I have to sacrifice my life, every drop of blood in my body, I will fight to the end." Little Do said firmly. "Little Do." Eagle Warrior was speechless for a while. He was extremely weak. He returned to his human form and was held lightly by Little Do's eagle claws. Little Do was naturally not the immemorial desolate eagle's match. But the immemorial desolate eagle was a chess piece of the main body. Little Do was in a dangerous situation. He was constantly on the line between life and death. He was constantly injured and forced to retreat. Eagle Warrior's heart pounded as he watched. He fought without any regard for his own safety. But when Little Do fought, he was too worried. He often shouted warnings uncontrollably. He was extremely nervous. When he saw that Little Do was bathed in blood and had more wounds, his heart ached even more. Little Do had saved him in the 12 Zodiac battle formation. He was his benefactor. Now he had saved him twice and was even fighting for Sacred Eagle City. This touched Eagle Warrior. He approved of Little Do's personality and character. He was filled with admiration. Fang Yuan was ruthless to others but even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Do naturally inherited this style of doing things. This was a genuine act of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the enemy. The Eagle Warrior was completely reformed. Little Do had just become a Gu Immortal and a Combat Beast Warrior not long ago. He was the youngest Combat Beast Warrior in the Combat Beast Guild. With this status, he was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while, he was slammed down by the immemorial Desolate Eagle, falling into the City Lord Manor. This was a meticulous plan, of course. Little Do fell heavily, he broke through the tiles on the ground and arrived at the underground altar. Eagle Warrior fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he saw Little Do squatting beside him. "Uncle, you are finally awake," Little Do said in joy. Eagle Warrior was very happy to see that Little Do was still alive, but he frowned and asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not long. The guild did not send reinforcements. After that eagle slammed us down, it did not chase us, it is still flying in the sky," Little Do answered. "Sigh." The giant eagle warrior sighed deeply. "It seems like we won't be able to defeat this giant eagle for the time being." Little Do analyzed, "Thankfully this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not sense any threat and will not find trouble with us. It seems that we cannot turn into a mortal beast. We can only rely on other transformations to save the citizens." Eagle Warrior had a worried expression. If they did not turn into a mortal beast, they could not control the situation. They could only fight those yellow mud crocodiles in the streets and save the citizens bit by bit. The efficiency was very low. But they had no choice, they could only do this. However, when they were about to leave, they found that a large group of yellow mud crocodiles had formed and blocked all the exits. There were 2 desolate beast yellow mud crocodiles among them. Eagle Warrior and Little Do could not turn into immortal beasts. They could not resist these 2 desolate beasts, they could only retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground, his expression was ashen. "It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I really hope they will come here at the next moment." "They won't," Little Do thought. "According to the plan, the reinforcements will be obstructed along the way. I can still make use of some time." But on the surface, Little Do frowned and punched the ground with his fist. "Damn it! Before reinforcements arrive, aren't we going to stay here? Where is this? Why is there an altar?" Eagle Warrior answered, "This is the underground of the City Lord Manor. As for the altar..." Before he finished, Little Do interrupted him. Little Do raised his brows. "I did not expect the underground of the City Lord Manor to have such a spacious floor. Oh, we can go underground and avoid those yellow mud crocodiles, we can leave." Eagle Warrior shook his head. "It is useless. This underground floor is only the territory of the City Lord Manor, we cannot leave the outer city. Furthermore, those yellow mud crocodiles are good at hiding in the mud and digging underground." "Damn it." Little Do gritted his teeth and suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right, Uncle, don't you find it strange? Why are those yellow mud crocodiles only surrounding this place and not coming in to kill us? That eagle in the sky might be arrogant and disdain to attack. But these yellow mud crocodiles are wandering outside, they seem to be avoiding us." Eagle Warrior forced a smile. "Little Do, your observation is not bad. But don't stay here for too long, these yellow mud crocodiles cannot get close because of the altar here. This altar has a long history. Legends say that it was specially set up by the first-generation Combat Beast King. A portion of his power is sealed inside." "First-generation Combat Beast King? Why did he seal his power?" Little Do asked curiously. "It is said that he wants to leave it for his inheritor. There are a few more of these altars in the other main cities. Whoever can inherit all of these powers will have the power of the first-generation Combat Beast King." Eagle Warrior said slowly. Little Do blinked. "In that case, why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside?" Eagle Warrior shook his head with a bitter smile. "It is useless. What I said are rumors, there are no records. Countless people have tried but no one has succeeded. From this, it seems that these rumors are fake. But these altars indeed have a mysterious and powerful power, they cannot be destroyed and the beasts cannot get close." Saying so, Eagle Warrior looked at Little Do's eager expression and smiled. "If you want to try, go ahead. But remember Uncle's words, don't be too hopeful, if there is no result, don't be too disappointed." "Okay, Uncle." Little Do walked quickly to the altar. He walked around the altar a few times but there was no reaction. He climbed up the altar but there was still no reaction. All of this was seen by the Eagle Warrior. This was the most normal situation. But at this time Little Do knelt down and prayed loudly, "First-generation Combat Beast King, I don't know you, I have never seen you before. But please help, there are many beasts outside and they are devouring the citizens, every breath of time, a life is lost. I beg you, first-generation War Beast King, if your spirit is in heaven, please make your move, make your move." Little Do's voice became louder and louder until he started crying. "Little Do, you really have a pure heart. Eagle Warrior's eyes turned red, he was touched. Then, at the next moment, the altar shone with a white light that enveloped Little Du's body. Eagle Warrior opened his eyes and mouth wide, he completely lost his composure. What is going on? With a soft sound, the white light fused into Little Du's body, then the indestructible altar collapsed and turned into dust. Little Du? Eagle Warrior stammered. Little Du turned around with a joyful expression. Uncle, you are right. I inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Miracle. This is a miracle. Eagle Warrior reacted and shouted, he was in ecstasy. He laughed loudly for a while before looking at Little Du with an extremely serious and passionate gaze. Little Du, you actually inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Do you know what this means? What? Little Du was confused. This means that you can inherit the rest of the inheritance. You are the future combat beast king. No, more accurately speaking, you will be the world's savior. Eagle Warrior's expression became fervent. That's right, you are the savior. Chapter 1892. Eastern Sea. Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai sat on his throne, manipulating the army ants in front of him. Over this period of time, the army ants had already developed to a certain scale. Right now there were close to 100 million army ants, they were like a dark golden river flying in the air. Wu Shuai took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a feather of a bird, it was made of stone, the feathers were vivid and lifelike, covered in a gray-white halo. Smelling it, one could smell the stench of a corpse. This was the feather of the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird. Wu Shuai blew lightly, these feathers floated and merged into the dark golden river formed by the army ants. Soon, sparse voices could be heard. Countless army ants took turns crawling on the corpse emperor bird feather, eating it to fill their stomachs. Even though there were only 10 or so corpse emperor bird feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a bit was enough to feed 10,000 army ants, they were very durable. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers were all devoured by the army ants. Not only were these army ants full, they also gave birth to a new batch of army ants. The new ones were corpse ants, they emitted death energy and could devour the corpses of other army ants to grow stronger. The more corpses there were, the stronger the corpse ants would be. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. The strongest corpse ant could compete with the king ant but could not compare to the queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants are more practical and durable. The previous army ants died, but with corpse ants I can make use of them. From this perspective, I can save a lot of expenses. Wu Shuai let out a breath of air. Army ants were very exquisite, they were the essence of enslavement path. Feeding army ants not only maintained their size, they could also produce new ant species. Countless different types of army ants, when used together, would have different powers and effects. But army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path, they could not get rid of it completely. Enslavement path expended too many resources. By nurturing army ants to such a scale they could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals, but Wu Shuai was starting to feel the strain. My main body is expending too much Gu refinement, the army ants that I am feeding are also a terrifying black hole. Fortunately, I have the support of the ancient race and the merfolk. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise the army ants to such an extent. Right at this moment, Wu Shuai's expression changed slightly. A Gu immortal was outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai opened the palace doors and personally went to welcome them. Tang Qiong greets Lord Wu Shuai. The one who came was a yellow-scaled mermaid immortal, gentle and pleasant. Right now she was smiling, revealing cute dimples. She was the elder in charge of the Mermaid Royal Court and represented part of the will of the Mermaid Royal Court. Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, had helped the ancient race and the merfolk to convert a portion of the new Dragonians. Hence, he had a closer relationship with the ancient race and the merfolk. As the representative of the merfolk royal court, Tang Qiong interacted more and more closely with Wu Shuai. She had always been very respectful and treated Wu Shuai as a true senior. Wu Shuai invited Tang Qiong into Dragon Palace. Although it's not my first time here, I'm still impressed by the majestic aura of the Dragon Palace. Tang Qiong sighed with a sincere expression. Wu Shuai smiled. Fairy Tang Qiong, what brings you here? Tang Qiong said solemnly, reporting to Senior, Qi Si Ancestor is holding an Eastern Sea banquet this time. He has invited all the Gu Immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. My imperial court has also received an invitation. The first elder sent me here to ask Senior if you are interested in participating in this grand banquet with the merfolk? Oh that. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. After Fang Yuan's main body obtained mutation immortal goo, he used Qi Si ancestor's identity to interfere in Eastern Sea's politics. This Eastern Sea banquet was one of Fang Yuan's plans, but he did not invite Wu Shuai. Wouldn't it be easy to invite this clone of his? But Fang Yuan wanted to hide Wu Shuai and not expose him. The Merman royal court actually invited Wu Shuai to the banquet. This had great significance. It seemed that the merfolk really wanted to get closer to the Dragonians. I have the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace after all, but the Merman Imperial Court does not have a rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Back then they established their force because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Over these years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence has been declining. It will eventually disappear. The Dragonians are a branch of variant humans. They are indeed natural allies. Even so, the merfolk are taking a huge risk. The current merfolk first elder is truly decisive. Wu Shuai thought about it and pretended to be ignorant. Then this time, did Qi Si ancestor invite Fang Yuan? In the hall, Tang Qiong shook her head. Qi Si ancestor said clearly that he would not invite Fang Yuan. He said that this banquet is an Eastern Sea banquet. While Fang Yuan is not an Eastern Sea Goo immortal, he will not be invited. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course. If Qi Si ancestor invited Fang Yuan, it would be embarrassing for the Celestial Court. This was not because he was afraid of the Celestial Court, but because Fang Yuan cared about the feelings of the other Eastern Sea Goo immortals. He was not afraid of the Celestial Court, but the other Eastern Sea Goo immortals were. The Celestial Court's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. It was the #1 force in the world after all. It had existed for over 3 million years. If because of the invitation to Fang Yuan, many Eastern Sea Goo immortals would feel apprehensive and not attend the banquet, that would go against Fang Yuan's original intention. Moreover, Qi Si ancestor had just obtained half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance from Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, if he got close to Fang Yuan, it would be disadvantageous to the overall situation. Tang Qiong observed his expression but did not notice anything. Wu Shuai was an unfathomable person. His expression did not show anything. This suited his identity. Tang Qiong continued to persuade, Senior Wu Shuai, please forgive this junior for speaking so boldly. In my tribe's opinion, Senior and Fang Yuan have reached an agreement and are cooperating. But Senior is a senior, Fang Yuan is Fang Yuan, the two cannot be confused. Fang Yuan is strong but he is still a human, his identity is special, his actions are ruthless and unfathomable. Dragon men rule the world, but to truly rise up, we need to rely on ourselves, to become an independent force and rule over an area. Haha, you are right. Wu Shuai smiled and nodded. I will remember your tribe's sincerity. But now is not the time for my Dragon Man race to truly emerge. Qi Si ancestor invited many Eastern Sea Goo immortals, even though he has reached an agreement with the Celestial Court and is currently neutral. But the Celestial Court will not be happy to see such an influential person in Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. If I attend the banquet, the Celestial Court will be even more wary, they might even take action. By then we will not know what attitude Qi Si ancestor will have. Furthermore, according to my status, I am not an Eastern Sea Goo immortal. Tang Qiong pondered. According to my tribe's deductions, Qi Si ancestor is strong, but as a lone cultivator he will likely remain neutral. He has cooperated with Fang Yuan before, and also reached an agreement with the Celestial Court. If Senior goes, it will be a good opportunity for him to display his stance. He will definitely accept Senior, but his attitude will not be cold or warm. Then let me think about it. Wu Shuai said. Alright, Senior, if you want to go, please contact me first. I will take my leave. Seeing Tang Qiong leave Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai fell into deep thought. From this matter he could see the merfolk's attitude. This was very beneficial to him, he could make use of them. Honestly speaking, he did not want to place too much burden on his main body. For many things he would rather do his best to resolve them himself. The merfolk were a part of Eastern Sea, their attitude was likely the attitude of the current Eastern Sea Goo immortal world towards Qi Si ancestor and this grand banquet. This was a good attitude. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's plan. With just Qi Si ancestor's status, wanting to hold a banquet and unify the whole of Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world was wishful thinking. It was simply impossible. Longevity Heaven had been established in Northern Plains for so many years, but it had not unified Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan did not have any extravagant hopes. What he wanted to do was influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. When dealing with the Celestial Court in the future, Qi Si ancestors' actions would be an important factor that would influence the decisions of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Before Qi Si ancestors' banquet started, Western Desert's Fang Dichang, who was also Fang Yuan's clone, had already started to do such a thing. Everyone farewell. Friend Xiao, please take care. Fang Dichang sent off the final Western Desert Gu immortal. A gathering of Western Desert's righteous path had just ended. Fang Dichang cooperated with the main body and led the alliance army of Western Desert's righteous path to defeat the Celestial Court. After the battle, Fang Dichang made use of the time when this battle result was at its strongest to invite all of Western Desert's super forces for a gathering. These fellows, Fang Gong walked out and looked at Xiao Clan's departing figure with an unhappy expression. The outcome of this gathering was not ideal. Many forces had a cold attitude towards Fang Clan. Some even doubted Fang Clan's battle result of defeating the Celestial Court. This was simply a provocation towards Fang Clan. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. First Supreme Elder, don't be angry. Speaking of which, the Celestial Court retreated safely. Even though they lost a rank 8, it was the result of Thousand Transformations Ancestors' battle. The so-called defeat of the Celestial Court was only our propaganda. Our Fang Clan rose up too suddenly. We did not have a true victory. Many of these clans are envious of our good luck in obtaining Divine Bean Palace. Now that we are taking advantage of this victory and holding a gathering from their point of view, our Fang Clan probably can't wait to become the leader. Thus, many forces did not send their powerful elders, they only sent some marginal characters. Other than the 4 allied clans who had a positive attitude, the other super clans did not give Fang Clan any face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang Clan did not have a true victory, they could not intimidate the other clans with their military strength. Secondly, they did not have true benefits, these clans were not interested. The Celestial Court is definitely sowing discord among them. There is no helping it, influence is something that needs to be developed slowly. Fang Dichang said. When the 5 regions war starts and Central Continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes and sighed internally. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? But even though almost everyone understood the big picture, what use was it? Chapter 1893. Celestial Court. In the silver-white sky there were many immortal palaces. In the discussion hall, more than 10 Gu immortals had already gathered. Duke Long sat at the highest level, followed by Fairy Myrtle and Qin Ding Ling. Next by Tsang Shui, Song Yen, Che Wei, Yuan Xiong Du, Zhou Xiong Xian and others arrived. Other than them there were Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Xing Yi Wang, Jun Xinguang and others. These people could not personally participate in the Celestial Court's discussion because they had missions to do. Every once in a while, the members of the Celestial Court would hold a discussion to discuss and express their opinions, reaching some consensus. During normal times, Wisdom Path Gu immortals were in charge of the Celestial Court's political affairs. In the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was the spiritual leader, while Fairy Myrtle held the authority. Before her, it was Heaven overseeing Tower Lord. Yuan Xiong Du, how is the research on Second Aperture Gu? Duke Long asked. Yuan Xiong Du answered, with Lady Zi Wei's help, I have already unraveled some secrets, we can refine rank 1 to 5 Second Aperture Mortal Gu now. To be honest, Celestial Court's refinement path foundation was even deeper than Langya sects. In history there were 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path, Long Hair Ancestor was only one of them, the other 2 true inheritances were all taken into Celestial Court's records. And Yuan Xiong Du was the current Celestial Court's refinement path leader. He was extremely talented and had relied on him to repair fake Gu in the previous life. Together with Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability, with these 3 factors, it was not hard to unravel Fang Yuan's Second Aperture Mortal Gu. Hearing this news, many of the immortals present revealed joyful expressions as they started to discuss. I've heard of this Second Aperture Gu, it is a good thing. That's right, with a Second Aperture, a Gu Master's battle strength would increase by many times. If we can develop an immortal Gu recipe, it would have a huge significance to Gu immortals. For this we should all thank Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle's voice was calm as she interrupted, "Is Fang Yuan an idiot? When he threw the second aperture goo to Southern Border's righteous path, he must have expected that the second aperture goo's recipe would be cracked. The second aperture had extraordinary significance, but if a goo master had a second aperture, their cultivation time and energy would be doubled. The demand for cultivation resources will also increase correspondingly." "I see." The goo immortals here were all rank 8 elites. Fairy Myrtle only had to remind them lightly for them to understand immediately. Fang Yuan did it on purpose. He threw out second aperture goo to extort Southern Border's righteous path, and also to add fuel to the fire in the future 5 regions' chaotic war. That's right. With the disappearance of the regional walls and the merging of the 5 regions, the number of goo masters and goo immortals would not change for the time being, but the second aperture goo would definitely become popular rapidly. At that time, the demand for resources would double. How would they fill this gap? They can only go around and fight to obtain resources. This demon's intentions are truly sinister and sinister. Yet, we still have to take this bait of our own accord. They had no choice but to swallow it. Celestial Court had obtained second aperture goo from Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path would also research it, and the other 3 regions would not ignore it. Once a thing like second aperture goo was spread, it would definitely sweep the world. Like when Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path, even though the entire 5 regions' righteous path prohibited blood path cultivation, there were still countless blood path goo masters and goo immortals. You can't research and refine second aperture immortal goo now? Duke Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He rarely spoke, but his words were always to the point, and this time was no exception. Yuan Qiongdu shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am still a distance away from deciphering the immortal goo recipe. If I have the help of a few refinement path friends at the same level as me, I might be able to quickly decipher it. But currently, my energy is really limited and I cannot split myself." Yuan Qiongdu was having a hard time. Earlier, after Fang Yuan annexed Langya sect, he wanted to modify Fate Goo's restoration formation. The original formation, because it used Refinement Cauldron as a reference, could not be used for safety reasons. Next, Fang Yuan captured Southern Border's righteous path, and Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of refining fixed space goo. Next, Fang Yuan won against Celestial Court in the River of Time, and Celestial Court's time path immortal goo house was destroyed. Yuan Qiongdu was going to refine goo crazily again, and try to refine some time path immortal goo. Recently, Qin Ding Ling woke up and gave Fairy Myrtle a stack of luck path immortal goo recipes, and Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of the goo refinement. Goo refinement itself was a dangerous and difficult task, and Fang Yuan even seized the initiative time and time again, causing Yuan Qiongdu to fail miserably in most of his goo refinement attempts. These last days he had suffered countless injuries from goo refinement. If not for Celestial Court's excellent healing methods, he would have died long ago. Next, Yuan Qiongdu needs to prepare for the restoration of Fate Goo. I'm afraid before Fate Goo is completely restored, the second aperture immortal goo recipe cannot be deciphered. Fairy Myrtle announced regretfully. Duke Long nodded, not saying anything else. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Without the second aperture immortal goo recipe, Southern Border's righteous path cannot completely break free from Fang Yuan's threat and extortion. These Southern Border goo immortals are a disgrace to the righteous path. They were extorted to this extent by Fang Yuan. In the hall, Xingyi Wang said unhappily. The truth is, Southern Border's righteous path has also made some progress. The beacon tower they set up is an immortal goo house that we should be wary of. Southern Border's righteous path is trying to break free from Fang Yuan. Currently, only Ba clan, Xia clan, and a few other clans are still controlled by Fang Yuan because they desire second aperture immortal goo. But Wu clan, Chai clan, and other clans are actively resisting. They are cooperating with our Celestial Court. Jewel Yellow Skies is already suppressing Fang Yuan's businesses on a large scale. I want to remind everyone, there is a hidden force in Southern Border's goo immortal world that is worth paying attention to, that is Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created back then. There are many goo immortals, including Mushroom goo immortals. The strongest among them is Lu Weiyin. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has not entered Celestial Court, he has always been on friendly terms with us. But what is the attitude of Virtue Paradise? We still need to test it out. I have already considered this. Fairy Myrtle spoke. After some time, I will personally go to Virtue Paradise and ask for the immortal goo. Heavenly Court needed this immortal goo indeed. At the same time, it was also a probe towards Virtue Paradise. If Lu Weiyin's attitude was good, Celestial Court would try to rope in Virtue Paradise and make use of it. After discussing Southern Borders matters, Celestial Court's immortals started to discuss Western Desert. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, Western Desert's political situation changed drastically. Fang clan successfully took control of Divine Bean Palace and defeated Celestial Court's forces, causing Celestial Court's strategy of keeping Western Desert in check to suffer a setback. Fang clan has the capital to rise up indeed. But the crucial factor in this rise is this man, Fang clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichang. This person is ambitious, he is a formidable character. He has already allied with a group of Western Desert Righteous Path forces. If not for our provocation and successful obstruction, Fang clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chen Yi is dead, we cannot take out a worthy Genesis Lotus inheritor. How will we take back Divine Bean Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fang Dichang. It will be difficult, this person is very crafty and vigilant. After obtaining Divine Bean Palace he almost never comes out. Fang clan's first supreme elder is Fang Gong. What is his impression of Fang Dichang? Fang Gong and Fang Dichang have a close relationship, there is no conflict between them. We cannot make a move for now. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals discussed for a while before deciding to send more troops to Western Desert. Even though Celestial Court lost Wei Feng, most of their troops were still around, their main forces were not destroyed. Back then, Celestial Court sent troops here because Fang Yuan used the natural tributary of the River of Time to escape. To block it, Celestial Court set up an immortal formation at the tributary of the River of Time. Later they found out that Thousand Transformations ancestor was weak, so they sent more troops. Celestial Court's plan to deal with Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations ancestor was severely thwarted, but they did not give up. After discussing, they decided to send a portion of the River of Time's Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu houses to reinforce them at the crucial moment through the natural tributary of the River of Time. And their main target this time was not Thousand Transformations ancestor, but the Fang family. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a lone immortal, while Fang clan was a Righteous Path member. They were gradually influencing the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. If they allowed this to develop, Western Desert's Righteous Path would become a bigger threat to Celestial Court. Fang clan took away Divine Bean Palace. This meant that Fang clan and Celestial Court could not reconcile. Thus, it was reasonable for Celestial Court to focus on Fang clan. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's political situation is also changing. Qi Si ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. What is his intention? Not long ago, Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long came to an agreement not to help Fang Yuan anymore. This person seems to be neutral, but we cannot let our guard down. We already have eyes and ears in this Eastern Sea banquet. By then we will know what Qi Si ancestor is planning. Duke Long spoke again at this time. Qi Si ancestor has extraordinary strength, he is not inferior to me. My personal opinion is to try to rope him in. At least, before Fate Gu is repaired, this will reduce the threat to Celestial Court. Duke Long's words made the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals feel gloomy. Eastern Sea had a Qi Si ancestor who could match Duke Long in battle strength. This was unacceptable to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. After discussing Eastern Sea's matters, it was Northern Plains' turn. Any movement of Northern Plains longevity heaven was something that Celestial Court paid attention to. Among the four regions, Celestial Court was most wary of Northern Plains. Northern Plains' political situation had always been influenced by Celestial Court, especially the cooperation between Old Ancestor Xuehu and Celestial Court. It was a huge success. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Old Ancestor Xuehu was the biggest obstacle. After the discussion of Northern Plains matters, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Right now we have 5 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, but we cannot find any traces of Red Lotus Stone Island. Is there a way to improve it? However, the Celestial Court's immortals did not have any good ideas. After all, these Stone Lotus Islands were personally arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Qin Dingling also shook her head. In terms of luck path, we already have a Tao Guardian like Feng Jioga. His luck is too strong. If even he cannot do it, I am also helpless. Duke Long was silent, feeling slightly disappointed. The repair of Fate Gu was the Celestial Court's biggest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Fang Yuan, and Dragon Palace could not compare to the threat of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But there was no choice. Celestial Court had already tried their best. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was a huge success. Unfortunately, they were still far from finding Red Lotus Stone Island. There was silence in the discussion hall. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Dingling also showed surprise on their faces. Finally, the remaining Celestial Court's Gu Immortals became excited. This news is very sudden. A Red Lotus Stone Island has appeared in the River of Time. Gu Lu Ru has already confirmed it. The Red Lotus Stone Island is genuine, it cannot be faked. We have finally found a Red Lotus true inheritance. As long as we obtain one of them, we might be able to find the remaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing, we must obtain the true inheritance. Also, be careful of Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had solemn expressions. That's right, this commotion cannot be hidden from him for long. By then he will definitely appear. Chapter 1894. Eastern Sea. East of the Bumpy Sea area, west of the Barbecue Islands, there was a huge and unique sea area, Qi Sea. There was no seawater in Qi Sea, but countless Qi currents interweaved and intertwined, forming countless Qi whirlpools. In the remote antiquity era, Qi Sea had a supreme status in the hearts of all the Gu Immortals in the world. At that time, Qi Path was extremely prosperous. It was the main path of Gu cultivation. Other paths were unorthodox. Everything else was low-grade, only Qi Path was high-grade. Qi Sea's scale was even larger, there was a universe inside it, countless Qi currents moved within, they were born and destroyed continuously. At that time, Qi Sea was the #1 Qi Path resource point in the 5 regions. Time passed quickly, the world changed. Qi Path declined, Qi Sea's scale also continued to shrink. By now, Qi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size, the Qi currents inside were pure water Qi. Only at the center, there were still other types of immortal material Qi currents. Qi Sea went from being visited by countless immortals to almost no one cared about it. It mostly contained water Qi. But which sea area in the huge Eastern Sea did not have water Qi? Water Qi was easy to extract, why would Gu Immortals need to come all the way to Qi Sea to collect it? Even if they wanted to find other immortal material Qi currents, it was too risky to explore the center of Qi Sea. It was better to directly purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, when I organize the Eastern Sea Banquet, Qi Sea will definitely become famous in the 5 regions again. Fang Yuan's main body sat on a cloud, looking down at the Qi Sea area below him. Looking down from above, Qi Sea was light blue in color, countless Qi currents surged and rumbled, it was a stark contrast to the sparkling deep blue seawater. Back then, Southern Borders rank 8 Gu Immortal Qi Xiang created unlimited Qi Sea killer move, to a certain extent, it was inspired by this Qi Sea. Fang Yuan was called Qi Sea Ancestor, it was not a random title. He had already made ample considerations behind the scenes. For example, which part of Eastern Sea was Qi Sea Ancestor's secluded residence? Fang Yuan chose Qi Sea as his secluded residence. Almost no one cared about this place, few Gu Immortals came to explore it, but it was very compatible with Qi Sea Ancestor's Qi Path. It was reasonable if he said it out loud. Wuxia, the dragonoid clone, sent a message from the center of the Qi Sea. The formation is ready. This banquet was very important to Fang Yuan, so he had prepared a lot. Not only did Fang Yuan send Wuxia over, but he also set up a grand array in the center of his Qi Sea. This formation was a Qi Path formation. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone relied on his Qi Path Great Grandmaster Attainment, Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment, and the Light of Wisdom to deduce this after a month. In the center of the Qi Sea, countless streams of air surged and shuttled back and forth. The environment was quite dangerous. It was extremely difficult to set up an immortal array in such a place. However, it was still not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not lacking in array Dao, and he had plenty of resources on hand. Moreover, he did not aim for the level of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing array. Instead, he was very pragmatic and pursued cost-effectiveness. Fang Yuan's main body sent out his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed his eyes to rest. This banquet was of great significance to him. He was using the world as a chessboard, arranging his chess pieces and guiding the general trend. However, this was not so easy. In Southern Border, Fang Yuan's influence was already low. Wu Yong was actively trying to establish connections, his political skills were superb, Fang Yuan could not stop him. In Western Desert, even though Fang clan was rising, their influence still needed time to spread. At the same time, be it the Celestial Court or the other Western Desert forces, they all had different thoughts. Fang Di Chang's clone had a long way to go. Central Continent had the Celestial Court, it was almost impenetrable like an iron bucket. Back then, Shadow Sect planted Zombie Alliance and Defy had already been destroyed by Fairy Myrtle. In Northern Plains, Fang Yuan and Chu Du were the closest, but it did not affect the overall situation. Even though Bing Sai Chuan had not awakened yet, Longevity Heaven was gradually exerting its power, this was not a place where Fang Yuan could interfere. Thus, Eastern Sea became an important part of Fang Yuan's plan. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources. If it succeeded, the 5 regions would merge, and Fang Yuan would be able to use this influence to influence the other 4 regions. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the sky as he muttered, "They are here." An immortal Gu house flew over from the sky, it seemed slow but was actually very fast. The immortal Gu house stopped as a young girl with bright eyes walked out. She wore a long dress with pink clouds embroidered on it. Hua clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai Yun pays respects to Qi Si ancestor. Hua Kai Yun had rank 8 cultivation level, she had a respectful attitude. Next, several Hua clan Gu immortals walked out of Hua clan's immortal Gu house and greeted Fang Yuan. "It is not the appointed time yet, you came early, please take a seat." Fang Yuan waved his hand, Qi currents gathered on his right hand, forming a cloud. Hua Kai Yun kept the immortal Gu house into her immortal aperture. She sat down while the other Hua clan Gu immortals stood behind her. "This junior is meeting ancestor for the first time, I am very excited, this is a small gift from Hua clan, please accept it, ancestor." Hua Kai Yun said as the Gu immortal behind her took out an item and presented it with both hands. Fang Yuan looked over, this was a lump of qi that resembled a ball, it was held in the hands of the Hua clan Gu immortal. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in this qi lump, there was heavy rain at times, it was sunny at times and snow was falling at other times. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he recognized it. This was a rare rank 9 heaven qi lump. Heaven qi and earth qi were the source qi of all beings, they were very ordinary. Fang Yuan would sometimes open his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish his sovereign immortal aperture. He had many secluded domains of heaven and earth in his immortal aperture, these things expended heaven and earth qi, it was a huge burden to the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, after Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, his Qi path Dao marks increased sharply, his immortal aperture produced a lot of heaven Qi and earth Qi, this burden was greatly reduced. But the heaven Qi that Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture absorbed or produced were all ordinary Gu materials, it was just that the quantity was huge, they could not even be considered immortal materials. If heaven Qi became an immortal material, it would condense into a lump and could not be separated easily. Its value would rise sharply, ordinary heaven Qi could not compare to it. The simplest use of immortal material heaven Qi was to scatter it. Many Gu immortals used it like this. They would buy such a lump of heaven Qi from jewel yellow skies and scatter it in their immortal aperture, forming lightning, wind, frost and other weather changes. This weather would last for some time, it would affect the Gu immortals' resource points or immortal apertures. Jewel yellow skies usually sold rank 6 or 7 heaven Qi. Rank 8 immortal material heaven Qi was already very rare. And rank 9 heaven Qi was hard to come by, jewel yellow skies might not even appear once in 1,000 years. Hua Kai Yun gave a portion of rank 9 heaven to Fang Yuan, it was because of her sincerity, and also because Hua clan was most proficient in cloud path, they were proficient in exploring both black and white heaven, it showed their deep foundation. Almost at the same time, in the river of time. 4 immortal Gu houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion had openings on all sides, it had a simple structure, it moved by walking on the waves. 3 autumn yellow crane platform was elegant and elegant, the orange-yellow eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The light of the autumn sun was divided into 3 layers, covering the surface of the immortal Gu houses. Shark flow lever was snow-white like jade, there were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever, they had sharp white teeth, they were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. Moment stage was rank 8, there was a spiral of stone stairs outside, it reached the highest point in the inner area, there was a red brick building with green tiles. The 4 immortal Gu houses were carrying Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals. They were all moving towards one destination, Red Lotus Stone Island. Inside Present and Past Pavilion, a rank 8 Gu immortal was standing, looking at the surging river outside the pavilion. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. He had a gentle aura, he was carefree and elegant, his gaze was deep as he tried to comprehend something. This person was Feng Jioge. During this period of time, I have been observing the river of time, I have seen the rise and fall of the world, I have seen the rise and fall of the past and present. Fate is like a tidal wave, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid. The profundity of it cannot be described, I can only sing about it. Feng Jioge had been comprehending Destiny Song all along. Different from the previous life, after Feng Yuan's rebirth, Feng Jioge's destiny changed a lot. In Langya Blessed Land he was defeated by Feng Yuan and sent away by Chen Yi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He gained inspiration for Destiny Song. This was much earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some inspiration, Feng Jioge came to the River of Time. He grasped this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Feng Jioge could use Present and Past Pavilion to observe certain lives and scenes from the past. This was a huge help to his comprehension of Destiny Gu. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete, it was 10% higher than in the previous life during the Fate War in Central Continent. My Destiny Song has already described the destinies of countless lives. But the destinies of Venerables cannot be described in detail. Last time in Celestial Court, when I looked at Reckless Savage's blood skin, I had an unfathomable feeling. I hope that this Stone Lotus Island can give me an opportunity to compose Destiny Song. We are here, it is here. Stone Lotus Island? Red Lotus True Inheritance. The 4 immortal Gu houses stopped, and above the Stone Lotus Island, Eternal Yacht was already floating. Eternal Yacht was the first immortal Gu house to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The Gu immortals on it immediately informed Celestial Court. Thus, the 5 houses gathered. Feng Jioge looked over with anticipation. Gu Lu Ru, who was in moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it, the hard work of generations of Celestial Court was not in vain. Countless years of hard work has finally paid off. Gu Lu Ru sighed internally. He had experienced many hardships in his life, his lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed, he had a cold personality, but right now he was showing all sorts of emotions, there was excitement, pride, and sorrow. Taking in a deep breath, Gu Lu Ru calmed down completely. He sat in his wheelchair, his eyes shining with cold light as he calmly ordered, "Start setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. I will lead moment stage, Feng Jioge will lead Present and Past Pavilion to defend this place. Eternal Yacht will go to the tributary and receive our reinforcements. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform will patrol the surroundings, report to me immediately if anything happens." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.